Oh, let me turn the mic on. Rocking and rolling. Let's get to some levels here. Not a lot in the small cap space today. Very slow. Very slow in the small cap space today, guys. CDIO, MGRX are really your main two tickers we'll be looking at to start the day. Of course, could go back and look at previous runners as well. That could pop up today. But right now, it's just a really, really slow pre-market today. And I was not expecting anything different yesterday, how slow it was into the closing bell. I said that over on the Discord, said watch for a slower pre-market, and we got that. All right, over to CDIO, which is yesterday's runner, running right into pre-market, or I should say after-hours high that spiked up yesterday. Not only in market and pre-market, and then we had that huge spike. I say huge, but a bigger spike there toward the closing bell, or I should say after the closing bell on power hour. We have $3 to $3.20 resistance is very, I'll say $3.10. $3.10 to $3.20, very strong resistance. Over $3.20, I already put lines in. Watch for a move up to around $3.50, and over $3.50 we run to $4.05. Over $4.05, watch for a move up to right around $4.85, into 5 for CDIO. On the way back on down, support this morning's built in at $2.90. Under $2.90, watch for a crack down to $2.75. Under that, $2.75 to $2.70, and under that, watch for a move down to pre-market low in $2.45 area. Over to MGRX, looking for that squeeze and next leg up after hours runner into pre-market. Over 65 for MGRX, over 65 cents. Watch for a pop up. Yeah, password history there. Over 65, watch for him to 75. Over 75, I bet we're going to around 85. Yep, at 85 to 90. Over that, then we go close to right around $1. What else to alert? It's like, oh man, what was F-Sly? Okay, we'll do like F-Sly. What else was there from yesterday? F-Sly on, whoopsies. F-Sly on watch again today. Same kind of thing as yesterday. Watch under, it did spike up actually at the bell, so we may get another one of those today, but under 1770, watch for the crack down to 1725. Under 1725, we go to around the 1680s to 1660 mark. On the way up, I would say watch for a break over 1830 for the move up to 1830 to 1865. Over 1865, then we go to 1910, 1920. Over that, watch for a spike up to 1950 to 1965, and over that, we'll see 20 again. Although the short, like I thought yesterday, is looking sexy here, so watch for that short back on down. That's right, MLEC, Muleki, MLEC. Where did MLEC go to? Still just meandering. MULEC, MLEC is on watch again, so MLEC, MLEC here, of course, the move from last Friday that started off the party. Really didn't do a lot on Friday. Did a little bit on Tuesday, and then we had the big move on Wednesday, and on Thursday we had another good size move yesterday. Could see another leg up. Pre-market today looks a lot like it did yesterday for MLEC. So watch this over 2015 for the move up to 2150, and over that to 23.25 in pre-market, or in market high yesterday. If it gets over 23.25, watch for that spike to 25. Could see that next leg up, in my opinion, to 26 or so. Yeah. Wednesday's high is right around 1950. Yesterday's high is right around 23. We'll call it to 23.50. So essentially a $4 spike over 23 could be expected up to 27. On the way back down, major support is at 17. Under 17, we go down to 16.25. Under that, then we go down to 15.50. Under 15.50, this play will die off and head back down to the 13s. Watch this for a squeeze, though. building higher highs yesterday. Now we got trade the pool pulled up there. Trade the poo. Trade the poo is pulled up. Over to SNSE. On the way up for SNSE. Over 27. 2730 area. It's going to be a key for the breakout. Watch for move up to 28.75, roll into 29. Yesterday's high of day. Called this one out for a move yesterday, and it happened as well as MLEC. Now we know, as I talked about, that 28 to 31 area, 29 to 31 area is so strong. If this can get over 31 and hold, this is going to be on high watch for a move. Bounce play and support down low at 25, as we talked about yesterday, is very strong. And under that, right around 22 area to 23. J Webb, how we doing? Myron, how we doing? Aussie Chick, how you doing? Oh, Adam, is that still running too as well? ATOM, is that one still running? We'll put SPY right here. Thanks for that alert there. ATOM, yeah, it could still run. Could run today. That's another one I'll put there for the small cappers. And watch for other previous runners. I mean, multi-day runners is all we've been getting here recently. ATOM's another one. I'm not a big fan of ATOM. It's not really pretty. It's too choppy for me. I like staircases. I don't like charts that go up and down like toilet seats. Not my cup of tea. If I see a toilet seat, I'm taking a shit or a piss, and I'm getting out of that bathroom. I don't like dealing with toilet seats. They're gross. Under 630, watch for move down to 612 or 610 to around 605. Under 605, watch for move down to 565, and under that, then we go down to, and the real great support is at 535 area. On the way up, really strong resistance at 675 into 7. Over 7 for ATOM. Watch for move to 775, which is 52-week high. If we get over 775, watch for a spike up to 8. Over 8, well, 775 to 8 would be the resistance. And over that, watch for a move to 9. Maybe a little hair over that for ATOM. Could be on watch. Could be that multi-day runner here that we continues up on a day like today where we have no other tickers. We'll watch other former runners or random tickers to spike today. All right, let's get to large caps. All right, SPY. Over to SPY here, coming down to a line that I have in. That's 682, yesterday's low of day. I think we nailed that for the most part on the levels yesterday, and I had a feeling it'd be a tighter day. Today could be different, though. The only reason I'd say it wouldn't be, look at pre-market movement. We have come from my top line of resistance in this channel at 687 down to the bottom line at 682. That's $5 already of movement this morning we've had. Under 682, watch for move down to 681.50. Now that's going to be the make or break. Under 681.50, we head down to 680. 680 to 680.20, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 679. Maybe down to 678.75 rule. On the way up, watch for move back over 84.50. Got a line in there, failing at it perfectly this morning. Over 84.50, we run to 85.60. Over that, we run to 86. Maybe to 686.20. Over that, we pop into pre-market high at 687. That's your normal high of day. We've already hit it. Ultimate high of day then goes up a tad higher to 688. Spy heading to power out. Support shelf at 83. Under 680, 150, 25 area. Watch for move down to 680. Under 680, we then go to that every day. Building up a good support shelf at 83.50 here in pre-market. Under that, watch for move down to yesterday's low of day of 82.80. Under 82.80. I was really close yesterday. Other than that, with 91.50. Watch for a crack back down. We got close yesterday. I was wondering if I hit that yesterday. Let's get through more of the levels. More of the levels. More of the levels. All right, alphabetical time. Let's go to it. Always starting with Apple. Makes sense. Alphabet. Big move in here already way down today. We are landing at 59. Not a big level at 59, so watch for more continuation on down. Now, there's a little bit of at 259, 258.75 area. Going back to last Friday into Monday. Small little hitch there. If we crack that, I don't see how we don't head down today. And there's not a lot of charting there. We should head straight down to 56.50. I'll go normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes to the lows from last Friday into Monday. Somewhere right around 255 to 254, ultimate low of day. On the way up today, strong resistance at 260. Over that, really strong at 261.35. Normal high of day there, pre-market after hours high. Over 61.50 area, 61.35 area. Watch for a pop to 262. I'm going to go 262, ultimate high of day. Oof. AMD did break out of that wedge yesterday, but it didn't really have a big pop. It popped, came down, bounced off the support level, and now it's coming back down to it. I'm going to go with the horizontal lines now versus the trend line and downtrend line. This has to get back under 200. Under 200, then we're down to 198.20. Under 198.20, we have 197.30 support. Under 97.30, we head down to 96. And under 196, we head down somewhere right around 195. On the way up, resistance is at 202. Over that, we run up to 202.60. Over 202.60, we run to 203.20. Over 203.20, we run up to yesterday's high and pre-market high right around 204. 204 to 204.50, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes back up to 205.50. And I'm going to say this place still stays stuck. I think there's a big day coming, but I don't think it's going to be today on a Friday. App cracking back on down. Nice good move in after hours yesterday. Big move yesterday in after hours. We coming back down now. And next support I really start to see to come in would be right around at the original high of day. And I think it was in market yesterday at 415.25 to 415. That'll be your normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 410. Under 410 we go down to 407. 407 ultimate low of day. On the way up, strong support, now resistance at 629.50 to 630. Over that, watch for a pop to, or my bad, 429.50 to 430. Over that, we run to 430, 450 to 435. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day takes it back up to pre-market after hours high, 442 to around 444. Google's still ugly from yesterday. Google, Meta, and I think Microsoft are all just stuck in a channel, yeah. Google, Meta, and Microsoft are all on a sideways channel. The one that looks like it's going to crack out of the channel or break, whatever you want to call it, whether it's break to the top side, crack to the bottom side, is Microsoft. Back under 395 will be the key. Of course, we're already coming down from 400, so like today, which I'll say again, as always on these days, we're going to watch for a red to green move because we should see one. To me, the best bounce play is either going to be at 95 or go down to the low from a couple of Fridays ago at 92.85. So your normal low of day, I'm going to say watch for a crack through 95 down to 92.85. Normal low there. Ultimate low goes down to 90.60. And the low in after hours from Thursday, the Thursday before that. So watch for a crackback. Now again, watch for a bounce play and red to green move. But if at a Google, Meta, and Microsoft, this has at least the best looking move for it today. Over to now MSTR. MSTR, same thing, in a channel. It's a little bit bigger of a channel. I'll alert it. But MSTR, same thing. Top of the channel is right around 134, 135. And then when we get over that, we got the old resistance at 138.75. On the way down, major supports at 122 into 121. Levels for the day, under 128. Watch for a crackback down to the low from Tuesday. Great bounce play on Wednesday before we cracked, which is at 126. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 123.60, ultimately down to 122. On the way up, 29.70 resistance over 129.70. Watch for a pop into Wednesday's high and Tuesday's high of 132. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high takes you back up to pre-market high in 133.50. NVDA, same thing here, like Microsoft. Watch for a red to green move, but also watch for more crackage. Great support at yesterday's low at 85.70. We're trying to bounce off of that area close to it right now. Under 85.70, we go down to 84.85. Under that, then we go down to right around 83.50. I'm going to go 83.50, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 182. I don't like this to the top side. I like it to the bottom side, watching for a short and then a red to green move and a bounce. Over to PLTR, bouncing right now at a great bounce play area from yesterday in the middle of the day, right around 133. It's trying to hold that now. Under 133, watch for a crack back down to 132.20. Under that, we go down to yesterday's low of day, right around 131. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 130, ultimately landing at 128.75 into 129. A lot of these plays, like I said, don't like it back to the top side. Needs to get back through 134 for a move up. Over 134, we go to 135.20. And over that, then we go up to yesterday's high and pre-market high at 136 to 136.20. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day then goes to 137.20. Q's here really ugly and choppy too as well. These plays have just gotten really ugly recently. Holding up that 600 marker, trying to right now under 600. Watch for the move down to, and this is really hard. We're actually cracking through 600 as I speak. Watch for move right now down to 599.25. Under 599.25. Watch for move down to somewhere right around 596.85 to 596.50. Normal low of day there. That's the low from last Friday. Ultimate low of day goes down to Tuesday's low of 593, maybe a hair under it. On the way up, again, like a lot of these plays I don't like, it's got to get back over and try to get through yesterday's low of day, which is 670 cents. Over 670 cents, watch for move up to 603.50. Over 603.35.50 area, which will be your normal high of day, watch for a pop then to somewhere right around 604.50 to 605. And over that, we go to pre-market high to 606, ultimate high of day there. And lastly here, going over to Tesla for the morning. Same sort of look for a lot of these tickers coming back down this morning. We got support at yesterday's bounce play in the middle of the day, which we're trying to hold now. A lot of these plays trying to hold bounce plays from yesterday at 408.50. Under 408.50, we go down to 406.75. And under that, we go down to a line I have in at 405 area, which was yesterday's low of day. 405, normal low of day. Ultimate low of day then goes down to 403.30. Then down to 402. I'm going to go 402, ultimate low of day. It could see a move down to Tuesday's low, though, of 450. On the way up, 410.50 resistance. Over that, we move to 412. Over 412, watch for a move up to 413.50. 413.50 after hours, pre-market high, normal high of day. Ultimate high of day then goes to yesterday's high of 415.50. Well, what the trade at the bell, I like a lot of these plays to crack down a little bit more. You got the support areas down below from Tesla, Qs, PLTR, NVDA, Microsoft, etc. Watch for a red to green move here. So watch for a move down and then watch for a bounce play. It's what it looks like we're going to get here. A little red to green move. A little bit more red at the opening bell, and then green right back on up. Now, it doesn't mean we're going to stay green the whole day. Like yesterday, we were red to green. I called it out. But then we came back down and had a green to red move at lunch and kind of stayed flat the rest of the day for most of these plays. But again, down, down, down. Look at Tuesday. Down, down, down. There was a red to green move. Wednesday, down, down in pre-market, red to green move. Yesterday, down, down, down. So every day this week, we've been down, 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 then made a red to green move. I would anticipate that yet again today. And for small caps, go back to those real quickly. Watch for MGRX to get that next leg up. It is building a very nice bull flag here into the opening bell over the past hour plus now. Watch for that next leg up. Same for CDIO. It did have that same sort of bull flag look. It broke but failed. Nothing's really holding today. My play that I would say watch for a good move would be MULEC, M-L-E-C. Over 20, I will be going long and taking that into yesterday's high of day. All right, team, quick little break. Aussie Chick, Jay Webb, everyone else listening, I'll be right back. Be right back on the mic. Let me take a quick little break. I want to catch MLEC at the bell. MLEC is my play at the bell here if we get a good move. All right? I'll be right back. go. Here we go. Mulek, there goes my spike at the bell. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen now. So Mulek, there goes the spike at the bell. We'll see if we get other spikes or plays at the bell today. As of right now, not getting anything. Imlek is got a pretty big size spread too as well on it. It's a nasty, almost dollar spread on it. That's not really good. So I don't like that play anymore really as much as I was liking it. I was hoping it would do exactly what it did yesterday, and it's doing the opposite for the most part. Today is a definite sit back and wait for plays to come to you day. There's not a lot going on in the small cap sector, unfortunately, to end this week. It was a very slow week for the most part, and we're going to end that way. It definitely feels that way. CDIO trying to get the spike right there. So CDIO trying to get the spike up. We have this 325, 330 resistance line that we almost touched yesterday. That is from past chart history. And the next line up is at right around 355. So CDIO is the one getting the mob. So we'll go CDIO up top right now. CDIO. We'll go to MGRX right here. MGRX right there. So CDIO starting to get the pop up. Getting a pretty good size move. Now, if this can move to 360, 375 and hold up there, then we can go for a bounce play off of all this resistance. But you can see here, this is not a good sign to start the day. Already soaking back down into the 310. Oh, my God. Nah, well, there goes that play. Yowza, yowza, wowzaton right there. That is nasty time. Well, you could have got the short right there, possibly, right? If you're averaging into that and it came right back on. That's not good. That is not a good sign for longs for the day. Not a good sign for the longs today. And especially when I go to the Momo Hive Day Scanner over on Trade Ideas, and the one I'm looking at, like the true general one that I like to use more so than just like every little mover, is when it's hitting Hive Day. Small caps. At 58 after, we didn't see another one from SPAI to CDIO. CDIO was 13 and 16 after. SPAI again, which is not that big of a mover at all. It dumped down like a mofo. And then all of a sudden we have INSG. So it is, wow. INSG with a pretty big spike here too. INSG out of the gate. I don't know what's going on with INSG. INSG here is getting a spike. Oh, earnings yesterday, and then we're just spiking really hard out of the gate from it. All right. Wow, SPAI even further down. Youches. So we do have at least, there's that move. You know, it's a decent move right here from INSG. Was halted up, and then we got the gap up, and we're holding right there. So INSG, I was like, what's this play? All right, cool. So these are our plays for right now. So I'll go into a 1 minute time frame to see this chart a little bit better there. We'll see if that, it looks better in a 3 minute and 5 minute time frame for a support play back down at 320s and even like 310. But again, it's just not running that hard right now. Nothing else is running. Here goes SPY. We're getting it across the board. Red to green moves possibly. Woo! Yeah, red to green moves for sure. I mean, I talked about this for large caps. And Tesla right down to my line at 405.50 on the dot. That's beautiful. NVDA didn't quite get down to my bounce area. Red to green moves called it out. Boom. Perfect. And there you go. Boom. Red to green moves across the board here. So hopefully you guys have some of these plays went right to my areas and lines I put in. Like Tesla went right down to my 405.50 line that I have in. NVDA didn't quite get to my levels, and some of these were just right, like SPY right out that 682 and just, you know, boom, right on up. Some did see a little bit more move down than up, but we are seeing nice red to green moves. Hopefully you guys have caught some of that green to the top side. All right, sorry. I'm going to blow the nose over here. Really ugly reversals up top. Upper VWAP band really shoving it down too as well. MLEC getting the move down today. SNSE was not doing anything. This is really, really low volume here on, you can just see on the time and sells. Or is that halted up again? Did that halt up again? Did that really halt up? There's like no volume on this play. Okay, yeah, that's just really illiquid. Okay, that's really weird. Look at that. That's really weird. Be careful trading INSG. Now, it is making a good move to the top side. It's only up 3% on the day because we're closed from, but you know, you're already up $2 on the day. Volume is just very weird right here. No, it's not halted either. It's not halted. This is not halted. I promise you. I have the halt scanner up. It is not halted at all. Yowza, that is crazy weird. Let me go ahead hook my cord up, team, as well. Let me go hook my cord up. I forgot I'm on Wi-Fi right now, so let me go hook my cord up. One sec. All right. Boy, it's a little sketchy there. INSG is, but there's a nice good move there from INSG. I would have said maybe up to 1050, take the long if if he wanted to jump in earlier. And I kind of thought about it. Just the only thing about this is there's a huge spread in this play. So you can see the spread right there is a good 30, 40, 50 cents. So yeah, trading that is going to be very hard. You can just tell by the time it sells too as well. When it's barely getting any shares, you can see how there's just no volume on this play. So it's hard to it'd be hard to trade INSG, especially with TTP and the 5% rule and how many shares you can get. Regardless, even if that's the more shares you get, even in the real world, if you got a real account, you're gonna really fuck this play up. You got a lot of shares because of how low the volume is and how big that spread is. Huge red to green moves here across the board. Maybe move over to large caps here, and we'll give small caps a few more minutes. You never know what we might get. You might get something in small caps to get going. Can't count those out. Something could come up later in the day too as well, but what I'll do is move over to large caps. Move over to large caps. Asked over in the Discord for a bounce. I'm not going to take it just because I feel like I'm going to get floored immediately, but 290 into 280 is the bounce area. I mean, that's where all the support is at. This is a past chart history line I put in yesterday that really, truly did become pretty good support for yesterday and after hours, and then we're just right above it hovering today. It's just nothing's held up today in small caps. I'm a little worried that that's going to be the case for the rest of the day, potentially. Which has been so hot, so it is a little odd not to see some sort of runner, for the day. Ryan with a little bit of a pop. So, all right, I mean, there's a little bit of a move from Arm, and that was mentioned earlier. That was a former runner. There's nothing hitting the top gainer board, really. Like over and over and over, and then consistently. It's a lot of volume. AXTI is kind of like INSG here. I don't think it had earnings yesterday, but AXTI is not a bad move here today so far out of the gate. So AXTI finding momentum runners here. So AXTI and the VWAP's really low. I like the bounce play right here, right around 27.50, 27.25, somewhere in this area for the dip buy on INSG. So we'll see if that gets a pullback or if it just continues to go. Not INSG, AXTI. AMD with a nice big red to green move out of the gate as well today. Some of these are getting so close to lines, and some hit them, some didn't even hit a line. Let's go through some more of these. How's App doing? App, same. It's red to green move really for the most part. Meta completely going skyrocket here to the top side, making a huge red to green move. All these plays are just red to green across the board. Called that out beautifully. And now, of course, when that's going to happen, it's hard to tell. Just start averaging in, go small, and then if you don't get if you don't get filled a lot because it already starts bouncing, then at least you get something there. But yeah, all the plays we talked about this morning have gotten a good red to green move almost right out of the gate. I mean, and a big move too. And I think what's going to happen is it was such a big move here out of the gate, we're going to start to consolidate and sit sideways and chop around, I'm thinking here soon. Oh, man. AXTI, nice move here today. Excuse me there, team. So it did have earnings yesterday. So AXTI did have earnings yesterday. So AXTI is just like, it's just like it. That is crazy. Earnings yesterday. It had earnings yesterday. So AXTI and INSG. I'll put that on the morning alerts. Man. Another great one, both off earnings that were bad and now pushing back up today is AXTI, which I've seen this play in the past, and INSG, which I have as well. INSG is a little less volume. It's a pretty nasty spread, but it's popping up. Nice, good move today from lows, 8s and back up to the 12s, and then AXTI is from 25 to now almost 31. So a couple of good runners there to add to the board that you can look at today are those two. Well, there goes MLEC out of nowhere. Of course, MLEC would do this when I'm not paying attention to it. Just okay. Jeez. There's that spike. I wanted that right out of the bell. And it's kind of out of nowhere. So it's one thing when you're building up to it, and then like yesterday, if you go, let's just go back to it, especially in a 1 minute time frame, you can see we're in this higher low pattern. And so we have this consolidation, and then we break, then we come down and bounce, and then we go for more. So I was looking for something like this, where we break, and then we come down, we get the bounce play right here, get in it, get boom out of the gate, you're getting $2, hold it long enough, then maybe we get the $3-4 move potentially. That was it. I love this play from yesterday. It just didn't do that out of the gate today. It's a little less volume, and I would not take the bounce play now back at the VWAP or pre-market high. You could, if you wanted to. That's going to be try to be the bounce play for sure to hold up. me go back and see where this low is at. I don't mind that, actually. Going back to in-market lows, it's also pre-market low as well. That actually isn't a bad idea, going back down here to around 1775, 1750 area for a bounce play. And the other play for me is for sure is going to be AXTI. You know, back down here, it's VWAP is now really starting to catch it a little bit, but I still like it at that this 27 area. What's up, King Line? How you doing? Pre-market high is holding so far here for MLEC. Pre-market high is holding. What's that level 2 looking like? That's a big spread. May have gotten filled there if you put limit orders down low. You may have gotten filled on limit orders down low, but even if you try to mark it out now, you're getting out at, 39. It's not the, today we're seeing plays with spreads. They got that peanut butter jelly. They got that peanut butter jelly. He says Fig is moving. Fig not bad. Slow and steady Eddie. Up about 20% on the day. Yeah, this is where we're at. I like the bounce back at yesterday's high of day. Somewhere right around 205 would be a good bounce play. There's a hitch today at 210 to 205 area too, so you can start adding in there. So your bounce play, to me, at least as of right now, would be just back down low at 205, 210 area. NVDA squeezing back up to new high of day area. So we're getting a little bit of movement here from small caps. Nothing too crazy, though. Boy, this is very low volume. I'm going to switch this around with something soon. Fig's moving. RXT's moving, another former runner. So Fig's moving too as well. Nice little move here from Figatronia. So we got Fig moving. Bounce play again. Where I go to yesterday's high of day. Right here. A lot of resistance to fail over and over and over. And then you go to today and you get to this little hitch. Not only at 205 essentially, but then this here as well. So 210 to 205 would be your add-in for the move back up to, like, say 225. Maybe you get pre-market or in-market at 235. And there goes more crashing back on down here for MLEC, and that's the reason I'd say we could trade it, but the bounce play, but the spread on this is it's going to be hard getting A if we get filled, and then B getting out of it. I mean, the spread is nasty on MLEC. Best bet would be Fig or AXTI at this point. Meta's squeezing hard still. Google's flat. AMD's coming back on down. So now we're starting to run in their own thing. Apple's completely flat today. App is pretty freaking flat today as well. Looks a lot like Apple. Microsoft coming back on down. PLTR kind of made a move, but it's relatively flat for the day. SPY is starting to make a little bit of a move down. It's really the Meta show so far. Meta's really had a nice good takeoff and just squeezed a little bit more. I think it has maybe one last little leg up in it. I'm going to wait for these charts to build up a little bit more. It was a great red to green move. That's today. That's the play so far. If there's a play of the day, small cap to large cap, it's the red to green moves from large caps. Ah, man. I hate days where you have to just sit back here and wait all day long. All day. That's the name of the game, though. Oh, SNSE's going. SNSE is going. So I was wondering. SNSE. It ends up being this play, and it's sketchy. Look at that. It's nasty there. Some crazy movement. You can just tell that spread's going to be nasty. AXTI coming back on down here again. It would be the 2750 to 2725 area for a bounce play for me. I would test that waters out there on a Friday. Just go win a couple hundred shares just to see if we get a good move. Don't see anything I like at all. Like, it just truly do not see anything I like. Sorry, I was just going through different screeners and scanner systems. 49.20 is the halt up time here. 49.20 should come live at 54.20. Hey, beautiful. Rue, get up. Rue, get up so you can share the bed. Yeah, share the bed with her. Rue, get up, share the bed with her. Fargo, lay down. Good girl, Rooster. Good girl, Roo. Thank you, Roo. Finally getting some pullbacks here from the large cap takers. I can see round trip too from the large caps. Today is one of those days where I am not impressed with what I'm seeing across the board. The red to green moves have been nice here to start out of the gate, but that's my point, is we're not holding gains anymore. We're doing this stupid up, back down, full sweep moves. And I can see the SPY literally coming all the way back down to 682 and then going red for the day. So I would say now it's going to be range bound in 682 because of this upper or lower VWAP band curving back up. You know, SPY it'd be a good bounce play, and I think we will get a bounce play coming up soon. We have this little sandwich area at 683.20, right? Kind of close to the 9 in the VWAP as well. That midline, don't even be, team. I was eyeballing this and not saying anything to you guys. Oh, man. It didn't come down. I'm a little worried to take it now, put an order in. So much red and bleeding on the way down here. It's going to larger time frames. You can see that, right? So that gets a little worrisome. You want the bounce play to come down, bounce. Now, if it bounces and goes up to back to, like, say, 29.50, 29s, which I hope it does, then we know the bounce play, which I was, and I almost said earlier, maybe into here to here, but I was like, let's go to the lower area, and this was going to be the bounce play. All right, so we got the red to green move out of the gates here for large cap, sitting back, waiting and watching, see if we get a good setup from another large cap play, which I do like bounce plays, but nothing's really been built up except for if we come back down and we're range bound, which I see this a lot with the SPY, with our like hour or two of the day, we're just boop, 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 and then finally we break out or we crack down. So I wouldn't mind taking SPY calls, honestly, back down here around 682. This is going into let's see if it's going to open up right here, SNSE. SNSE, are we live? Ooh, nasty gap down too. Oh, man, that is absolutely terrible. Yeah, we're not getting a lot today. And what we are getting has a nasty spread to it. Oh, wow, look at the bounce and fly right back on up. I want to see what this level 2 looks like. Before, obviously, whoa, yo! 32.93, 31. 32.74, 31. Like, are you kidding me? Oh man, that is absolutely horrendous. Fig, here comes the bounce area on Fig. It's just too slow for me. I'm not a 10, 15, 20 cent mover. Of course, with trade the pool, you got to get 10 cents anyway for it to count. And what I'm seeing today, I'd be careful wanting, trying to take a 10-cent trade here. But boy, and see, the spread's nasty, but this is still spiking a new high. So spread is still spiking a new high of day. Yeah. What a day. What an ugly mess of a day. What an ugly mess of a day. SPY trying to hold up on the VWAP in the 9. Right, they're getting a little bounce off of that. Nice little move back on up off of it. I do like that bounce back below at the VWAP or lower VWAP band at 82. And this is what I'm saying. Be careful. I could see AXTI, going kind of round trippy today too as well, where this comes all the way back on down. So just be careful. I wanted the bounce play a little bit lower into this area. It bounced a little bit higher and got about 50 to 60 cents out of it or so. And maybe with the spread, 75 cents if you were lucky. So we'll see if it comes down and hold. And I would love for it to hold an area and show and actually go back on up, and then I would trust it if it came back down to it. Nothing that I see moving today. Of course, large caps could be different. We're not seeing much hold. Small caps especially, and small caps and mid caps. I don't see a lot out there that looks good. RXT's flag. I'm still watching RXT. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't think I dropped off. Cycle, refresh the page. The stream will probably get better for you. Refresh the page if you need to. I just took off Wi-Fi. I forgot to do that when I plugged the wire in. Doing good. Just getting annoying. Like yesterday was one of those days where I was like, oh, God, it's getting annoying. When I was having to put it. No, it was yesterday morning. It was yesterday, but yesterday morning. I was like, oh, I got to put this out there. Man, I was like, this is starting to get annoying having to do this every day, Merlin. And I did get a little annoyed in the afternoon when I put it back up. Because every afternoon, we, like the way we situate dogs and where we're putting them at, we have, because we have like a stable, right, of animals and how big the Great Danes are. So Merlin gets fed in this room. Like this is where he gets fed. And so we leave him back here because he's so big, and we want him to go out by himself. So because he likes to, when there's a dog out there, he wants to play, even after food. So we let him go out. We did the same thing with Groot after dinner, like extra large, giant breed dogs. They do not. Of course, it's called bloat. Look it up. Their stomachs slip. You can't have, strenuous activity after food. For it depends on how much they eat, but essentially for 2-3 hours or so, they need to just chill and not, they can walk, but they can't, obviously, but they can't go out, run around and do all kinds of crazy stuff. So he just goes out by himself like Groot did after dinner. So he's in here for a few minutes. We allow them, blah, blah, blah. So we have to, anyway, so right before I feed them so it's in the morning, I have to put it in. And then every afternoon when I go feed them, I unplug it. I got to take it back here. Oh, no, you didn't. I don't know if I would have been filled there. My highest order would have been 27.47. I may have been filled there. So right there, it actually is coming down to my order area. Again, it would have only been one allotment of shares there. So probably like 250 shares. I bet at most I would have been filled. Still not bad. You're getting a decent move there. It would have been, so far $200+ winner. I just didn't trust the area. I don't trust the chart because I haven't seen it enough to go. And it's not heavy enough in this area. But But this is what you're looking for. You're looking for flat plats. When you see these flat plateaus and the breakout from them, this is a lot of the time where you'll soak back down into is this team. So any play you ever look at before, that's why I'm surprised right here we're not holding, or even right here we didn't hold, right? So this kind of worries me, which we're trying to hold at that 205, yesterday's high of the day area, which, even more so than anything on the way down. You can tell the biggest green candle so far, which is not that big. Why I was not going to take that trade. But this one is one I wanted to because there's room to run here. But this is what you're looking for, these small little flat plats. When those get built up, and I know it's only 3 candles, but that's where traders want to come back down into, and demand zone gets built in. If this can get back over 29, then I'm placing orders back at that area. Let's go back. Nice red. I mean, good. Still red to green move for the day on the SPY here. Red to green moves working. No, Margo, I don't know what you're doing. Margo, get over there and lay down. Stop coming to me, honey. You know, every morning I'm here, I work. I'm talking. You guys need to stop annoying me. RXT finally with the squeeze. There's your bounce play off 205. Again, not going to get a lot of it. Woo, doggies. We finally have us one, and I called it out, so now we know it. So let's go back over to trade the pool, and let's put some orders in. Perfect dip area right there. We're going to go 250 at 27.77. Then we're going to go 67, 57, and 47. All right, sweet. Got it surrounded. Oh, look at that bounce play now. Look at the SPY ripping. Riposaurus. SPY, what was at the top of the hour? What was at the top of the... Oh, the Michigan consumer sentiment was today. Woo! She's a hoot, scooting, and booting. Red to green move really working out right now. And look at the bounce play. Look at FIG at 205. Look at the bounce play at FIG 205. Beautiful calls here. Now we have orders set in 2770s to the 2740s. Looking for a bounce play here on AXTI. So far, $2 bounce. Now plus some. God, that hurts. That hurts. I was right in the end. I didn't trust myself because this wasn't really doing much, which I'm sure most don't blame me for what we're seeing today. And Yowza Trousatin, the SPY with the Riposaurus here. I don't know how much that has an effect with maybe AXTI. I don't think it really does, but huge moves right there. Everything just went ripping. I need to remember that. So next time it comes out and we start spiking just to get in, because we literally see just continuation. Real quickly, I love seeing this right here. Look at NVDA. NVDA right to a line I have. And now I know everything's reversing at the same time, but look at this. This is why. Look at the resistance. Look at the resistance. Look at the bouncing. Look at the failing. It's beautiful. This is why I say put your lines and you can trade those. Now, again, if you're a heavy trader and you like to trade more, that's what you do. I'm not a big heavy trader. I don't like to trade a lot, but this is what, again, you just, okay, I'm going to trust this as resistance. It's popping apart from the opening bell, you know? And that's the thing, too. It's like, which line do you trust? And you have to go through, I think, a lot of the time and start seeing what makes the most sense. This one makes sense, but I don't think it's as strong as maybe going up higher, right? You know? So you have a line in there, but you're like, okay, I'm thinking we could rip through that. You know, minimally get to yesterday's high of day, maybe start adding in at 188s. And then into your, like, well, I've got a line in just over that, so I'll do that at 188.35. You know, so it's go. Woof! Look at that reversal right back on down. Same with the SPY here. Matt, nasty. Gee, golly, right there. That is some sweepage. And that's exactly what I was talking about with FIG. So if you took it, you know, you got 10 cents in the end. Depends on where your entry price was. If it was lower, it was better. And then maybe Aussie Chick, I know you brought that one up. So hopefully maybe you took a slow and steady Eddie trade on that one. I have my orders back down here at 27.50. Again, I didn't put orders in. I was going to as it was coming down. That started to bounce. And then I was like, oh, well, now it's not really bouncing. So I'm like, anytime when I take bounce trades, this happens. It's 50% or less. It's not like it's high, but my point being, when it cracks, that it actually goes to it and does bounce. You're like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Because it doesn't look like it's bounced. It doesn't look like it's going to bounce, right? It looks like it's going to fail over. It's not bouncing here at the top area. What makes me think it's going to bounce a little bit lower now? And it, boom, right on the dot. Now, again, I would have had maybe one of my orders filled there. I had 47, 37, 27 in mind to get filled there, like 750 shares, 250 shot, you know. So I only would have been filled 250. Would have been nice. Would have made a couple $100, maybe 300 on, you know, out of it at most, I bet. Yes, yeah. So T-Web, report that. Yeah, I don't know who is out there supposedly friending people. I can't find him, so we need to have like a. We need to create a. I need to create a channel. is what I need to do is create a channel here. Let's see here, creative, and figure out how to create a channel. I need to create a channel that says report the AK-47 fake profile. So it's crazy. Called you last night and then sent a trade on Tesla, but I know you don't use TradingView chart. Yeah, so it's like who? Like, so yeah, I mean, that immediately eliminates me because I don't use TradingView. And I hope it's not someone in Discord that is in Discord that's being a just complete jackass and doing this, you know? Like, I hope it's not someone we know. I hope that isn't the case. Wow, SPY. Everything back on down, team. That just got murked right there. Yowza. That's nasty from the SPY. Bounce play potential right there at 85, though. Trying to come into play. So yeah, please report that, brother. I don't know how and what's going on there. I can't find, of course, they've had me blocked, so I can't, unfortunately. I can't, unfortunately, look at it and see who it is because I can't find the account, unfortunately. RXT's breakout was very short-lived there, so RXT's breakout very short-lived. Oh. Got the one play with AXTI. So AXTI got our one play for the morning so far, you know, and I've got orders in to get filled there. Great dip buy off of it. All right, so sit back. AXTI is going to be it. Could be one of those plays like yesterday where I was like, hey, I'm just going to leave orders in. Wait to get filled there. If we get filled, we get filled. Yesterday, the play ended up being so slow that we canceled the order, so it may happen that way again today as well. We'll see. SPY getting the bounce off that 84.50 mark right here. So you can see 84.50 got that line in of support resistance plus an uptrend channel there from previous, getting a nice good move. So a good move off the Michigan consumer sentiment. Ted, what's up, what's up, what's up? Took small profit on good job on Fig. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. But yeah, T-Web, please report that. Anyone else that gets those, report those, please. Please, please, please. Ted, thoughts on HTML for shorting? HTML, since Fig was really slow. It is HTLM. Okay, HTLM. I mean, it looks like right now you're caught in a trap. So it'd just be watch for this to move back down to 270, and then look for a short back up at 335 area, 345. Well, you see it's really sexy up top. So it's either go up top again and go 345, right? Or, Ted, wait for it to break out and go to 4 to 420. Super strong resistance there at 4 to 420. Others just going to be, the channel that we're using over on HTML, because this is just... Large caps going mega style right here today, seems. So AXT, I have the orders in. Man, Meta there, good bounce play on Meta. Of course, it came there with everything sweeping back down. What was this at 6 after? Yeah, that's when we had the bounce. So just swept down to 48.50 area 50. That was beautiful. Now ripping a new high of day. I do like Meta a lot for the day. We're just moving with this. I mean, it's really just the SPY. It's just moving with the SPY. Meta's the best looking chart though for large caps today. This play is absolutely gorgeous. We're going to a 3-minute time frame here. Nice move up. We consolidate, pop to new high, right to a line that I have in at 54.50. We come right back down into this consolidation zone, the demand zone, and right back on up. Now again, it's just doing with what the SPY is doing here for the most part. A lot of these plays, Tesla, NVDA that I was looking at, Meta there. They're all moving, for the most part, in accordance with what the SPY is doing. I'd say Meta's got the best move, though, for the day and kind of doing more so its own thing. PLTR is stuck out to the right. I know Aussie Chick probably is looking at that. Not much there. Slowly move on back on up for App here. Apple got the good pop there finally. So I'm waiting to see if we're going to keep running hand in hand, because if so... It's like, well, where's the bounce play truly going to come at? You'd say, hey, bounce play again back for Meta back at 650 to 648, somewhere in there, and average into that play. But does the SPY take it and it just completely crashes back on down? So let's give that another 30 minutes maybe or so until I take a small or a large cap play for the day. So yeah, Ted, though, go up top, 450, 440, whatever you want to call it, 435, start averaging in there. Or go to 4 to 420. All right, here we go. Stocks rebound from earlier losses after Supreme Court knocks down Trump's emergency tariffs. All right, so stocks gained on Friday, even after a series of economic data painted a picture of weak growth, yada, yada, yada. Of course, reacted to the Supreme Court decision on President Donald Trump's tariffs. Let's see here. Major averages have recovered earlier. The Supreme Court and stuck. Trump's sweeping tariff policy. The majority ruled that the I almost said the majority. I don't know what I'm going to do there. The majority ruled that the law underpinning the import duties does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. Traders received a beatdown view of growth. Gotcha. Let's see. The record-breaking government shutdown is larger to blame, according to the Commerce. That stoppage, which took place through the first half of the fourth quarter, took off around 1%. Gotcha. Cool. Policymakers are divided between officials who are worried about supporting the labor market and those that are more concerned about inflation. Minutes from the January Fed meeting indicate that some officials will need to see more evidence that inflation is cooling before voting for additional interest rate cuts. Okay. And look at the SPY just ripping and everything back on down with it. So I'm going to give this a little longer until I reach my hand out to maybe get bitten by a snake today. Because that right there is just, we're seeing the same movement. So I'll go to a 5-minute time frame here. And you can see for the most part, we're up. And then we go down at 50 after. We're down at 45 into 50 after. We go up at the top of the hour. We go up at the top of the hour. Now we're going down at 10 after. We're going down at 10 after. SPY, Tesla, NVDA, Apple all doing the same right now. I do have RXT on watch. It's a slow and steady eddy, so we'll go with RXT, HTMLM, AXTI, so we'll go FIG, some plays on the watch list for me. And we have ABTS halted up, so we'll see if that really does anything. I'll go to ABTS on my side over here. Actually, let's go to it over here because SNSE, I'll leave it on SNSE over here. Maybe it gets some crazy parabolic move and goes through to 50. But we'll go to ABTS, anti-break tracking system. All right. Very crazy low volume. I do see the resume price at 4, though. We'll see if this goes live. It's been halted now for well over 20 minutes now. What is it? Going into about a 30-minute halt or something like that. A little worried about that one right there. CDIO did nothing. CDIO did nothing. Oh, man. It's just ugly today. It's just ugly today. Ugly, ugly, ugly. Now, large caps, they're fun. They're moving. But the SPY is what's moving everything. I mean, Tesla just went from 411 to 407 in a heartbeat. And that's the thing. Do we bounce here again? We're going a little bit lower. Tesla's trying to find a bottom. Same with NVDA, where I have lines in at. For Tesla, it's at 407. For NVDA at 186.60. So we're getting bounce plays off of those areas. That would make I mean, you just got to be a big boy and just say, here, my big cojones. I got the big nuts out. I'm going to put an order in down here at 407 or 186.50, whatever you want to call it. Either I'm going to get slammed hard and my balls are going to hurt, or, man, I'm going to be happy and I'm going to show you how I've got big cojones even more so. Because look at this move now back up off this area yet again. NVDA from 186.50, 186.60 is where my line's at. Now up to 187.50. Tesla from 407 back up to 410 almost. I mean, we're whipping $3 to $5 like it's nothing. RXT new high of day. RXT new high of day. So RXT is your kind of your slow and steady winner here. ABTS now it's gone up to 430. Resumption price. I love it on after 30 minutes. I love it on the guy that I follow, Zendu. It says resume. It says RSE or RES, short for resume with the period, and then a question mark. Like, I don't know when the resume price is going to be. It's been like 80 years. I'm going to then flip over RXT over here, and I'll put AXT on my side, AXTI. I'll put AXTI on my side, see if we get that pullback. It's gotten a lot slower, though. Volume has really died off on that. I'm still going to leave the orders in to see if we don't see a little bit of a bounce on that area. RXT, nice good uptrend channel there. If you want to put the trend line in, go ahead, put your trend line in. You should have one in there. Top resistance area is going to be the one that I'm going to put in, just so you guys know what you should be doing when you see these plays. And that's about right where it's probably going to fail at. We'll see, though. Again, not much failing going on. 160 down to almost 45, 170 right down to around 160. It's about 12, 14 cents from top to bottom there. See if this fails. Upper shadows, goes through it. We'll see what we get here in the 3-minute time frame. Next resistance area on the way up. Right there at 185. 185 if we do go any higher for RXT. I think there's a right or wrong answer. Depends on what time frame you're into as well. But this would then in a 1-minute time frame have it like that, actually, right? And pointing more toward a move to maybe 180. We'll go in with the bodies of the candles here a little bit more so. Boom. So maybe it gets a little bit bigger move up there. But there's your uptrend channel on RXT. Still halted on ABTS. Large cap plays are doing like, it feels like a basketball. Like, the first bounce right here. You slam the ball down, it goes up. And it makes another bounce and another bounce. And it literally, when I look at Tesla, for the day. That's why Meta is the prettiest chart, of course, on the way up. We'll go to a 3-minute time frame. So Tesla on the way up today, right? I mean, Meta look at Tesla's chart. Look how nasty this is. I mean, there's that bounce, second bounce, third bounce. You know, that's nasty. Meta's the best mover at staircasing. I do like Meta. It's at least staircasing. Bounce play for Meta would be back down around 149.50 into 147.50. I like it. I'd trade it as long as I know we're not running hand in hand, which we are unfortunately this morning. Woo, look at that, right into the line of resistance there. Let's see if we get a little bit of a pullback off of it. Oh, big gap up. Gap up. I think that went live out of nowhere. ABTS here. There's no news on this play. No news on this play. This is an Asian play right here. So ABTS is moving. ABTS is moving here. Maybe it gets a little something. I doubt it does. Look how tight that lower VWAP band has just growing on this play. I mean, just absolutely annihilating it right here. It's not going to go anywhere. It's going to get stuck here in a second. I need to get some more water. Let me get some more water. Be right back. Boom. Batman, no, that's actually a big bounce again. Another good sized bounce. Boy, oh, SPY is whipsaw action today. This is nuts. Up, down here. Where do we fail? That's the question. AXTI still holding up nicely here. AXTI and RXT are your best two plays for the day, in my opinion. Adam with the pop out of nowhere. So here we go with random movers here. So I'm going to move Adam over here. So we have Adam just hit new high of day. It's a low volume play, very low, and then just got to squeeze and pop out of nowhere. I'll put ABTS over here just to see if it does end up doing anything. I doubt it does. Upper and lower VWAP band have caught that play very quickly. Bounce play here. Look at this. Oh, look at this team. Whenever I put this line in on Adam, June the 13th of last year. June the 13th, my friends and family. Resistance, support. Is that not perfect? That is, and this one's really close to being perfect. Bounce play for me now would come 685, 690 area, maybe adding into 675. So ATOM, not bad. At least we have another runner here moving today. Woo, still squeezing. Still squeezing. Alright, sweet. Just making sure we're going to different scanners and different rooms. So AXCI still holding up nicely. I have my orders in, so that's the one play I do have orders in. Hoping for maybe going to play like yesterday. Remember CORT? That was right about this time yesterday. CORT was a great short yesterday. It just kind of came out of nowhere and just ran with the knife going down. Slow and steady play here for RXT. A lot what we've seen of recently, where maybe you get your 20, you get your 30 cents at most, maybe. You know, you're battling with the 10 at times, possibly. Bounce play at 170, then down below at 160. Those are your bounce play options for ATOM. Now, if the volume dies back out of ATOM, then I'm not going to put orders in. So I'm waiting to do yes or no. And that's the one thing about AXTI is the volume has really died out. It may just sit here in the 29s the rest of the afternoon, or say almost that afternoon, but the rest, I'll say for the rest of the morning into the afternoon. Same here with Atom. Do we just go back to really low volume and just kind of chop around? You know, so we'll see if we get the pullback, but I do like the 690, we'll call it 685 to 675 area, somewhere in there. Any charts you guys want me to go over? If there's a trade that you're in or you're looking at, let me know. I will break it down. Really tight flag here on AXTI. Might get a squeeze actually coming up soon. Good bounce play from earlier on AXTI. That was probably the better play of the day. I didn't put orders in. Even if I would have, I may have gotten filled. Again, I would have had to order at 27.47. It hit 27.42, but a pretty good play on AXTI. That's been the real mover. Besides the red to green move out of the gate for the large cap plays that was called out and alerted. Fig wasn't bad with the bounce play. You know, that wasn't a bad bounce play at 205. Still holding up, trying to anyway. All right, Atom Bomb. There's a little volume still staying in this play. It's not as much pullback as I'd want, though. Let's pull back a little more, boy. Little po' boy. Come on, po' boy. We need a po' boy sandwich. That sounds good. Maybe having one of those next week in New Orleans. I'll have to have one. Every time I have Cajun or seafood, especially when I'm in New Orleans, I got to have me a po' boy. Oh, man, a shrimp po' boy. Man, they so good. They are so good. Oh, yeah. Right here. That's where it's at. That's where it's at. You got little shrimpies in you. Got some yummy yums. That's where it's at. I mean, these look real good right there. Little tomato in there. Gotta have a little, maybe coleslaw's fine. You know, a little coleslaw, tomato. If you want to go tomato and lettuce, you know, gotta have a little tomato in there. Look at that. I'm gonna get everybody hungry. Oh yeah, wait till you have one of those next week, Aussie chick. Wait till you have one of those next week. Because what we'll do, I figured one of the days, I'll have to figure it out. I still haven't done the food in my head. I was going to do the food this weekend and figure out exactly, you know, what the heck? There we go. Alright. How we doing? How are we brewing? Yep. IBTS to the right. Man, AXTI, that was the money play for the day. I'm going to put Meta back over here because I'm not going to trade it because it's not going to get the bounce play. It's just running with the spies. All large caps are just running together today. This was perfect. Again, bounce play perfectly called out. Just did not put orders in there, unfortunately, in time. And again, didn't think I wasn't going to get a bounce play there. You know, if you just go back to it. Wasn't bouncing where I wanted it to. I was going to honestly probably just start market ordering in and averaging in on this because the spread was so tight. So I didn't put orders in, and then it comes down and actually right off of it in about a minute maybe or so of it going down finally, you know, and then back on up because this back up was so quick. Good to see it, though. I'm glad to call it out. It's just one of those plays where I'm going to, again, still have orders down here that I'll leave in for the day. It's holding up really nicely. The volume is lower, but it's still continuing. It's still continuous volume pretty much for the most part, which is lower, I know, but still it's okay. There's your pullback finally. You're getting these little small sweeps back on down, just rolling in an uptrend channel. Support at 690. We'll call it into 675 for the bounce play on ATOM. So we can watch for a bounce play there, especially with the VWAP right there at it would be nice. Not that that matters too much. You can always go a little bit below it, as you can see here, and pop back through it. Mm-hmm. Look at this too, Aussie chick. Check it out. Check it out. I'm typing in best shrimp po' boy, and then the second one is the one I was going to Google. Ooh, NOLA po' boys. Guys po' boys. Oh, boys. Oh, girls and boys. 4.5, 4.6, 4.7. Oh, that's by the track. Is that really by the track? No, that's not by the track. Oh, it's probably by the train tracks. Probably by the train tracks there. Let's see. You got to go like right here, right? Let's see. We got to go find one. I'll look it up. We got to find one of these like something that's off the beaten path. You got to find something that's Johnny's po' boys. Johnny's looks pretty hidden. That looks a little too fancy. But oh man, oh gosh, you ready for this, Aussie chick? Woo hoo hoo hoo. Oh man, and imagine, and I'm sure most of the time they're deep fried, but I bet some places you get them blackened or. That right there has my mouth just salivating. Look at that. Look at that bread. The bread is just so. Oh, and the fries. There we go. Get some pickles in there. Stacking them up, stacking them in. That's how it is too. They just go falling out. They just come falling out. You're like, God, you get a little extra shrimps to eat. Bounce on ABTS. What? No, I wouldn't touch that thing, bro. A bounce play? I mean, you can try it out. That chart right there, what are we bouncing? There's nothing. I mean, lower VWAP band. And what's that other play y'all were looking at earlier? HM, whatever the heck that stupid one was. HMLT? Or H. What was this H play from earlier? HTLM. See, this is exactly what you're. That's AB. It's ABTS. This is HTLM 2.0. H whatever 2.0 is ABTS. And you can see what happened when you came back down again, and your bounce play was very minimal. So I just wouldn't touch ABTS, just to be honest. But it's literally just H. What is it again? HTLGY. Anyway, it's 2.0 of that. No reason for it to halt up or push out of nowhere. Upper and lower VWAP band catch the play. There's some small trades to be had. If you want to try to short the top again at 475, I would probably want it to come back through the VWAP and then 9 before that happens. But it's 480 for somewhere right around there. If you're gonna, but it's just the play we saw earlier. Whoever's pumping these, they're just it's a quick pump, and then retail traders come over here and they just move it around. Now the smart traders will set orders in up top at 470, 480 for the short, and then this is just range bound right there. Range bound play. I just don't like. I don't like those that much. It's like I always talk about. It's kind of like toilet seat material. If I saw them more often, I'd trade them more often. I just don't see them that much like this, where it's like, oh yeah, I just put orders in at 480, it'll fill there again. Like, really? Are we sure it's not going to just squeeze and go for more? I hate these plays. Oh man, stop it. I was thinking 5 short, but I mean, it might pop into 5, but it's just. I would short this rather than bounce it. I don't know why this play is even up. There's no reason for it to be up, to be honest. Obviously, as we know that. And it's got that old floor looking at the daily at that area. At 5, there's a floor there. I'm gonna bet you we stay between 480 and 375 for the next, at least till the end of the hour. It's gonna be just the H play again, 2.0. 2.0. I really would like Adam to come back down, but now I think the volume's left this play. I don't know that we will get a bounce play. It gets a little because what happens when the volume really dies out of plays, you don't move much. Obviously, this true. It's just duh, right? Well, that's why. So if I want to go for a bounce play, I need volume to stay in this kind of range. We don't want to just die a back off and to get to this. We want to stay We want to stay right here. RXT is your one slow and steady Eddie play for the day. Again, it doesn't give you the best entry areas. Small, little short. Could have got the bounce there possibly. I don't know if anyone would have gotten filled off high of day, more into that trend line. And then there's your 20 cents. There's your, and you watch this fail possibly for another 5-10 cent reversal. And what eventually is going to happen is this uptrend is going to stop and we're going to consolidate and move out to the right in a channel. I would imagine that happens here in the next 15 minutes, the next 30 minutes, something like that, into the top of the hour. And we always talk about this time of the day. If we find a runner in small caps, it's now. It's usually, if it's a slow day like it is, this is it. RXT is your one small cap winner for the day. And if we consolidate up top, if I would want to take a trade on this, I'd want this to move a little bit higher and then consolidate, then see a pullback back down to 175 into 170, so we can get a move up to like 190s and maybe into 2. But again, that's what I'm saying. You're talking 15, maybe 20 cents. And again, how much longer are the bounce plays going to work? So again, if you took the first one, you've gotten 40 cents. If you took, the second one here, you're up 20 cents. And so that's what I'm saying. It's not like it's a big banger play. But Margo, go lay down. Margo, go lay down. Well, I'm talking to this set of, technology right here. I'm all right here every day, am I not? Talking. Right? Every time in the morning like this? Is there anything different? Merlin's at least finally getting in the morning. Look at Merlin. He's sleeping away. This is the one time when he's finally getting it in the morning. Like he just turned into a Great Dane in the morning. The Great Dane will slowly come into him as he gets a little bit older. Oh, swept. There's that sweep down right there on Adam. So we saw some decent volume. I'm not putting orders in today. I want to fill these plays out and probably mark it in. I do have orders for AXTI for sure. I'll leave those in through at least probably lunch. But once Merlin gets a little bit older, he's going to start turning a little bit slower and more. He just has all that puppy in him still. He says, I am a puppy and I want to play. Here comes ABTS here. Now again, King Line. If you want to take the bounce play, I just would be careful with this. I'm more toward the short side on this play, and same with that H play from earlier. But 380, here it is. Here's your dip down to 380. Let's see if you get the bounce play. This is the bounce area at 380. Low on that candle is 382. Yeah, that's, I was like, I'd short this thing. I was like, if you're gonna do anything, I would just short it. I don't see much of it. It's trying to bounce there at that 380 mark. It's given a little bit of a bounce, but that's your bounce. It's the bottom of the channel that's being created, which now you have a little bit of a chart being created here. So strong resistance starting around 440 area, really getting stronger as you wick up into the 470s, and then supports right around 385 into around 375. No, you're okay. You were probably happy as soon as I was like, bounce play. You're like, yes. You secretly were like, yes, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. No bounce. Fuck this play. Get the hell out of here. And then if there was one, it was funny where you shorted it down too, which was where you could maybe get a bounce. So good job there, bro. So I would say if you guys are in trades, whatever, or even like the Aussie chick, if you're still in FIG, or if you're in a trade, it's not all about me trading. I'm going to sit back. I'm a fucking sniper. I'll sit in this motherfucker all day in this whatever stock trading tower of mine, essentially, my deer stand, so to speak. And I'm gonna wait, that kind of reminds me of being a hunter. You're out, because I was like, I couldn't do that. Go out there 3-4 in the morning, whatever time you got to go, get in the stand. You're sitting there for hours until you finally, that's a hunter though. Got to wait 4 or 5 hours. And then I can't imagine that too. I can see now why, as I'm a little older, now that I'm a stock trader, where you wait 4 or 5 hours for something and finally it arrives and you're like, yeah, fine. I just can't kill animals. I just no way, no how, ain't happening. I hate it. I hate any animal. I'm talking insects I'll save in the house. I save any animal I can save, and I'm not kidding you. That's why people call me Dr. Doolittle. I'm not as afraid of most animals either. There's very little animals I'm afraid of. Spiders I'm okay with. Snakes are a little iffy, depends on what they're doing. If they're chill snakes, I'm cool with it, but they're the aggressive ones, and I don't like people being aggressive. You can get the aggressive coming out in me. I don't know how well that's going to be, how that's going to turn out. Anyhow. But I can see that's me. I'm sitting in the stand all day long waiting for my trade. So it's not about what I'm doing, and I hope I'm showing you guys how to have discipline and patience. But my point is, if you're ever in a trade and you're looking to, like, I just need a little guidance, just come over and ask me. Say, hey, Josh. Don't get the AK as much as I used to. It was like nonstop over at Tradecaster. And now I'm looking at ABTS if it does pop up. If ABTS pops back up to 440s, 450s, 60s, especially 470s, I'm going to start slowly scaling into ABTS for a short. SPY, right? And this is absolutely like, choo, 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 choo. I mean, wow, you were up and down and all around and can't make up your decision of where you want to go for the day after that Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report. Everything has just gotten really bouncy. Back and forth there. Bounce up, bounce down. Bounce up, bounce down. Nice little trend line on the SPY. I mean, you can see the uptrend channel. Meta's got one. Tesla's got one. We're forming some trend lines, I will say that. So we'll see. It's getting really tight, too, I've noticed. These large cap plays are super tight right now. Thinking of that multiple ways throughout the years how I've used that word. Tight, the correct form, as in look how tight AXTI is. As a very tight wedge. Man, that's tight, yo. Man, where'd you get them shoes at? Man, that's tight. I literally, that was how you would say tight for a while. Like, man, that's tight. That's cool, right? That's tight. And then, me and him tight. Yeah, my boy. Yeah. Me and Deck used to be tight. I thought. Oh, anyway. Woo! Look at ABTS right on down for Mo. So ABTS... Look at her go on down. I can dig that. Yeah, King Line. Yeah, shorts that. Yes. It's just like, it just dumped away. Yeah, I went. No, good job. Yeah, it's kind of like when you're at the bottom, little, like, how much more are we going to really dump? Are we going to go to where we halted up earlier? Now I really like that short back up top, you know, at 460s, 470s, 480s. AXTI do something. Watching AXTI here, it's on both my charts just because there's not a lot to watch. I'm going to make sure I don't miss it. There's that reversal. Look, we're finally getting them. You know, this is, I wanted a little bit higher, but this is what I'm talking about. Look at the beautiful uptrend channel here on RXT. This is why I say put your lines in and trade them. It's not giving you massive moves again unless you got on the bottom play here. Now maybe this top becomes a good top, but every other top you may, I don't even think you would have gotten, I mean, barely would have if you did, your 10 cents on TTP. Now, other brokers, you go bigger, right? You're on Lightspeed, you're on Cobra, go bigger share size, go 10, 5,000 shares, scalp it for, 10 cents, 7 cents, 8 cents, 6 cents. You can rack up some dough doing that, 10,000 shares here, let's, say you get 8 cents, that's $800, and do that over and over, 800, 1,600, right? Then maybe you got stopped out there because you didn't take profit, so you lost a little bit, so now you're back down to 1,200, but now you're doing it again, shorting up top, now you're up another 800, so now you're back up, you're up 2K for the day. You got to go big, though. It's hard to do, to go really big like that and get 10 cents on TTP. It'd be one thing if you're getting 15, 20 cents for sure on these pullbacks and say the trend line was down here. But this is a very nice tight uptrend. Don't forget to join tonight, Team King Lion. I'll make this stream public once we get through the morning session. So the rest of the session for the day will be public. And I know more people slowly start, coming over to the stream, slowly strolling over, so to speak. And I'll talk about tonight. So King Line, if you want to join, Aussie Chick, T-Web, and you guys that are out there still listening in the background, we will be live tonight on my live. It'll be my live stream. So I'll get of course, I'll have this one going through Power Hour and After Hours. Stop it, and then get the Traders Anonymous Friday night live stream up and going. Is the SPY going to break out, or are we going to crack back and reverse here again? Aussie Chick front row. She says, I already know what I'm going to get to match with my popcorn. She says, I don't know that if I'm going to go Fanta orange, Fanta grape, or Fanta strawberry, though. That's the question. That's the question she asked herself. Which do I want? I know the candy, But that candy sounds so good with one of those Fantas, and I don't know which one I want. I haven't had a Fanta in a while. It sounds actually really good. I liked them all as a kid. I'll never forget, I guess they were big in the 80s and the early 90s, those flavored drinks, I think more so than now I think they've kind of lost their luster with kids, or kids just don't drink them, whatever it is. But I never get after baseball games, and even after basketball games when I was a kid growing up. So baseball games would be an ice chest. You go out to the ice chest after the game, and it was whatever it was sodas, full of sodas. Let's get these kids full of sugar again. Like, they just lost all their energy. That's all we need. Like, you think as parents, they'd be like, no, give them water. They need to go take a nap now. They just they just ran around for an hour or 2 or 3. Go pass out. No, let's just jack them up with Mountain Dew. But I'll never get that at baseball after games. It was right behind the left field line, right behind the fence, running down that line anyway. And then boom, there would be 2 or 3 ice chests full. As a kid, my favorite was strawberry. I think as I've gotten older, I think it's all of them. I don't have a favorite. I think strawberry. I like grape. I like orange. I think maybe grape has the upper advantage a little bit when it comes to it. Maybe a little bit over strawberry. But I'll never forget that after basketball games. Run into the concession stand because if you played, you need to go up. Of course, they'd see your jersey. Be like a line of kids. I'm sure those concession stand people were just like, oh boy, another game's over. But always strawberry. And they had like the little small like cubed ice, like the stuff like you get from Sonic, like that awesome ice, like the little small guys. Oh, because then you could eat the ice afterward. Get out of here. I might be out later, but I may. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll be at home, man. We don't ever do much anymore on the weekends. Don't really get out too much unless we're like, traveling or whatever. Oh, Rue, get you some water. I'm sorry, baby girl. Rue, stop. All right, let me get Rue some water real quick. Oh, the good old Fanta days. All right. Well, pretty slow day. I mean, this has got to be one of the slowest days I've seen in quite a while, to be honest. Pretty darn slow. Pretty darn slow. We are about an hour and 20 minutes after the opening bell. RXT is your one kind of slow and steady winner for the day. Adam had a little bit of a pop, now cracking the trend line again. I almost put the trend line in, and that's what I was like, yeah, it's got to bounce at this area. That's got to be the bounce right there at 7. And you see what I'm saying? That was like, okay, that's a nice area for a dip. No dips today. The only dip we had today, and the one I liked, and I should have put orders in, was AXTI. That was the only place so far today besides these early dips from RXT. Watching ABTS if this can get back up to 450, 460, 470 for a shortened reversal. So that's the only other play I'm looking at. I'll switch those plays around. ABTS is up 100% on the day, so at least it's our kind of a top gainer, board list mover. When you're dealing with RXT's up 50%, that's not bad. AXTI's up 25%, but yeah, you're not dealing with a lot. MGRX, which was the pre-market, whatever, that's done, dumped over at 75%. CDIO dead, dumped over at 40%. It's slow. It's slow and ugly out. can't believe it's almost AKNR 3.0. My third in live training event. I can't believe it. I'm still just... How does time fly by that friggin' fast? Get ready. Well, let's see. Tomorrow I'm doing my sticky ribs for the first time this season. Doing them for my parents. So doing some sticky ribs. Baya halted up. Okay, Baya. Cool. Sketchy Sketchville. Halted up out of nowhere. Well, it's got an old floor there at 370. So 370 could be the resistance area. 365, 370. 365, 370 could be a good reversal there on BIYA. Baya. No news. Halted up. Pump and dumpy. What's what you're going to get on days like today? A little pump and dump action. We had it, what, 3 times now already? HMTL, whatever, HTML, HTLM, anyway, whatever, ABTS, and now BIYA. Now here's what we do. Go over to Zendu and go to his hot scanners. 341 is the resumption price. Resumption price is 341. Let me go get Margot. All right, so we'll put Baya right here since it's halted up. I don't even know where we're going to get filled on AXTI. I don't know if the AXTI is going to come down. AXTI. Merlin, stop it. Meta still rolling a new high of day. Tesla SPY, we're finally breaking out here, so getting a good little breakout. BIYA halted up. See if this resumes, which would be at 49.54. 49.54, showing 346 as a resumption price. Now 345. Margot, please lay down, guys. Lay down. So I cannot wait for the next office. The next house. I'm so bad. So bad I can't wait for the next house. Because I won't have to deal with this every day. I cannot wait till I have a silent office. I'll be able to trade so much. I miss it. It's been a while. But the days were like they would all stay in there and I didn't have any dogs in here. Because the dogs used to, like, let's go back 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. There would be no dogs in here. Petey and Rue and Groot were on the couch. I would come in here and there'd be no dogs in here. No dogs would follow me in here. They would stay either in the bedroom with Avery passed out or in the living room, and I could shut the door, and it was just peace and quiet. Not anymore. Margot. And then she's on her heat, licking her you know what. Got Merlin behind me doing the... Like, oh. I got Miles barking. I can hear him yapping. I don't know why he's not out yet. I'm telling you right now, you want to build some patience and discipline in the stock market, get you 14 animals. Or 14 dogs. Oh my gosh. AXTI, this is crazy how tight AXTI has gotten. Crazy tight for AXTI. It does look like it wants to pop the lid off at some point in time soon. I know we're watching ABTS, and the main reason why we're watching ABTS, again, for a possible move back up to the 4.4, 4.5, 4.6 area for a short. RXT slow and steady Eddie, not a big fan of it. Baya, you could look at that again, going back to past chart history here. You can see that's got that floor at 360 or so, and then really strong resistance comes in at 475. Now the floor at 360 or so, 375, might end up being the cake for it today. So if you want to go short, that would be your area to look for. BIYA, and Baya is that 360 area. Man. Well, just one of those days, team. I usually don't trade plays like ABTS, and I'm even looking to trade ABTS. Buyer reaching for that three, may stab at it. Yeah, it might try to get there at it. Might try to get there at it. It might try to get there. There's that 368 right there. There's your 368. So there's a quick little move back, a little liquidation sweep there. I need to go get. Oh, I have to get nails while I'm out today. I should have got those at Walmart. Nice short there at 360, team. Nice short there at 360. If this cracks below 320, you're going to go back down to around 295 to 3, and that short really starts to pay out well. There you go. Good job there, King Lion. Yeah, that's the day we're in. Take your base hits. Take your base hits. Doesn't look like ABTS is going to pop back on up. Would love for Baya to crack down a little bit more, then we can short that top again. Boy, Meta's ripping right now. Meta's the ripper for the day. Meta absolutely ripping for the day. Absolute beautiful, just a stunner of a move today for Meta. We got RXT slow and steady. I know I'm just gonna move the SPY off of that and go to Meta. You can see here, just a barn burner of a day here for Meta. I had said, I didn't really like it to the top side either, and then I mean, from the get-go, it's been a burner. And then we got that Michigan Consumer Sentiment Report that just sent it on a whole nother leg up. Merlin. All right, let's go. I'm going to go 350s. We'll go 357, 361, 364, 367. All right, cool. Got some orders in there to try to get filled up top for Baya. For Baya. Good job, King Lion. Good job. AXTI find a little bit of a pullback there. That's nice to see AXTI with a little bit of a pullback. ABTS too as well. See if that comes back on up to the 450s, 440s. I have orders in right now for Baya. There is that again, like I talked about. If you crack through 320, she was going to see down to the. I think that's why King Line probably took that trade. Took her right to where I said it was going to go to. Nice short right there. I thought about, and I had it pulled up there for a second. I had it pulled up on my market depth over here to try to put some orders in when it first went live. Right at window because you can't do it when it's halted. I'm like, I don't think it's going to get there. But I just don't touch it. Leave it alone. I wish I would have stabbed at that because I was going to do. Will you, Margot? Please go lay down. Margot, nope. Lay down. Margot, lay down. Margot, lay down. Margot, lay down. I was going to put orders in at 360 up to 375 somewhere in there. So I probably only would have been filled my one order, because it was so quick. but still would have been nice to have 500 shares there. Stabbing at it, more shares would have been nicer at 1,000 a piece or something. But that, I just, the shorting at the top, I always go smaller for sure. All right, so I've got orders in on AXTI at the 2750s, 2770s for a dip. I've got orders in on BAYA up at the 350s to 360s for another short reversal, and looking for another ABTS, HTLM, whatever the heck move, right? So essentially, we've seen this 3 times today now. We've seen it twice already before BAYA. Maybe BAYA just dumps down and doesn't get that second move up. That would suck. And then we missed our one chance at the floor at 360. No, you're good, King Lion. Making a little profit. Just being a part of the move, it just feels good, you know? Just being a part of the move is just, it's so helpful, like for your psyche. In stock trading, you know, that's the one thing I always tell traders, you've got to be in these moves. You got to start getting in trades. Boy, ABTS just died on off, huh? Dang it. ABTS just died on off. Might as well say BAYA to that one. And might say BAYA to we're already saying BAYA to ABTS, obviously. So I was saying earlier for a bounce, which it did get one bounce play, but it came in a weird area. 340 all the way back up to 4 was nice there, actually. But that, you know, that's, and then now here goes, you know, BAYA, 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 BAYA. Might as well say good to BAYA. Oh. I do have my orders still in on BAYA. I have my orders on AXTI. Been going live with you guys now for a little over 2 hours. Let me know if there's any questions or shorts or longs or just any plays, any charts that you want me to go over. Do you want me to break down a chart? Do you have a chart in mind for me to break down? I will chart it for you. Large caps, I would be looking for a bounce play at this point. I like Meta the most. Meta back down at 560, or 6, I should say 560. 6. Bounce play back at 656 into 654, set somewhere in this area. That's where your bounce play is going to come from. 656s down to the 655s. That's where I'd be looking for a bounce play on Meta. Apple, nice staircase move up today, honestly. Not bad. Go through a couple of these real quickly while we have a chance and there's nothing going on. Oh, they're all small cap plays over here in this time. Okay, well, okay. Never mind. Go through these right here with you. Anywho. AMD, look for a bounce play. I like bounce play potential here today. So AMD has bounce play potential written on it. 203 to 204, 203.50, somewhere in this area for a bounce play. Apple, really good move up for the day. I love this sandwich back at 260.30. The VWAP's at 260.40. I like that area for a bounce play. Go over to App. I like the bounce play either here at 428. And I really like it strong at 424.50 to 425. Keep going through these plays here. We'll go over to Meta. As you can see, the barn burner play of the day. I would say bounce play right around right there. 56, maybe a little bit lower, but 56 is looking good for a bounce. NVDA, come back down to 88.30 to 88.60.75 area. These two lines, that's your bounce potential. On NVDA, we're bullish today, team. We're bullish. Take advantage of it. SPY's a little choppier and rangier with the, where's the bounce going to be? Right now it's going to try to hold 88. Now if we keep running hand in hand, bounce plays will come lower if we come down here to 85. That's the bounce play potential right around 85 for SPY. And then Tesla, just going through some of these plays. Hate that, but this would be the better bounce play under 4, somewhere right around 411, maybe a hair under it for Tesla. So I do see some good plays in action today there from large caps and potential, and really good potential for bounce plays. Will you chill? You have water right there too, so stop with that. Goober. Both, you should see both of these Danes. They're just looking at me. Look at this. This one and this one. Yeah, you two. Look at Ruby being so good. You two being so annoying. It's like, what do you need? They just want to stare at me and then lick. I need to go out. I hear the pack's out. I want to go out there and play with my friends. Where are my family members at? This isn't cool, Dad. Why are you doing this to us? Man, take a chill pill already, bro. Well, there goes Baya. Even more Baya. 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 All right, so ABTS still has a shot possibly to pop back on up, so we'll watch that. I don't know that Baya is going to. I'm honestly, both of these plays, this one even more so because it's died out even quicker. I don't know if we're going to get the pop back on up here anymore on either one of the plays. This could be kind of the end of the road, so to speak. Woo! God, look at Bayer. Oh my gosh. Jeez, you're kidding me. Making round trip. King Lion, round trip. I mean, that is nuts. Round trip, bro. I mean, we opened the day down here at 210, but you got to think about most of the supports there at 220. I mean, that's or 240. Oh my, oh my. Now, of course, now you really look at that line that came in there. Of course, I put that over on the Discord. Look at that, right at it. Now, again, would have probably been filled really, one allotment of shares, maybe not a lot, but still. Wow. Wow. Yeah, wowzy woozy wowzy. Yeah, it's a wowzy whizzies. All right. Well, there you have it, folks, and another day of what the fuck? Why didn't I get filled there? that was a great move. That was great. See, I'm probably gonna call. Oh yeah, for sure. Oh god, yeah. That's not. Well, this we see. This is what we're getting today. You know, not getting a lot. Not getting a lot. That was, you know, the shorts up top from ABTS, HTM, or whatever, LM or whatever, and BIA were the best moves really for the day, you know, and they were just, you got to get the top. You got the top. There were no real good longs or bounce plays other than RXT and earlier from AXTI. So, and AXTI was literally, what was that, almost 30 minutes after the opening bell, had a great $27.50 up to $30 bounce. So $2.50 bounce was really nice. Other than that, it's been a relatively reluctantly slow day today. It's been very slow out. Come join tonight, though, guys. Don't forget. Come join tonight. We're on that, you know, Dual Stream Friday. Traders Anonymous. Gonna be missing out some good stuff. I'm gonna grill out first. That's what I need to do. I need to grill out because we're gonna grill out again tonight. Gonna grill out again tonight. Yeah, we're gonna grill it on out tonight. Yeah, we're gonna grill out tonight. Something like that. I can't wait though. Another night of cheeseburgers. We get a pound of ground chuck, and we make quarter-pound burgers out of it. So that makes 4. So we have 2 last night, and I'm gonna have 2 more tonight. Absolutely perfect grilling weather too. Like yesterday was so nice outside at night. The high yesterday was like 75 degrees. So by the time night came, it was only like 60, 65. It was glorious. Just got the grill going. Didn't get cold out there. I picked up all the dog poop and cleaned the back patio and just looked so pretty out there again. Like, nice, good backyard. Pretty backyard. All right. I'm going to let these guys out. I'm going to take a break here. I have been going live, I know, for 2+ hours now. Pullbacks. Here come pullbacks in the large cap market. So here comes SPY. Here comes Meta. So look for dip buys. Up top, you've gotten crazy shorts today. ABTS, BIA, no bounce plays really for the most part today. AXTI was their only bounce play early on. Like I talked about earlier, that was about it. Otherwise, it's really slow out in small cap sector today. Watch for pump and dumps. After I'm going to take a break. Like I said, take a break off the mic. Watch for pump and dumps. I'd imagine we get a couple of those. Possibly still. I'm going to keep what are you doing? I'm going to keep my eyes on ABTS here and even BIA for the pop back up in here. I put those orders in literally as soon as this crack below here. Somewhere in here, I put the orders in. I'm like, all right, you know, I'm hoping maybe come down here and we come back up and we bounce. I thought right here, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to get a play in maybe today. Lower or upper VWAP band's even going lower. I love that. No, it just dumps for more. Same for ABTS. So we'll see if we get those plays to pop back on up. Otherwise, it's slow and steady Eddie here from RXT, and we talked about it earlier where the bounce play is going to be at. It's at 170 or down below at 160. That's your one bounce potential. AXTI is at 2750. Any questions you guys have before I do step off the mic? Any last questions? Anything at all? Been a good morning, solid, good alerts, just been very slow. It just has been very, very slow out. Was hoping to get a bang diddler today. A bang diddly-atos. I will throw some jams on for you guys. My 2 plays, well, 3 plays I'm looking for. ABTS shorting back up top, which it probably isn't going to get there now. We'll see. Same for BIA, and then AXTI 2750 bounce. All right. See you guys back here for lunch. I will be off the mic for at least another hour, maybe even 2. What if I stream live like this? Am I even on the camera still? Oh, yeah. This would be funny. I should do this one day. Got the deep V going. Look at that deep V. I don't like it that deep. I should stream live like this one day when I'm free. That sounded weird. I'm like, damn, AK, how short are you? I'm like, well, I'm actually 3'9". I should talk like this. Hi, my name's Josh. Go by AK-47. I stand 4'4". 4'4". Fuck that 6'7". 6'7". 4'4", bitches. Yeah, 4'4". You know how big my cojones are? I bet my nuts are bigger than your eyeballs. Yeah, you got those big ass eyes over there. Yeah, 4-4 sucks, but it's cool, you know, when you're riding a plane. You get kid shoes, kid tickets. You know, everyone thinks you're a kid. Kid plates, you know, it's fun. I like it. It's a short life, though. You know, 4-4, you don't live long. They said I might live 44 years. 44. That's fucked up. I couldn't do that forever. I could do it for like 10 minutes maybe, and then I'm like, oh, that just hurt my neck sitting down like that. I always have to like sit straight up. All right, team, taking the break. Got the orders in on the plays I'm looking for. Otherwise, sit back, head into the weekend. We got the Friday night Traders Anonymous stream. You know, later on, that'll be fun. You guys can come grill some burgers with me if you want to. And I will say, it's not a barbecue team. If you say barbecue, you can't barbecue burgers. You don't barbecue burgers. Now chicken, okay. Pork, maybe. Burgers, that's not barbecuing. That's grilling. That is grilling. You get the grill out. You don't smoke it. You don't barbecue it. There's no sauce barbecues. There's no barbecue when it comes. Listen, we're barbecuing this weekend. Oh, what kind of barbecue are you eating? Because when I go to a barbecue restaurant, I don't order a cheeseburger, and very rarely do I ever see a cheeseburger at a barbecue restaurant. Like, ever. You're eating pork. You're eating the beef. Or the, what does Avery always get? And he camper anyway. All the different meats there. The brisket. Brisket. Who finally had that? Oh, that's right. Aussie chick. Oi, oi, oi. How was that brisket, by the way? You went to a true barbecue restaurant. So, because I get it from the people in the north and the people out west. Oh, we're barbecuing. You don't barbecue hot dogs and burgers. That's grilling. That's grilling out. Okay? You grill those. I grilled some burgers. I grilled some hot dogs. Whoever said I barbecued some burgers? You barbecued the burgers? Huh? I don't know if I want those. Might be a little burnt. Burnt NATO. Little Bernie Sanders. That's like one of those like things that just get under my skin when people say that. I'm like, it's not barbecuing, bro. You must not know what real barbecue is then. Brisket out of this world. Yeah, oh yeah. Brisket's so good. So good. It's amazing. Smoked meat. Any smoked meat usually is, I wouldn't smoke a hamburger, cheeseburger, but, you know, like when you're thinking of brisket, the ribs, any pork, you know, whether it's pulled or shredded beef, the chicken that you can do, pork, you can barbecue brat. I should say barbecue brats and or the sausages. You could say that, I guess, possibly, right? You know, because I have those at barbecue places, but anyway. Oh my gosh, yeah, but brisket, that's barbecue. That's cooked for hours, lots of hours. Some of those places smoke stuff for 12 to 18 hours. Some of it's 4 to 6, depends on how long you smoke it for, but that's some cooking right there. Being at work sucks. Missed the atom bounce at 690. Atom bomb. Well, you don't, T-Web, I wouldn't worry about today too much because you're not missing a lot, I'll tell you that. The best plays today have been reversals up top. There have been very, very small bounce plays, and most plays are this right here. Boom! Bam! Maybe we get it here. But this has had some decent, move up today, RXT. It took a while to get you, over 10, 20, 30 cents, though, really, for the most part. But it's one of those days. It's a slower day out. If you're getting your 15, 20 cents, take your base hits, move on. Take your 15, 20 cents, move on. There's one play that we alerted that in the end got more than a dollar out of it, or a big move, which is A is here, is Baya. That's a nasty reversal. And then me with AXTI, which I, should have put orders in. I know you missed it, T-Web, but I said 27.50 to 27.30s area for a bounce. I didn't put orders in because it came down and started bouncing right here. I'm like, it's probably not going to bounce now if it's bouncing at 27, because it was trying to bounce at this 27.70, 60 mark. So I didn't put orders in. Well, in a quick little blip, boom, and it would have only been one of my allotment of shares. I was doing 250, 250, 250 is how I was going to do it. And I only would have been 250 at 27.47. So it wasn't like I would have been filled a lot. But again, hey, can we stop? A 2.5 point, it's a banger. On a day like today, that's a banger. So we did find AXTI out of the gate. I was trying to find a bounce play, and why I said 27.50. It's truly just that little shelf. These little plateaus are huge. Now, again, what do you do from it as well is also huge. The fact that we go from 27.60 50s up to 30.50. Essentially, you make a 5-point, or I should say 3-point move. So then what I did is said, hey, let's come back to the top of it. I was like, maybe to the bottom of it. Now, so I was indecisive, but this little juncture was the add-in area. The top of it, for sure, as you can see where most of the bouncing was happening. Then throw some orders in a little lower, and get a good average. That was their only other play, in my opinion, for the day. That was nice. Otherwise, Adam was okay. RXT, okay. It's been an okay kind of day. Otherwise, it's Baya. Baya has been absolutely money. I say Baya, with a short up top, ABTS short up top, and XCI. But those plays were, it's not like, anyway. It looks like maybe this might end up being the top here on RXT, as we're starting to look a little archy, a little small head and shoulders up top, shoulder, head, shoulder. Starting to crack the bottom of the shoulders now. Watch for move back down to 160 coming up soon. All right, I'm taking the break off the mic. Beautiful peoples, you beautiful peoples. I will see you guys back here for lunch commentary in just a bit. Got to go get the stuff for the sticky ribs, brisket baked beans. We're doing broccoli salad. I got the stuff for broccoli salad. That's what we're doing tomorrow. Sticky ribs, brisket baked beans. Whew, those brisket baked beans are fire. This ribs are crazy fire for sure, but brisket baked beans, oh man. Broccoli salad's really good too. I can't be counting out no broccoli salad. It's some good stuff. And now it's funny, Avery turned me on a broccoli salad. Like, broccoli salad, huh? It's like anyway. It's good. It's broccoli. You either do raisins or cranberries. A little bit of those, some bacon, red onion or shallot, sour cream, and mayo makes like the kind of like the whipping for it. Your dressing, so to speak. Then with a little bit of vinegar, with that, salt and pepper it. And then you add that all together. Oh man, you can add some little smaller trinkets in there if you want to. But man, that hits. That's fire. That's fire. All right, guys, I'm going to take the break for lunch. If you need anything, hit me up. I'm here all day long. Like I said, I'll be in and out of the office. I'll take the break out of the office for at least 20, 30 minutes to go sit out in the living room and chill and just do this. Avery talks, I just hardly talk back. It's funny. It's Friday into Saturday. I'd like right about now into Saturday morning. I don't, especially Saturday morning. Saturday morning, I'm like this. Every once in a while, I have like this little spry energy inside of me. I'm like, wow, I've got more energy than I thought. Most Saturdays I'm dead till about 1 or 2. And then it's starting to get up, do a little something, then it starts to roll. Which I have to tomorrow anyway because I'm making those ribs. So I got to do the ribs around noon. I got to start prepping them around noon, 11 to noon to get those then prepped, cooked, smoking. First in the oven. Then I get the smoker going, put them out in the smoker for a little bit. So essentially I cook them in the oven and they're just so tender. Now I'll go put them in the smoker for not very long, 20, 30 minutes, maybe an hour at most, just to give it that crispy texture and that smell. Man, oh, they're good. Love some ribs. It's funny. It's little people. It's like cheeseburgers. Most people like or pizza. Man, it's like it's ribs. People love ribs. Like it's like a prime steak, or they're like, I don't like ribs. I don't like them. There's no middle ground. Like, oh, yeah, ribs, we got ribs. It's either you freaking love them or you're like, meh, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of ribs. I don't like them. I'm like, you don't like ribs? They're so good. Beef ribs, they're freaking huge. Are some of the best stuff you'll ever have. Pork ribs are really good too as well. Well, bye. All right, team, out for lunch. I'll be back here in a bit. I'll throw some jams on for you guys right now. Wait all morning. Do you hear her getting water? It's like, why do you wait all morning to get one? Now you're just getting water and she just drinks the whole bowl. Root, stop. You've had it all morning. You're not supposed to drink the whole bowl. No wonder you're like, oh, now I got to piss my ass off, Dad. Like, well, why don't you periodically drink water like I do? I don't just down 3 of these essentially at once. I mean, maybe after I work out or something. But all right, team, we'll be back in a bit.
SLGB NBY
If anyone is watching, y'all are probably like, what, 5 more minutes? What? Oh, that was a good one. All right, back in the saddle here to break things down for the rest of the day. RXT is done. CDIO is the only one really to keep on watch other than ABTS is, of course, the number one gainer we had earlier in the day. I'd say it was one of the ones, at least in pre-market when it was up, one of the top gainers we were looking at. Fell off after the bell, shelf crack. And making this little W back on around. Really random volume coming back in here out of nowhere. Kind of pump and dumpy action. Same here for ABTS. So we're looking at these plays in after hours. I very highly doubt we get moves in after hours today from these tickers. Going over to large cap plays, it does seem like we're going to get a pullback here on Meta. This looks pretty imminent right now. I mean, this could be a really good trade here in the last 30 minutes of the day. Back under this 53.25 mark, there's nothing to hold it up down to 51.25, and then you really might go all the way down to 47.48. On the way up for the SPY, we do have a little bit of, it's kind of the opposite, where it looks like it may want to squeeze and go through resistance. We've been failing at 89.25 all day long. AXTI, we can get rid of it. It's not going to do anything the rest of the day. Looking at the charts, I should say the scanners. Don't really see too much action otherwise. CDIO, yeah, those are the main ones. Main movers. All right. Captain Underpants is free to watch. Who wants to watch Captain Underpants with me? I like how it says free. It's like on my it's for you. On YouTube, it's free. I guess maybe because I have YouTube TV. Captain Underpants, not one I've watched in my day, but I bet a lot of kids like it. It looks pretty interesting. The graphics to this is pretty cool and pretty nice. I guess it's like a musical though. They sing a lot in it. Okay, just fast forwarding through it. Just fast forwarding. If anyone's around, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just jumping on the mic here like always. There's not a lot going on today. It was relatively a slower day. The best play today, honestly, came back to Baya. We called out the short there, potential at 360 area, and you can see it clipped right on the line. This play dumped all the way back down to 175. And that's kind of been the theme of the week for the small caps. These plays are just not being able to hold their gains. Go back to MLEC. It pops, but it drops. It pops, but it drops, right? It's not being able to hold their gains throughout the day. Now, we're getting pops, the second day, third day, fifth day, eighth day, whatever it might be. But the plays are just not holding their gains. Rhyme is another example of this. Here we go. Rhyme popped up last Friday. You can see there in after hours was actually a pretty good runner. Oh, that was during market. What's up, King Lime, brother? Forgot about this last Friday. It was a banger last Friday. 125 to 625. Talk about a $5 banger-ranger over the course of about 3.5 hours, 3.5 hours or so. But again, just not holding its gains. That went on a crazy run to hold its gains, but since then we're all the way back down to 2. Literally where we took off from almost that day. Well, took off a little lower than that, but just going back to the plays of the week, plays of the day. RXT, again, multi-day runner here, so you can see this was on Wednesday, and then it's just plays aren't holding their gains. Not holding its gains, not moving up toward the end of the day. I guess it kind of did there on Wednesday. Nothing there on Friday to say this is holding its gains, and so this is, I think, was, like I said this a couple of weeks ago, to you guys, that we can expect this, in my opinion, all the way through the new month. So I think next week, which is the last week of the month, I'm pretty sure really close to it anyway, it's probably going to be really slow. Really out. Next Friday's got it the 27th, and then the weekend, yeah. So we'll come into March with a brand new month after next week. So next week, back to a 5-day week. I will be out Tuesday through Friday for the AKNR. But that doesn't mean you guys can't bank without me. That was INSG. Those was from earlier in the day. All right, let's go to SPY. SPY here with that breakout mode potential there. Looks like it wants to squeeze over this 90, 89 mark. You can see there's a lot of resistance at 89.20, but then we did hit 690 today. This isn't one of those cases where we're even moving where I say, hey guys, watch for this at the end of the day, because this is just sideways consolidation. We're not up, and away, or down, down, and moving in one direction. So I wouldn't say, hey guys, watch for a pullback, or hey, watch for a spike. You know, going even just back to yesterday where we were down, down. I said, watch for a spike at the end of the day. And it actually happened a little sooner than I anticipated on the SPY, as of course you kept going up. But here's another example what I'm talking about. We're going down. We're not doing that today. You know, down. You get my point. Not doing that. We're just sideways consolidation over the past couple of hours. So I would say it now back down. It did for a minute there when right before I got back on the mic. It looked like it went to pop. Now it could get maybe closer to the drop. Meh. King line ain't no fun at the homies. Can't have none. That's right. You know it. Oh man. Hey, listen. You guys have it's gonna be a slow week next week. I will be around Monday, so don't worry. I'll be around Monday. Tuesday, I'll do the morning alerts. It'll be one of those things that I'll do them real quickly here. And we'll have to leave that morning. Probably, I might even get my live stream up for just a minute on Tuesday before we do head out, possibly. This is one of those slower that for once, honestly, right? I mean, I could just talk about food tonight. Grilling out some barbecue cheeseburgers. Doing some sweet potato fries. Avery makes some really good sweet potato fries. Did some broccoli salad. Maybe some black beans. Got a lot of black beans in the cabinet. Then tomorrow, sticky ribs. Sticky ribs are so good. Man, they're so good. Get their baby backs. Oh, man, I brine them. Oh, I do all the goods. They're some of the best ribs you'll ever have. I mean, truly, some of the best ribs I put together. And they even tasted my dad, which is funny. My dad's a big rib guy. And he's like, man, he loves them. My mom does, too, as well. So I didn't do anything for my big time. Like, usually for Valentine's Day, I cook for mom or do something. But last weekend, long story short, didn't. But I'm going to, of course, tomorrow. Getting there some ribs, and more ribs, my friend. I mean, Ribs City. Ribs on ribs. Ribs on dibs. How about that? Ribs on dibs. You got dibs on the ribs. So we'll kind of take you through the progression. Look at this right here. So you got to brine them. Then you got to put them with a little bit of that mustard. That's the binder after you brine them and get them in the soak them in sugar salt water for a few hours, if not 24 hours. You then put the mustard on there, and with the mustard, then go the spices. And then when they're done cooking, they look like that. Look at that. Look how gorgeous that meat. Look how perfect. And of course, you got to have sides. Little broccoli salad, German potato salad, the brisket baked beans. Got the jalapeno poppers, which I got some jalapeno poppers to make. I got some cornbread to make and go with it. Yeah, that's right. You better believe it. That's how I roll. This is how we roll. I'll get some pickles too. Gotta have some pickles with some barbecue. Gotta have some pickles with some barbecue. Of course, it's one of my favorite plates right here. Oh, man, the rib plate. You can't go wrong with ribs. Can't go wrong with the ribs. Let's see if I have any more pictures like with the cornbread. I guess I don't. I don't know how I don't have more. I don't know how I don't have more. There's a day of cooking. Here it is right here, brother. Got the potatoes boiling, the brisket, the beans are going, the brisket's was in the oven, and I put it out to the smoker. Ribs go in the oven first, then out to the smoker. Oh yeah, just so juicy when you cook them in the oven. They're just so juicy. All good. I'm going to speak into existence that I'll be at the next race. Okay, all right, let's do it. Dibs on ribs. Yeah, dibs are right. Yeah. Bring it, King Lion. Yeah, bro. Hopefully so. I mean, of course, track edition's, pretty popular one. Everyone loves. Who doesn't love to go fast? So it'll be very fun. Very fun for sure. And of course, let's just bring this back on up. And oh my, oh my, oh my. This is the track we'll be on right here. Hit that straightaway.
Breathtaking. Good job. Good job on the brakes. Good job. Carry some speed. Beautiful. Easy, easy, easy. Good job. Beautiful. Beautiful job on the brakes.
Oh yeah.
Easy, 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 easy. Good hands. Good hands. Settle. Turn. Zero brakes. Little bit of brakes. We're going straight on it. Brake, brakes. Come on. Zero brakes.
Woo! It's gonna be fun. And yeah, I'll probably just keep having them either New Orleans or Dallas, just because they're really close and simple for me. Maybe have one in Nashville, because that's like right in the middle of the United States. Maybe do one, but St. Louis, Kansas City, because those cities are close. I don't know if anyone really wants to go to St. Louis though. It's a pretty city with the Arch and St. Louis, but it's a little sketch, a little ghetto-y. Well, gotta worry about that place. But yeah, ribs, baby. Ribs tomorrow, Friday. We usually do on Friday night. We'll have like a pizza salad, whatever it is, Pizza Friday. Doing that on Sunday. So tonight, finishing up some barbecues. Grill out some ground chuck. Tastes so good, smells so good. Make all the neighbors jealous when they go outside and smell it. They go, oh, someone's cooking it. It smells like yummy burgers. Tomorrow, sticky ribs. Sunday, pizza. Monday, chicken crunch wraps. Fire. Chicken crunch wraps. And then Tuesday, we're off to New Orleans. Figuring out what we're going to do on Tuesday. Might do shrimp po' boys that night. Like first night, get po' boys for everybody. And whatever they like, get some gumbo. Oh, man. Man, I can't wait. Gumbo. The chicken and andouille sausage gumbo. Seafood gumbo. Oh, man. Oh, the bisque are so good. I love shrimp bisque. That's my favorite. But crawfish bisque, corn bisque, both good. Etouffee is really good too as well. I'm just looking at all the different food that I know we're going to be having in New Orleans. Here we go. I just go to classic Cajun soups. That's what you call that good Cajun Creole there, nah. You get some that sausage and the beans there. Oh, it's so good there, nah. Cajun potato soup. All right. I'm down. I'm down to have any of this. Easy Cajun shrimp. Jambalaya. God, jambalaya. I forgot about, what was the other one? Jambalaya. It looks like jambalaya, but you say jambalaya. Jambalaya. You're jamming with some jambalaya, baby. Shit is fire. Let's get everybody hungry. It's lunch hours. All right, questions you guys have. I'm going to go live here for about 6 more minutes. We'll keep the, this little watch on CDIO and ABTS. Got some decent movement from those two plays today. Not great, but it was okay. Oh, man. King Line, thanks for coming over, checking out the afternoon. SPY looks like an out wants to go back up, so I'm telling you right there, SPY back and forth teetering here. Meta does seem like it wants to crack, but we don't have much time left on the day there. At this point, just the way this is set up on this higher low pattern, especially even now, another higher low, just barely. W shape, right side, booty cheek higher. This has, maybe it wants to scream real quickly to new high of day right before the closing bell. So keep that on watch. Of course, ABTS and CDIO are your only two other movers really to keep on watch this afternoon, honestly. We might get one after hours runner I'll keep you guys tuned in. Don't you worry. I'll find it if it comes out. I'll get it right away for you guys. Yes, sir. Looking over this truck with a bunch of electrical problems, trying to stay away from the computer. Yeah, right. Stay green on the day, bro. Stay green, and yeah, just stay in the garage, driveway, wherever you're at. Got the phone, tablet out, just listening, watching. No need, unless like, in my opinion, maybe if like ABTS popped back up into the 5 area, you know, maybe for a short, you know, that'd be juicy. CDIO looks like it may try to give it one last little pop too as well. That's why we have this last 15, 14 minutes here. See if we get it. But it's a... Do I really want to risk the biscuit? I say no. Make that cornbread. Oh my God. Tomorrow with the cheesy jalapeno cornbread. Oh God. Did I make... I don't know if Aussie chicks around like, Aussie, did I make that for you guys in Dallas with Ma's meatloaf? I can't remember if I did. I think I did. I think I did. I love everyone loves I have to do it again. Everyone loves Ma's meatloaf. I'll however just do one this time. I don't think we'll need 2. This one's gonna be a little smaller, but oh man, Ma's meatloaf is fire. Mashed, but yeah, I think we did because I made the mashed potatoes because Fred. We had them. I'm pretty sure we did. I'm pretty sure we did actually. See back if I have any videos of this back in August of the AKNR. The Mexican food we had. I mean, check out this right here. This is from the AKNR in Dallas.
For the park tickets here in Florida. Without the hotel.
200 per person, right?
1900.
No.
For the park tickets here in Florida.
Whoo. And this corn, check this corn out. Check that corn out. Woo. Rue, what are you doing? What are we doing? Oh, here it is. Here it is. I thought I had a video. Here. Oh, man. Check out the glorious goods of Ma's. Yeah, and then here we go. Check it out. Meatloaf. Honestly, let's be honest. First off, Bart, man, because he comes with a good family. Wife cooks good food. How was it?
Awesome, man.
And let's go. I want to go to Tay, because Tay, tell me your story.
Okay, I do not like meatloaf. I like burgers, hamburgers, everything.
Right.
Hamburger. But I detest meatloaf. So even my wife knows this, and she's tried to make me meatloaf, but it doesn't work. But Josh's mom has made the best meatloaf because I finished one and I want another. Seriously, it's the best meatloaf I have ever had.
And you want to what?
I think Canadian
What's the
meatloaf
recipe?
and American meatloaf.
Josh is gonna
gotta
text me.
be
Thank you
different.
very much, Josh's mom. What's your mom's name, Josh?
Karen! And not like those terrible Karens out there giving that bad name for Karen.
Okay, so sign
Maybe using
language.
Karen
Sign
Blue up there.
language is
They probably
thank
put
you.
labels.
There you
Thank
go.
you. Thank you, Karen. Thank you.
And from Australia,
Thank you,
Aussie
Karen.
chick, Miss
Thank you
Ingrid.
so much. That was my first meatloaf.
Fred. And he's on in seconds.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Clap to Karen.
Yay.
Mom's meatloaf, honestly. And then here's what's funny. So we didn't have a masher. I forgot one. Check this out. This is gonna be great if it loads up. Why is it not loading up? I'm not even on Wi-Fi. Come on, load up here. Tell me when you're recording. All right, Fred, come in here like you did last time. Did you record the steaks? You did. Meatloaf. Ma makes the best meatloaf. Not a private chef. My mom. Check out the cheddar and jalapeno cornbread. Absolutely dank as can be. We'll get back to that. Now, we don't have a masher at this place. We're at an Airbnb. They don't have a masher. So, Fred, that's holding the camera right now, decided, like a MacGyver, well, this is about as good as we can get. So we cleaned it, we boiled it, and now it's time to test it. We literally boiled it. I kind of like it, actually. Oh, this is going to be... Oh, these are going to be creamy. These are going to be whippy. These are going to be so good. Oh, this is what I'm looking for. Whoopsies. Oh, these are going to be... And that is a paper towel holder. So you put your paper towels around that. Like, we had nothing to mash potatoes with. And Fred was like, well, this might work. I was like, well, I'm going to have to get the potatoes really soft because you can see the holes in that. Look how big the holes are. I made it work, though. I made it work. Oh, you said short, what, where? Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah. ABTS gets to 5. It looked like it's going to crack back on down, though, here. But yeah, dude, the meatloaf. My mom's meatloaf. Even Avery. Avery, she comes from Midwest Colorado. Just a different recipe for their meatloaf, and her mom's meatloaf. She was like, no one liked it. She made it, and we just ate it to be nice. So she wasn't I don't know if she had them or she didn't like them either, but black-eyed peas. And I'm like, oh, I can't wait, because what we pair our meatloaf with at our house is mashed potatoes, black-eyed peas, and some cornbread. And you open the cornbread up, with one of the slices of cornbread. I usually do the top piece. I'll put that down at the bottom, and put my black-eyed peas, smother the cornbread with the black-eyed peas. Then with the other half, that's where you sop it up. You're going to have something to push it together, so to speak. But yeah, so my mom, Avery never had it before, and I never get the first time. I couldn't wait. And yeah, absolutely loves my mom's meatloaf, black-eyed peas now. That's so funny. Good shit. Some of that Southern cooking, you know what I'm saying. Well, there goes a crackback for ABTS. I'm going to jump off the mic here. I'll stick around for the next 20, 30 minutes in the office. I got a couple things I need to do anyway to see if something pops too as well. So I got a couple things I need to do in the office. I'll last probably like 20, 30 minutes. Right. Tell me when to record. All right, let me go. Any last questions? King Lion, you good? Mr. Lion Man? He's a lion man, sing. He says, my name is King of Lion, and I'm not lying to anybody. Oh, here we go. And here's the food we had at the AK. Here's the barbecue. So back to the barbecue. Check out these plates. I mean, woo. The mac and cheese, crumbled bacon. I think that's potato salad, if I'm not mistaken. Beans, right? Whoo, look at that's called the Pitmaster. It's got brisket. It's got pulled pork. And it's got the sausage on there, too. You can see that it is a huge sandwich. I mean, it is, and it's one of the best sandwiches you'll ever have in your life. Got the fresh cut jalapenos on there. Oh. What's funny, CR Trader, this is CR Trader's plate. I got barbecue beans. He thought he got beans and was eating them and was then he finally looked over at mine and was like, I think I got different beans. Like, yeah, you got the pinto beans. He's like, oh, man. And he was like, of course, pinto beans are good, but with barbecue, and it's kind of weird that, when you go to some barbecue places, like, why you got pinto beans? Like, just in the South, some people want them, but, the little onion and the pickle slices with it. Oh, gee golly, but yeah, I thought that was so funny. CR Trader, we had a chuckle about that. He was like, oh, man, I wanted barbecue beans. I never get barbecue, because he's in Massachusetts. He's in Boston. He's like, man, I never get barbecue beans. He's like, that's the one thing I was looking forward to. I was like, well, I'll go get you some. I'll sub them out. He's like, nah, don't worry about it. He was so full anyway. After all this food right here, that sandwich is huge. Yeah, we Gucci. Oh, yeah. I just like showing off food on Fridays, too. I'm always like, oh, fucking food. Food, more food. And it was really cool about CR Trader. It was that he kind of surprised us all. All of a sudden, we get a box delivered to the house. And yet he does it again. I thought it was going to be a fresh lobster. But nope, it was just enough lobster that was in packages. It all. CR Trader had no! And I caught it on video. Well, you gotta eat it. Good fresh. Oh, we had lobster rolls. We had Ma's meatloaf. We had Mexican. We had burgers and brats and dogs. I mean, Oh, it was a extravaganza to say the least. As much all the food we had there. I think like everyone said too, like when they left, like I think we gained about 10 pounds. We started off with Fogo on Sunday. Then that night we got pizzas delivered. Then the following day we had, I can't even go through the room. I can't remember what all we had. We had a lot. I think it was Ma's meatloaf. And then we had Taco Tuesday, Mexican. I forgot what all we had. It was a lot of good food. 100%. All right, team. Well, it doesn't look like the small caps are getting a spike because I stayed all the way almost to the closing bell and it ain't happened with ABTS cracking back on down now through 4 and CDIO is still below 3. I still feel CDIO, the way it's set up in this chart, could see a quick squeeze out of the gate here in the closing bell or just sometime in power or after hours. So keep CDIO on watch. Other than that, I think it'll be a new mover. So if we see a new mover, it's either going to be that or CDIO in after hours today. Lost boys, lost girls, have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. I'll see you all back here on Money Monday. I'll jump, of course, back on the mic if something, if something happens this afternoon. That's how smart my dogs are. They know the verbiage. I'm like, I'm not leaving right now. You actually need to lay back down. Anyway, have a great one, team. Love you guys. See you on Monday. I'll throw some jams on for now. Bang-a-ring.
it up towards 5. Honestly, guys, I like.
Best long play of the day. Feed.
Energy. You say, I know. Get a tightening of up or down. We'll find out, right? Contraction coming in there on feed.
I like that. Yeah.
Contraction, right? That's what's telling you. It's not telling you that it's going up, but it's telling you that it's getting ready, right? Because the candles are getting smaller. This is what I mean by shorting that TCGL, Kevin. So when you said the 15-minute candles were bigger and they got to smaller. So waiting to that smaller time on TCGL could be that time to short, because now what you get is consolidation, right? You're waiting for consolidation to short, essentially.
Yeah, that's the euphoria into the descending triangle where it starts contracting. I think it's a great edge for newer traders to trade, because you have clarity of mind. You know there's clear risk levels to risk off of. You're not going to catch yourself necessarily in deer in headlights.
Yeah, if there's no level close to you that you can risk, it should never ever be a big size position. And so the only way you can ever do those positions is if you clearly are defining your risk rules, right? Your risk parameters in every trade, right? So that's why I always say you size into winners, right? You set yourself up for the start when it starts to work. Okay, if you want to build up the skill of adding, that's okay, but that's because it's working, right? Not because you just want to size into a bigger trade, right? That's not the idea. The idea to size into a bigger trade is because it's working, not because you're trying to make more money. You see just the differentiating factor there. If it's just to cash more because the setup is good, stop doing it. That's not where you add. You can't add because the setup looks better. That's how we ruin ourselves, because we think that this one setup is going to give us a success. No one setup is any good for us to outsize ourselves. So write that one down, penny stock traders. No one setup is good enough for me to outsize myself. Right?
I love it.
Right? Put that one and read it every day.
I was just talking
setup is good enough for me to oversize. And until you actually do that on every single trade, then don't put that sticky note away, right? I know Josh leads on those, right? Josh, you used to do the sticky note all over.
I got sticky notes everywhere too.
You too, Kev, like all over your monitors, like yelling at you, like telling you this.
That's hilarious. We're all the same. We're the same. Yeah, traders, we're the same breed here.
Yeah, that's how you first start doing it, dude. I used to keep a heart monitor on my wrist. I used to tell myself if my heart was too fast, no trade.
We just opened up TCGL. All right. Wow, wowsies.
Wowsies. That's look at
spread
that
right there, baby.
Taking a just super small short starter on this, but again, I'm like over under. It's probably pulling up towards 20. This is a dangerous trade.
That is wild, man.
This is the Wild West. Yeah, here's a couple sticky notes I'm seeing right now. Confirmation over anticipation.
Candles getting bigger tells me not to touch it. Remember, we've talked about the candles getting bigger, not smaller. Bigger expansion means more push to the upside.
Fake halt.
And more push to the upside. Right, so what is this? 458. Last one was only 286. Expansion of candles, right? We're getting expansion. We're not getting contraction.
I'm taking the halt strategy here. I did jump in long there. 1768, I'm long.
I like it.
For the move to 20, 1875 to 20.
God,
I have to like this when I watch these, I tell myself right now, because everything tells me, oh Mitch, but just go trade this one with the funded account. Just go throw a little bit at it. No, Mitch. No.
Yeah, you got that angel and devil on your shoulders.
No. This guy over here, push that guy off, dude. Don't let him distract you. That's not your trade. That's not your trade, right? That's not your trade, right? That's why when you see other traders doing really well on a trade, you don't just jump in it because, oh, those traders are doing well. I need to jump in on this.
Yeah.
Trust me, recipe of disaster, right? So those are the things we need to avoid, right? I'm sure the chat is loving this conversation because I'm
Oh,
sure
yeah.
all these guys are about it.
This is funny. Well, Josh and I mean, I hope we can both just like kind of piece this trade together because essentially I'm like in a very slow short scale. And
Yeah.
Josh, what are you thinking? Like out of this halt, are you going to be taking some off? It looks like
Yeah.
it's opening up 1845.
Yeah,
The
so we'll
open
see if
price.
we get that. I'm anticipating one more good sized gap up here. Pop into like the 1875. It could even see that quick surge to 20. So my goal would be sell some at 1875. I know I promise you, we're gonna see a touch of 1875 or close to it. So I'll try to rip off half of the shares there, leave it for 18 stop loss. Where we halted up at. It's got to stay support. 1801. It's got to be support. I do feel like you get that real quick tip to 20. We could even get a good sized gap up. You think of the first gap up we got, first gap up here a couple of minutes ago, we went for the close was 11.55. The open of the next candle was 13.10. So you're talking about $1.60 gap. Then we closed at $14.40 and then opened up at 16.06. So we're talking about another $1.50, $1.60 gap. I think we may get one of those again, depending on what that. I know the LELD sometimes is a little off on these crazy movers that run out of nowhere like this. I see there's no way we don't see 1875. The goal there is to take half there, the other half at 20, and just take a quick little scalpy trade here.
Yeah.
Kind of like the 35 to 50 roll. This is kind of like that 15 to 20 break. I'm just a little late on it here. Of course, it halted up at 14.50 anyway. Got the halt strategy. You saw it came down, tipped right up off of it there. Opened up at 16, came right down, hit 14.40. And I take that I call it essentially kind of like a gap and go is what you call it. That's usually opening bell thought process. I trade that the same thing here for these halt plays. So gaps up, comes down and go. So as soon as I saw this candle turn green, I got in, but the spread was so bad. I got such a
Oh, it's scary. Yeah. Yeah.
So I was like, well, let's run into another halt here, hopefully. And then that's the strategy there. Get this last gap up, last little bit of like you think, and I as well, trading these for so long, this last little bit of movement up, then you play.
Then
you get exhausted.
I'll give it I'll give it a couple hundred of risk here. I'm gonna hit it 2 more times likely through 20. Slow scale. Give it a couple hundred, and then
Reese. And by the way, Reese doesn't know. Reese, you can trade halt plays now, so it doesn't matter when they halt, how they halt. You can trade them at any time. So you can trade halt plays on Thinkorswim. I mean, on Trade the Pool. When did we start that on Trade the Pool? Was that back in October, November?
Yeah, it happened with the 5% rule. So the 8% rule was taken off, and the 5%
November. I think it was November. I think that was November when that happened. Yeah. So since then, I'm in heaven because there for a while because I love trading these. I like I don't have any. Just my edge is there with them, and I know how to trade them, so to speak. And I was like, I can't trade them, right? So that was the one rule that I love. I remember when Katz. If y'all remember that meeting we had that one day. I was like, hold on, what you said? What? No halt. We're done with that rule. Heck yeah. I was like, thank you. And I love that too. How we open up, and even to you guys, reach out to the Discord, reach out to us, say, hey, they listen. We are listening to you guys as our customers and clientele, of saying, hey, can we adjust this? Hey, can we adjust that? Hey, I had this thought process. I think we should change this. They're listening. So if you have any advice, anything you want to change, we're always moving forward in the right direction here. So that was one that I loved, was to be able to, and then I said, hey, I can't right now. I want to be able to put limit orders. I want to be able to put things out there while play is halted. So I'm not just kind of stuck. And we're working on that. So that way when a play is halted.
Open up here in 10 seconds. Sorry to interrupt. 1845 is the open.
Yeah, you're good. Another one to watch here, guys, for you penny stock players, DCX.
Yes, that was one earlier too. I was with, yep.
Looks really good. If it's building off of 4s. At some point, it looks like it wants to pop above 450s. It might be like a later in the day run, but I'd definitely keep it on the radar. It looks really like it's developing. What tells me that is the 2 million share buy volume right out the gates that created a bottoming at like 386. As long as 380s hold right now, that stock is still strong. So DCX, we'll see what happens.
DCX, okay.
Yeah, it's definitely
10 or 15 minute halt.
After and another one, GCTS. That's a cup and handle pattern all over that one. GCTS. That's my scanner catching these, right? Those are pushes that are pulling back, right?
Right.
So I like to catch those all the time. And the one that I mentioned, the real penny stock that's now taking the lead, SGN. I talked about that at like 25 cents. It's already up to 33, up a good like 31%. So that what can I see on that? The hourly pattern. The hourly pattern was just really developing on that one. That told me, hey, this one can actually move as penny stock.
It'd be neat if we could get like under $1, maybe 5 cents would be or kind of a rule, because this is going to be very difficult to get 10 cents out of SGN, but definitely volatility volume on that play.
Yeah, that would be a good
crazy.
rule. That would be a good rule. Under $1, it's a 5-cent roll instead of 10-cent roll.
Yeah, I just want the no rules, but that's just me.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Hopefully we can
That's
get.
just me, but that's just me, right? You got to be honest where you can, right? And so to me, like the halt, I don't really usually play halts, right?
Right.
Like that's not my game, but like that's what it's always about, right? Find your cup of tea and stick to it.
Back to J-Nug you mentioned earlier. It's actually literally where it came down to today. Bounced right off. Yeah, it bounced off Tuesday's low of day. If this cracks Tuesday's low of day, watch for gold, J-Nug, other stocks to continue to crack on down. Not a lot to hold it up. We could see J-Nug down to 300, even sub 300 today. Just again, good shout out for Money Mitch earlier. I just kind of pulled the chart up a little bit ago and been watching it since.
Yeah.
It looks like it can go for more. Love it though. Good alert there. All right, waiting on TCGL. We got 30 or 44.40 resumption time if it's a 10-minute resumption.
Basic materials just went from green today to red, and that's a big sign. And it's, of course, silver, gold, copper, metals, all just wipeout move. So it might make sense to short names like USAR and names like that, right? Names that are extended on those makes sense, right? So like a UUUU short right now.
This HYMC too. I mean, this was a minerals play that's giving it up today, but this play has been.
This is why I like sectors and industries, right? Because let's just be honest. You look at that and it's a sea of red everywhere, right? You trade short on some of those names. If you don't win on some of those, then we need to talk. We need to have a conversation, right? Because they're all going down and it's like 15-minute candles just straight down. That's really important to catch, because if you could catch that early enough, you can just spread out your money in tons of names and expect some stop outs, but you'll get a lot of that. That's more systematic trading also, right? In another way.
Yeah.
So, hey man, I like AU on the long-term short. So I love AU when it finally breaks. I'll be watching to see what happens in the next couple of days, because it's not going to be easy, right? They always make it a little difficult.
AU.
TCGL. Well, yeah, we'll see 10:44.40, about 50 seconds. Yeah.
I like how it's almost like we're sitting back waiting for it to open.
Dude, I'd be shaking in my boots, trembling if I was in a long up here. But you know how to play these so well.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. Yeah,
I'm just like calm in it. I'm calming my side because I'm like,
it's more what would be the pop that you would take the sell? All right, that's what where's the pop where you take the sell? Because sometimes you'll get these instant pops, right? And if you are fast enough, you can cash out on them.
Yeah.
So you got to be ready though, right? Orders active, order form ready to go.
That's me right now.
Getting out, right?
Ready to scale out. I'm only in 100 shares. I just went small, but yeah, I'm ready to scale out instantaneously. It's like playing a video game. You got those first person shooters, bro. You got to be ready anymore.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Let's go.
Like I talked about, you go and what are you getting now? Another expansion.
Just halting up again. They call it real halt. Good work, Mr. Josh.
Let's go. Right. That was a monster move right there. I was not anticipating that.
No, I saw the 1850s. Didn't hit it again yet. Good work.
That's why you got to be ready to cash out, right? How long did it really take there to give you the ability to try to cash out, right? And so there's nothing wrong also of selling pieces as you go on up on a name like this, right? maybe Josh says, "Oh well, I'll take out half."
Yeah.
Right, and see what happens, and put a break even immediately, right? And so things like that you need to be thinking about. But great trade there, and I'm glad I brought it up. We brought this thing up now at 12s, and it's now 20s.
Thank you.
Right? So,
That's why I tell people all the time. They're like, I love using scanners, but sometimes I may miss it on the scanners, and that's why I love listening to other people. I'm like, you never know, you may run across something you like, so don't ever, throw your put your nose up to something. I'm always like, when someone says something, oh, okay, literally, like, again, back to J-Nug. Money Mitch, like, J, okay, oh shoot, okay,
yeah, dude, it's just, and sometimes it's about knowing the trend, right? Because then not on shorting that one, you have the herd actually helping you. The herd is just pushing down on it. It is just like every time it pumps back, it's like the big bully's just punching it back down. He's just get back down, get back down.
2109
bounces back up, get back down, buddy. Because that's exactly what's going on. And you know what's happening too, right? All the longs are like this. Oh no.
Yeah.
I was thinking
Not
about
one
selling
word.
yesterday. Oh no. Oh no. And I can tell you because I was starting to see shorts of people buying a ton of gold, like physical gold, and then going 3 days later and then being like, "Hey dude, cash in and give me more gold. I don't want the profits, I want more gold."
The gold. I love gold.
That tells you something, man. That tells you something. When the Uber guy is driving around with gold, that's not a sign of a bottom.
Yeah.
That's a sign of a top, man. That's a sign of a top. So this could be it. This could be it. And what I talked about earlier today, remember, the show was talking about silver, right? And how there was that big short in silver and how potentially people were thinking that he was getting run over. I talked about how he's probably getting ready to juice up.
Yeah.
He's like, you guys just helped me out. You guys just gave me better pricing. Now I'm going to take my real money. It was a 20 something or 30 something mil bet. I threw another 30 at it, or another 60 at it, right? Ready to go, saying, pop this back to me. This is how I play. I get my trade. I take a tiny bit off, probably. He probably took cashed a little bit, right? Just to pay himself for some risk, opportunity. And when it pops back, he's juicing up and ready to go.
Yeah. Juice her up, baby.
Yeah, it's just the over.
Here's a trade right now that could be making a move here, guys. So there's a lot of energy talk today because of Iran conversations. People are expecting a U.S. to be attacking in the next couple of days. So you're starting to see Gush get a little bit of a bid here on an hourly pullback. I play this all the time. If I play oil, it's hourly long pullbacks. So what is this? Hourly support right here, 26.25. Could play right back into Gush here. So might take a Gush trade here. I don't take Gush too often here, but if we're really going to attack, this could really be a takeoff today. So we could take a little bit here. It's not my cup of tea because it's not a swing vehicle, right? Gush is not really your swing vehicle. It's kind of a day trade leverage vehicle, but I think Gush is definitely a trade to watch here as it starts to push off the 15-minute bottoms, right? So you look at the hourly, look at those hourlies, you look at the levels right there. Holds really well, and now could get back up to 27.50s. We'll see what happens. Oil trade.
A little Gush.
I've mentioned time frame before and sizing, so I think that's where. And I know some of you in chat were mentioning liquidation events happening, especially like with crypto being down, even just like 5% today. But it's always the over leverage. Sizing is so important. Sizing, and your time frame. Like what? Are you
It'll
trading
determine the trade.
Yes, it determines the whole trade. The whole trade.
And what you really need to realize is that what you're thinking of what's good size is probably a tenth of that, dude.
Right.
It's probably a tenth of that, bro.
Yeah.
It's where the real question needs to be is when you take the trade, do you feel the emotions? You want to be at a size that when you take the trade, you don't get sweaty palms.
Yeah. Correct.
You know what I
Or
mean?
flooding our pits. That was one for me too. My pits would get immediately just like swamped,
Dude,
and I'm like,
if you smell like the 5th grade locker gym at the end of the day, you're doing something wrong, dude.
you smell like a bunch of onions.
Dude, it was just Axe. That Axe. Everybody had that. They just spraying it.
Yeah, if
everywhere. Awful.
if you're needing Axe,
No.
dude, there's a problem. So ask yourself those questions, right? Am I sweating at the desk, right? And if it is, just go down in size and see the difference, man. Because if you're gonna do this every day, you can't do that either. You're gonna literally get a heart attack from trading, and no one wants that. We're all wishing you the best of your health and your mental, physical, and pocket, right? We all wish you the best, but we're always going to tell you about the stories because there's plenty of those traders that watch so many ticks, so much sizing. By the time they get to 12 o'clock, they're literally burnt. They're literally like you it's like a waffle you just forgot about and left on high, bro. You're just like, you're donezo, bro. That thing's a brick, dude.
That waffle you forgot about.
Yeah.
With a hot pocket you left in the oven.
We're all traders. We all forget about those sometimes, and they do cost us. But hey, don't be that guy, man. Try to find a size that works for you. Realize that, hey, money can be made with small size. Let's say on that small one, TCGL, if you had 100 shares and you just held it from down at 12, you're up $8. What is that? That's $800. Stop risking and risking, like, let's say if you're risking only with 100 shares, 20, 30, 40 bucks at a time, but when you win, you make 800. I promise you, those little $20, $30 losses are going to seem so small. The emotions will stop mattering so much when you lose. And that's what you need to kind of adjust, right?
Yeah, real quick story about that. The locker room, no lie, it was 8th grade for me. Eighth grade football. I had a locker right next to a guy named Philip Nestler, and this guy, you always had like that you wore like shirts underneath your pads, and you put whatever you had. It was a white shirt. He didn't take it. One day we had the falling out. Like we were like, Phil, we got it out. We're like, you got to take this home, man. It's like yellow and brown now. You haven't washed it in months, bro. I had the locker right next to him, and I'm like, it was the most.
Good Lord, dude. I'll buy him some shorts or buy him some clothes, dude.
It was the worst.
I would have brought him some shorts of my own. And I'd be like, yo, dude, please, just put these on, dude. For the love of God.
Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, it was the worst, though. But I've had to deal with that
Don't
before.
be that traitor, dude. Don't be that traitor. No one wants to sit next to you, dude.
No one. And we love everybody here, and we would force ourselves to do that.
You're gonna have to hang an air freshener from your nose.
Smash the like. Smash the like. This is what happens when Michael Noss is not here.
Keep us on the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
No systematic talk. We're over here dip buying TCGL, baby. Let's go, you degenerates out there. Hit the like. We cover it all here at Trade the Pool. We give you guys theme conversations. We talk about small caps rallying. You get what deodorant to use, baby. and you'll catch the small and the big, right? That's what we're here for, guys. That's what we do best, man.
No paid product placement, I promise.
And I'm always good at catching these small names and not really trading them. So when you hear me mention them, right, you go looking. Doesn't mean trade them, but you go looking. Because I know Kevin and Josh have seen me bring up some names already. They're like, dude, what the hell, dude? And then you're probably like, dude, Mitch, just not sell. Dude, don't sell. Remember that last one?
Yeah. That's all I'm going to hold. If this does this, I'm going to hold like 5 shares just in case we do some crazy SPHL BNAI move.
Especially, you know what happens, right? Kevin told me there was one that was like this yesterday. That's a telling sign.
Yeah.
KXIN Chinese went from 8 to 20 back down to 8. So I mean that's in the realm of possibility. So just keep that in mind, traders. Keep your peace in case it does BNAI, but always keep things in perspective. KXIN was a beauty midday doing exactly this. The thing is, once everybody starts profit taking, it's like a bloodbath. So just make sure
this day is turning into a bloodbath. Michael isn't here to tell me this isn't a bloodbath, but dude, this is a bloodbath. Look at this SPY. guys.
Is it
This is
halting up again? I'm
Yes,
just trying
sir.
to
Let's
throw.
go.
oh,
Just sold some shares, but I'm holding, baby. I'm holding. Let's go.
I heard that sell. I heard it through the stream. That was a good one. Look at that. 23.10 now, dude. This is why I also told you, Kevin, wait to slow down, right? Wait for slowdown.
Yeah,
Wait for slowdown.
I like the approach of. I mean, obviously, it's not liking it. I mean, we'll come to reality at some point, right? And we may even halt lower. We may halt lower,
But
but that's why I start these slow. But I'm saying I like this. This
you
is
know
an
what
approach.
happened
I
on
do
this
like
one
the
though?
shorting
Smaller
small
15-minute
before, yeah.
candle. We're getting close, Kevin. We're
Yeah,
getting close. The candle got smaller this time. I'll show you it. I'll show you it here. I have to pull in another screen.
I'm
I
giving
don't know
it
why. The charting is a little bit off on that one. You see here, guys, like you see how the 15-minute candles were expanding, right? So that's called expansion, right? Now you're getting contraction. Some sellers are starting to hit the out buttons, right? So now we need to look for a pop and quick sweep back, right? So we're going to look for another pop, but let's look for that quick sweep back after. That's when you can really start to align yourself with a ladder based on the high of the first spike approach to short. But
Just
I'm
traders.
not telling you that that's going to give
Right.
you success, but that's how I would
Just
approach
know
it.
your risk, traders. I mean, I've been a part of rooms that are telling their guys what to do in these trades, and they end up losing. We're just telling you what our approach is, and
Yeah, and the
telling you
approach,
exact
if you
risk.
wanted to take that, right? It's not
Yeah.
necessarily the trade for everybody. The key there, though, is understanding how these plays work in the past, right? I'm telling you how they've worked in the past, kind of a history approach, right? So, Trump expected to participate in a cabinet meeting after 11 a.m. Eastern. So, keep that in mind. Guys, it's 10:57. I'm getting out of here. My bets today were Beam and CRISPR. So I went back to the therapeutic game into the genomics trade. We'll see what happens on that. ARCG is an ETF to kind of look into that. We'll see if this can maybe bottom out, start coming back to the upside. Solar down 8% today. They came after solar, dude.
Yeah, you're
they came
right.
after tech.
Yeah, I just looked at the big plays. We're bloody today. Spy,
We
dude.
are bloody, dude. We said, you know what? We're gonna flush gold. We're gonna flush it all.
Yeah.
It seems like a flush all type of day. Tomorrow is going to be very important, or even better, tonight on the earnings stream. Don't miss it. My boy Kevin will be there, and Apple might bring back the market. So I will see you guys there at the earnings stream. If you didn't catch us already, we had one yesterday. Don't miss it. It'll be back today. Wish you boys the best of luck. Go get after it. And like everyone in the chat, I hope you guys have a great day. Keep doing what you're doing, guys. Make that money and always focus on that, right? At the end of the day, is how we can make money here, because that's what we're all trying to do. We're all trying to trade, improve, learn from our habits, and cash a little bit, baby. So stay focused out there. See you next time.
That money, Mitch.
Thank you, Money Mitch. Have a good one. Have a good weekend, brother.
Your GCTS, I believe, Crow, was that you who mentioned that one? That one's approaching highs right now. That was the cup and handle Money Mitch was talking about, GCTS. Be mindful of that. The SGN, that play's still working its way up too. So Josh, I don't know if you saw TIRX. That was the breadwinner of the day so far over here.
Nice. You got you a good short on that one, right?
Unfortunately, a little too heavy for the max account. So, but yeah, she worked out really well. Really well.
Love it, brother. That's been was sitting back on feed earlier, and now you guys brought up TCGL, so now this is my breadwinner for the day and just full concentration on this. So this has been nice. So I appreciate you guys bringing this up. I wasn't even looking at it, and I was like, whoa.
I have a slight suspicion we're both going to make money here. It's just it may take. I'm gonna give it 200 risk. That's what I'm giving at TCGL. But the thing is, once this thing starts profit taking, and we halt down, we could open up many points lower. That's how I see it.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. So if it's going to green candle for the rest of the day up, which is highly unlikely, I'm gonna I'll stop out here in a little bit, but yeah, but the idea is if you're approaching it from like the shorting euphoria side, you've got to be small because the oversize over leverage, like you guys were talking about in chat with the crypto. I mean, I even talked to a trader this morning that was oversized on a play and almost blew up. It's always that oversizing over leveraging that, and TCGL has 16% short. And okay, we just opened up and we're going up to 25. I mean, it's just halt after halt. We're not even.
I'm not even going to sell here. I'm still in 50 shares, but I'm not even going to sell any of them because we're about to halt up again. Wow. Here we go. I'll show my screen real quickly, then we can get to it, and then boom. Here we go. So you can see the entry price right there, blue line, got in there, and I was going to sell some here at the top. I probably should have maybe because we don't know if we're going to get a gap down here. It'd be nice to sell some, but I think we get one more pop up here. I'm going to sell. I'm going to probably sell after this open. I'm going to probably get down to, which I'm going to go ahead and just put it in now. I'm going to go from 10 to 25. I was going to scale out 10 at a time. I'm going to go immediately as this opens up. I'm going to get 25 out and be down to 25 shares, but just shows you I'm still in 50 shares on the 50 shares up 386.
That's amazing. Good work. I hit it right there for the short. Let me see where we're going to open up. But the next leg up, I'm just going to be done with it.
Yeah, you got the power, by the way, today to get rid of Money Mitch's, which we love Money Mitch, but his little his offline.
Okay. I got the power today.
You got the power today, my friend. You've got the touch. You've got the power.
Yeah, good. I watched some of you and Steve's earnings yesterday. Good work. That was
good. That was fun.
Fun with that.
Oh God! Well, it helps when you have. Well, at first it's all over the place, but then when you have Meta going that bonkers run, so it makes it even more fun to sit there and watch this play completely go parabolic. And yeah, love earnings today. A little bit, I think we'll be a little bit slower, but you guys, of course, will conversate and have a great time. For just Apple, Visa, MasterCard. But yeah, yesterday we even had IBM go on a crazy run. Of course, Meta was the big after hours runner there yesterday. So, and then I didn't get back to Crow. Crow did mention me earlier, said he likes to play with the Zelda theme song in the background, talking about video games.
Oh, nice.
I like that. Yeah, I love the 80s and 90s, like Contras, like music or background, even Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, all the different games back in the day, how they had that. You would hear Mario, of course, all the Mario games, but yeah, I love the music, in those games for sure. And I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
But once I stop streaming and yapping it up all the time, and it's just back to me when I get a little bit older and I'm done doing this, because I know at some point I'll hang up the boots to streaming and kind of just want to get to, get back to just trading, have my, 10, 15 year journey of doing this. And eventually I get a little bit older and just say, hey, I'm 50 plus. I don't want to be streaming anymore. I'm making good enough money from trading stocks. And I can trade more. I noticed I was a little bit more fluid and better trading when I didn't have to stream all the time, like my days off when I wasn't streaming and having to do a lot of work. But yeah, then I could see with all these arcades, just throwing an arcade on and just turning the music up and just having it on the background. But
you guys stick around. I'll miss you, man. We have too much fun.
Oh yeah. I'll be doing this for because I can't wait for the next house. That's why I want to show it up for show it off for a few years. Yeah, this. Which yesterday I did a little something for Wolf Trading. We did a little podcast, an interview thing, and that's the first thing you mentioned. A lot of people, I love your background. Like, oh man, I can't wait for the next house. The next house's background is just going to be glorious. Of course, huge office we'll have at the next house. And
my whole watch list, dude, is pretty much red outside TCGL. Like everything's reading today, and especially for somebody who likes to short everything. It's I took the feed short, that didn't work, but the TIRX worked out real well. And again, I've been red. I think I'm red 3 out of 4, but still really green because of the TIRX. So it's
awesome.
You gotta have proper risk reward set. Then we'll see TCGL. We'll see what this is going to do. It looks like it's opening up 25.45 into like another halt up. Probably.
Yeah, that's why because what it's going to happen, I'll tell you this. What's going to happen, it may go into one more halt up, but I'm going to say at some point what's going to happen is we're going to open up like that. We're going to open up right beside it and just fly straight into a halt down. And then that's when the bloodbath comes, and then we're halted for. And that's why that's why I have 25 pulled up now, because if I see that, I'm going to click that sell button twice, because I know if we halt down, guess what's coming? A massive gap down. I promise you that. Or like a 20-minute halt down that leads to a massive gap down. So
yeah,
be ready for that, traders. If you like to, and this is my old halt strategy on the downside. I had D. Sarley, I don't know if he's listening today, talking about the halt down strategy. So when you see these big gaps up from halts up, your very first red candle down that we halt down, 9 times out of 10, you're going to get a massive halt down on top of it, or gap down. So say we fly halt down at let's just call it 2150. We'll probably gap down to like 1750. No lie. Like it'll just be a mass. And then it'll probably run into another halt down. And then you are in the green and loving life. But yeah, it's like I'm right there with these, not really gapping up a lot. It runs into another halt up. That will end, in my opinion, soon. This is a huge move, like you saw yesterday with Kicks and KXIN. It had a top and then it had a bloodbath. And so I've gotten so far literally almost.
I love hearing that from you. The objectivity. Like I'm just going to take the short, when this thing, you work both sides of it. I love it.
So it's like I'm ready to get out of this long because it is starting to. It's already like worrying me. Oh, here we go. We're live. We are live. We are live here, team. And I just sold 25 more shares at $29.17. I am up $287 on 25 shares. Is this bonkers? I don't know, but I think it is. Let's go. Wow, this is absolutely
congrats.
Real.
Oh. Work. I'd close mine, by the way. But I am going to revisit it when it starts going down. I'm getting that money back.
Yeah, there's going to be some blood on this, but like Tack said, or if it was smoked tuna, this has that BNAI potential where this could, and that's why I'm going to start saving shares now. Now I'm up so much that I'm in 25 shares, but I'm going to go over here to 5 shares and scale out 5 times with 5 shares. And hope to hold 5 of those shares if we do see somehow 35 to 50 break. And I'm not re-entering this trade. Anyone out there listening at this point, if you're looking to trade this, you better be waiting for the short, like myself, even when we start crazy going down. And you know what? I would be 2 for 2 right now. I'm so worried about this. I just canceled my feed orders. Did anyone take the feed trade? I had orders at 345. Where's reset? Where's my chat at? No, I'll have to show you. I'll show you my field or canceled orders. I had orders right through here to get filled. Let me show you the sandwich area team that I had orders all day long to get filled. I'm working TCGL, so I don't care about it. I'll show you where I got filled yesterday on SLGB. So right here, old resistance right here, team, right there at 345 becomes new support at 340. This play went from $2 up to $4.50. Let me freaking show you SLGB yesterday, team, and you are going to freak the F out. Look at SLGB yesterday. Let me zoom out here so you can see this play yesterday. Oh, come on, Joshua. I thought it was SLGB. Oh, I didn't. Oh, it's SLG. I didn't put the B in. Let me put the B in. SLGB. Why? SLGB. There we go. Why is this not coming in?
BNAI is selling off under the previous close, by the way. I'm going to revisit BNAI. I like it on the bottom trend.
All right, let me just show you this. Now look at SLGB yesterday. Bro, Kevin, check it out. Old resistance at 340. New support at 340. Goes flying up. This play is going from 2 to 4. Just like feed today. I called this out on my live stream. Literally, I said, watch feed do the same exact thing SLGB did yesterday. I got filled there at 340 for the pop up to 390. And I said, hey, I like the bounce play below the VWAP. I like old resistance, new support at 340. And we took the bounce play there. And now look today on FEED here, the same move from 2 to 4 plus. And then you got to zoom in to see it a little bit better today. Old resistance, new support right here. And then it's almost the same time as yesterday. About 30 minutes later, we come down, bounce at the same 340 mark. Kevin, how repetitional are stocks? Look at the repetition. It's the same thing day in, day out. This is the same exact ticker essentially from yesterday with SLGB doing the same thing, but it's different letters. It's feed today. This is, and it's going to almost back up to that same 390 support shelf that we saw yesterday. I can't even.
Pattern recognition. And SLGB the last 3 days had a morning spike. So it's, recognizing that too. I mean, how often are we having a morning spike day by day on this particular ticker? And then a very similar pattern on feed. Yeah, good work.
Brother, what a freaking day. Dun, 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 dun. Man,
it's going to be a sweet, dude, TCGL, it's going to be a really sweet day. When this thing, when the blood comes in here, man, I'm going to be hitting it on the short side. Again, I'm going to revisit it. GCTS at $1.57 right now. All eyes are TCGL. It's top of the leaderboard. Feed is hanging out in there, though, 3 7s.
Texas Sega changed my life. I was playing Nintendo and Atari and Super Nintendo before I had my Sega. But yeah, I love some Sega. Yes. I mean, are you kidding me? I played so much Sonic. Dun, 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 dun. And even like yesterday, me and Avery were talking about like just songs. I think I just said thongs on excellent songs that get stuck in your head. And man, yeah, that's one of those things where I love those old school, late '80s, early '90s. I don't know if there's a certain game or console that changed my life, but those were the days. Arcades too. How arcades were so cool back in the day. All the noises, that you'd walk in and hear, or whatever. Oh yeah, those are the good old days. Good old days. Yep. And then real quickly, trade the pool. I want to talk about this before we forget. It goes all the way up. Get ready. Earnings challenge February all through February. If there's a trading day in February, there's a challenge going on with Trade the Pool. Live earnings coverage, challenges, awesome rewards. Be sure to register. There's the link. Go register. Get ready for February. It's going to be fun today, this afternoon. Of course, as always, you'll have my man. Some money Mitch. We got Money Steve. We'll call him that. He needs to come up with a cool nickname. Steve the Achieve, I think, is one of the TB holdings came up with yesterday. Steve the Achieve. But again, join this afternoon for Power Hour. That'll lead right into after hour earnings with my man right here beside me, Kevin Avery, or of course maybe above me is right now. I think he was beside me earlier, but he's above me now. He'll be going live with my man Steve the Achieve this afternoon. So get ready for that. Will be some fun. TCGL though, brother. I can't remember the last time I was part of a 10-point mover, but I can't
remember the last time a ticker went up straight up multiple hundreds of percent with not even one sell order. I haven't even seen a sell order on this.
Oh gosh, yeah. And so this may come live we're going to a 10-minute halt, or 10 minutes. So it'll be 15 after 44 seconds. 15 after 44 seconds.
But of course, there's no news here. Who needs news? It's not like we're collaborating with any companies here, like RR, collaborating with Microsoft and just selling off. It's just no. We don't need news. Fundamentals. GCT has good work, Crow. Good work, Crow, on that.
Good job.
Up there. Well, now flip short. BNAI, I still like that chart, dude. Guys, the multi-day chart. That I do have a small short on right now. I'll lean into it if we start seeing continual profit taking.
Carlo's loving the TCGL talk. I mean, it's good.
It's so funny. You're frozen, Josh. You're frozen. Carlo, I'm glad you're having fun with this. I mean, I'm having fun with it. I'm good and green, so thankfully I'm having fun with it too. I mean, you have to apply the risk. You got to apply the risk here. When we get anomalies like this, you just got to know your risk. Set it. I did that. We did that with Feed, did that with TCGL, and then TIRX was a beauty. So proper risk management will say whenever you get your winners, let them run, and your losers, make sure they're very defined. Like the losers have to be very defined, the winners not so much, because clearly right now this is a perfect example with Josh. This is like you took your profits, but you're letting pieces run that are just keep running irrationally, because sometimes you get these, like this could QMMM and just go to $500, and so
what I'm going to say I'll probably still this because I have 25 left. As soon as this goes live, and if it does look like it's going to race into another halt, I'm immediately going to sell sell 5 at a time as we run into new halts. If we start ever looking like we're going into a halt down, what I'll probably do is sell boom, 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 sell 4, so I'm down to 5 shares, because this still could bounce off a 20s area somewheres, and we could halt down once at some and then go. I've seen that before, because we're up so high now. We may get one halt sell-off candle and then immediately fly into more halts up. So just be aware of that too as well for shorters at this point. To me, the good shorts, when it comes back under that last pure I would say resistance area in that 2250 area, or even back under 20. So just be careful trying to short this top anytime soon, because this is getting to that crazy parabolic state, in my opinion. Crazy.
Carlo, are you trading this?
Yeah, right.
Careful over there. I mean, I'm just looking at your chart, Josh. I mean, this is straight up. This is absolutely just straight up.
Yeah, this is
euphoria, awesome. Madness, euphoria. I mean, this just cracks me up. Again, it's not cracking you up if you're not managing risk well. So just make sure you know your risk levels. Let's see, 11:15:46 is the open 11:15:46 and 29:32 is what I'm showing, which has been slightly inaccurate. Which sometimes if they're Amex, they're not very accurate with those halt resume prices. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if this.
especially anymore. If this when it gets this kind of crazy, I've seen them just not be that accurate once we get these really weird parabolic movers out of nowhere. Yep, hard to trade. Those are blow so fast. So stop. You need to go down and set a couple of stops. Triggers the first one good, but not exactly. Yeah, Larry, for sure. And yeah, early good job, Smoke Tuna on the call out there. Good job on the call out.
I didn't mean long, Carlo. I meant short. Come on, the dark side. TCGL. Yeah, this is going to provide a good opportunity once we start seeing, because normally what happens when you get overextended like this, and we should open up here in 15 seconds or so, when everyone profit takes, it's a bloodbath. Typically, everybody takes
my
profits.
internet went out there for a minute. Sorry, my internet went out there, and I don't know what's going on, but man, the last day or two, the internet's been wacky, wiki weird with the whole. I don't know if it's weather, it has to deal with the weather and the ice and the snow and the sleet stuff. But yeah, so I just lost internet, so that scared the you know what out of me, because I was like, oh no, hold on here, I'm still in 25 shares here, and then you can see
you're in from 18, right?
Yeah, oh, I know I'm good. Yeah, but it doesn't show. That's why I was like, where did? Because usually it'll show my exits here as well, but when you reset or restart your TTP, they go away, unfortunately. But you can still see my entry price. But I did like seeing It is cool to see your exits there on the way up. You know, when you see them where you're scaling out at, and it shows it. I love that.
Oh yeah, your chart looks beautiful. GCTS straight up, guys. Straight up still GCTS semiconductor 177 right now. Crow, you were trading this very well. Are you still scaling out, or you took all profits? It looks like it's approaching some levels looking left. Let me know if TCGL opens up. I'm just doing a little analysis on this. Yeah, GCTS, it looks like we have some levels looking left on the daily chart. 1.8 looks key. They announced an agreement with the leading satellite communication provider to accelerate global 5G connectivity. Was the news this morning? GCTS semiconductor.
Okay.
But yeah, again a bit extended off of the trend that's been on. Getting close to that 2 area though. And 1.8 looks like a level to be mindful of. Volume just ramped into the 2 millions though, right there. GCTS.
Yeah, usually we'd already talk about the call-in show. That's still coming up, obviously, in about 40 minutes or 45 minutes. How do you trade earnings reports? That's kind of a good question there from Kevin, since we're getting into that. I was like, oh, that's a great idea. How do you trade them? Do you trade them? Have you traded them in the past? You can give us stories of your earnings reports trades. And if you do still currently trade them, what's your approach? What's your edge? How do you trade them? What are you looking for? Earnings season. What a day to start off earnings yesterday on the show. I mean, Meta setting the bar, you know, Meta and IBM, you know, Meta with the $100 reversal goes down all the way to 637, reverses all the way back up to 637 or 737 plus. So over $100, you know, move yesterday overall from, you know, the range from Meta and the earnings. So some big shoes to fill coming up from the rest of these tickers.
Random.
I will say your name. Your name is Maricus100. Anyway, I'm live now. Just jumped back to my office. I was like, oh yeah, I gotta check on chat. I forgot I made this public. Yeah. I'm just a replay right now of this crazy move. So you can see my entry price right here is at 1768, and we roll up, and I'm slowly scaling out. You can see how many shares I'm still in here. As this watch this play, how long I'm in this. That's why I keep replaying it. This is and watch our reactions. Watch our reactions when this goes live again at 50 plus. It goes live at like 54. It goes live at, or 40s. Anyway, races up. It's unbelievable. So yeah, Aussie chicks always watching. Yeah, this is just Friday. We're leading into my Friday night live stream. So I'll be live here in just a little bit again. On here, I'll put them. Boom. There's my camera. So anyway, here I am. But yeah, I'll be live again. We'll do the Friday night live stream. Will start in about 3 hours. So in 3 hours from now, Kevin will be back on. We'll have some traders on that are on my Discord, or kind of like, you know, guys we do one-on-ones with, and a couple other experts. So we'll have a few people that join us. We get a drink, we chill, enjoy Friday night, and just talk about the last week, our trades, where we're at, heading into the next week. But yeah, this is just a crazy replay from when I was live on Trade the Pool. I trade with Trade the Pool. they pay me to stream live with them and yada yada yada. So now I'm part of the company, which is really cool. But yeah, this is a trade I took live, and which is, and you can rewind the stream to earlier in the day right now if you want to rewind and see what I did earlier in the day as the market is actually live. So if you want to rewind, this goes back, hours. If I have to, this is my live stream, I can't rewind the true live stream that you're watching, right? But if you do, you can rewind it all the way back to pre-market, where I give levels in pre-market. I do what they're called morning alerts. If you scroll up, if you saw that earlier, I do what's called morning alerts. They're $30 a month. I give levels from small caps to large caps, and these are prime key levels from high of day, ultimate high of day, low of day, same thing. And people, I've got one guy, which I've shown off so many times here. And earlier, I don't think I may have put that link where a guy's up 5 mil, and I'm not lying when I say that. So here's Mr. Rick Chester right here, who emailed me back in December and said, "Hey Josh, just wanted to say thank you, yada yada yada." And he literally got us, look at this, bro. Got a sailboat named it Levels. That's how much money he's banked off my morning alerts. And so he's had my morning alerts trading the levels that I teach and preach. 950K account, which is a big account, right? But he grew that to 4.3 mil, and his self-administered are even better. So essentially, he had one account and he actually, it's less than 2 years, because March of 2024 is when he signed up. So it's been less than 2 years. Yeah, it is crazy. So he's like one of my, I got a couple. I got CR Trader that's over on my Discord. I'll put that link out there. I don't think I did today. Let me see. Do I have that? I don't think I put that link out there, did I? Yeah, no, I didn't. Here you go. Here we go. Come to the Discord. It's free. You can get trade ideas. We have P&L to, you get my point. You get chart alerts to trade alerts to here's what I trade and why. I mean, it's really beneficial to join it for sure. All right, what do we got here, Mir? Because let's see. I was just talking to Steve. Oh, Steve. Yeah, Steve. Love Steve. Yeah, Steve's awesome. Of course, trading live with trading with Trade the Pool, doing this stuff with them in after hours with Steve, and he's filled in sometimes when I'm live in the morning as well. Yeah, love Steve. Love everyone over there. I mean, they're literally building a good dream team, trying to find traders that aren't like too big yet, you can tell, but are good traders. Michael Noss is a big. I mean, he's really a big name. Money Mitch is good, but man, Michael Noss, wow. Talking about having a CMT and all the stuff he does, giving a speech and presentation at the Money Show, which again Trade the Pool paid me to go to, which is crazy. They paid me, Money Mitch, Michael Noss. Those were the three people we took, and then it was the CEO Michael Katz, Gil, which kind of runs everything in the house. And it was us five. Money Joe was there, Florida Joe was there, so Joe was there. But yeah, paid for me to go, paid for me being there, paid for my trip. Like I said, the food it's kind of mind blowing. It was really cool. It's funny, I'm looking at my group behind me. My internet that day, why I'm so grainy is my internet was out that day. And so I say out, but going in and out, and you can tell there, like I look like I'm in 1989. I love it. This is my dream. I go for the year, which I'm on track for is 4 times. Yeah, there you go. 4K every month. Yeah, that's awesome. 4 times. Okay, gotcha. EVTV was last month's play. Yeah, EVTV was good. EVTV, I remember that one. Called EdTV. I don't know how old you are, but look up EdTV. Matthew McConaughey movie. It was kind of around the same time as Truman Show, which I would imagine you've heard of that one. Truman Show with Jim Carrey. It was kind of the same thing, reality movie. People were doing reality. Anyways, but yeah, I always called EdTV, but EVTV. I know. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. So I think Steve's joining tonight. Steve's joining tonight. Myself, Kevin. Yeah, it's always a round table, which that's what we're trying to do on Friday. Is just create a roundtable discussion where people can come over, talk. It doesn't matter if you're a good trader or you're a bad trader. If you're a really good trader, you're kind of getting there. You're struggling a lot. It's just to talk and vent. What did you do this week? Why? Have a drink. It's Friday. Let's relax and just talk and open up. I do I was called a year-end confessional, New Year's resolutions. I started that in 2022. Where everyone, and I'm like every year I do this. You can go back and go to my live stream and go to this. It's a December 30th or whatever I say 31st, whatever the last trading day of the year is. It's always a different day. Obviously, it's not the 31st because I think last year maybe it was, or some years it is the 31st. Anyway, regardless, I do what's called a year-end confessional, New Year's resolution, and I start off with saying, hey, here's my confessional. Here's my stock trading sins for the year, so to speak, and where I need to get better moving into this year. And this is a prime example. Because my big thing that I wanted to work on this year was scaling out, holding on to a piece. Where I'm not really that big into TCGL, only in 25 shares right now. But wait till you see what those 25 shares pay out in the end when you see my P&L. So, And so, yeah, it's just one of those things that I love. It just brings traders together. Yeah, like, I want to talk. I need a vent. Because then some people don't talk. I call them wallflowers, right? That's what the term wallflower is built for. And I'm an outgoing extrovert on extrovert. So, like you are at the wall and dances back in high school or grade school. I was go over and we'll talk to you. Or like, hey, let's dance. Or like, hey, like I was Mr. Talkative. I was Mr. Popular. But I didn't use that to a negative thing. I was like, I'm going to use this being Mr. Popular, Mr. Talkative to, I'm pulling people off the wall. I want them to let them know that they feel like they are a person, that they are not a void in the world. And that's what I think people ought to think when the wallflowers, they just want to sit back. And some do want to soak in, and I was there, but then there are wallflowers like, in high school and grade school, they're like, they're introverts, they're scared to talk. And I'm like, no. Come on. I'm bringing you out. And I love that, and they loved it in the end because they're like, oh, wow, I experienced life. I'm like, yes, you have to experience life. This is life. You get one go around that we'll remember. You don't remember if there's supposedly a thing of reincarnation. I'm just throwing out stuff. But this is our one go around. You better take advantage of it. I'm sure like, okay, got you. I like the ramble. Oh, I can be ready. I like the ramble. Oh, come on, Mike. Love it, Mike. Let's see, Marcus. I'm struggling a lot with getting there. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, Kevin, I love the theory of what he says is we never make it. We're always making it, or however he said, or something along those lines. We continue to grow. We continue to strive, but struggle. We're going to have down times. Like right now, for me, like I went through, which is crazy. You go back. I don't have it in my bio. I used to stream at Tradecaster. So I was over at Tradecaster with Sean Deckmar. And he paid me to stream live there, yada, yada, yada. But that all ended this last, in 2025. But regardless, he's on his own now and doing his own thing, done doing the whole, anyway, regardless. I had a stretch. I did trade. I call it, some people do small account challenges. I did a trade every alert challenge because I had people come to me and say, man, you alert all the time and your alerts are crazy. It doesn't matter. Because people come over and say, hey, meta this. Josh, what about this play? AK, what about this play? And I just go break it down and I alert it. And I'm like, oh, and they'll come back. Oh, man, thank you so much. Blah, blah, I banked on that. And so throughout the years, I had people say, well, why don't you trade more of your alerts? You would kill it. You would make more. And I'm like, I don't know. I have this like weird discipline thing of like, I only trade in my time frame and I'm done. Like, and I just want to, because I do one-on-ones with traders. I got a lot going on. Anyway, I finally did it. So May of 2023, I said, okay, you know what? May, because I kept getting called out on this. You know what? Come October. I don't know why I chose October, but I did, and thank God I did. I said October of this year, which was 2023. I said, this was again back in May of 2023. I said, I'll do what's called a trade every alert challenge. I'm not going to do a small account challenge and knock me down to 5K and only get X amount of trade. No, I ain't doing that shit. I got a short. And so I'll do it. I want to trade as much as I can. Come October, because me and my wife have back-to-back birthdays and anniversaries in October. Usually sometimes it gets hot in October for small caps. Needless to say, I started October 1st. I think it was maybe the 2nd, October 2nd. Look it up. I think it was October 2nd, 2023. First trading day of October. I averaged through December 7 trades a day, or close to it. I had about 300 trades. And if I'm not mistaken, it was 277 wins and 23 losses. 90+% win rate, banked over 300K. Like, it was absolute. I was trading small caps, large caps every single day. There were days I was up. I would be 5 for 5 minutes after. Because I'd trade pre-market, I'd kill an opening bell. Hey, pre-market low crack of this NVIDIA. Hey, I was killing large caps too. On top of the fact, I was trading earnings. I've talked about this on earnings report with Steve. I traded earnings. I'd say, hey guys, whenever the earnings were like late, that year. What would be the November earnings report, October, November, especially the one in January, the one we just went through in February. That like 2 years ago right now. Here's a call. 2 years ago right now. I can pull it up on my morning alerts. I can scroll all the way back. 2 years ago, Valentine's Day, 2024. Go look up it on the chart. It's been price split, but whatever. SMCI. I said when it was on its roll up to 1K plus. It was at busting into 900 that day in after hours February. It was Valentine's Day, 2024. I said, got on my morning alerts, told everyone in Tradecaster and on my chat, SMCI go long. This will hit 1K tomorrow, guaranteed. Averaging right now, it might see a dip to 875. It's going to 1K tomorrow. Get fucking in. I'm in long right now. I got in at like 905, 906. It literally saw a dip in pre-market, which you probably couldn't get filled back then. It was like 1, 2, 3 in the morning, down to 865. Guess where that play went to? Closing bell. I'll never forget. So I took that afternoon off from doing one-on-ones and I'm at Best Buy. I forgot what I was getting. I think it was actually new key. I don't remember what I was getting. And my phone was blowing up at closing bell. Because what happened at closing bell? SMCI was rolling to 1K on the dot, and then went to 1080 and after hours or the next day on 11 shares. I traded 11 shares just to chance it. I made 1180 on 11 shares. 1180 on 11 shares. So I was, it was just, I'll never forget that, obviously, in my life, where I went through a moment of like, I can't miss. I was almost a 93% win rate. Literally. And I'm trading 7 times a day. It was, man. So, but now I'm only trading 1 time, maybe 2 times a day, right? So you go back and forth in these edges in the stock market. If you're killing it, I mean, I was ultra killing it then. And I could tell I was getting on Deck's nerves too, by the way, back to trade. I could just tell he hated it. I was murdering it, murking the market. And now I'm not. Now this was a murk. This right here, this guy you're watching. But anyway, back to you guys. I just had to ramble on. Speaking of rambling, 5K would be huge right now, huh? Yeah, right. It's impossible not to. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I feel like exactly, Mike. All right, I'm going to 7-Eleven. I'm going to 7-Eleven. Love it. Enjoy your banner. You are very social. Yes, love it. Yeah, Mike is. Yes, he very much so is. Very much so is. At least when I'm new after 7 years. All good. New musical ability is pretty important to be able to play. Yeah, for sure. I love you guys, though. Love it. I'm going to get back to this. Wait till this opens up. Miracus, I know Mike's probably going to stick around for a minute. And I'll probably just leave this going for now until we get the Friday night live stream going, which I'll shut this down and get a new live stream up and rolling. It won't be this one. It will be another one. But watch this. I'm going to put the mic back on so you can listen to the live stream, which this will play into right about when we go live later, because this is an hour-long halt. Yes, this was halted for an hour long. And I will already let you know, at least for the first gap up, but you probably know what TCGL did. This gap's up to 50 plus. Kevin is speechless. I go bonkers and kiss the floor. I'm like, what? Because I was thinking an hour long, you're probably going to gap down. Like, I'm thinking, okay, I've killed it. I'm luckily only need 25 shares left. I'm glad I did scale out. I'm already up 12 points. Can't be mad about 12 points. I'm thinking, okay, hour long, there's no way this... And if we do gap up, it's immediately sell off and halt down. Uncontraire, my friend. Watch and watch. I'm down to stick around. Yeah, you got to stick around and watch this. I really need... Oh, dude. Watch this trade. Listen to me and Kevin. Watch this trade and listen to me and KA. I go by AK47. It was just... I have no idea. That was my chat name and Tradecaster I came up with in 2017 when I first started. Well, I first started in 2015. I'll go through that story later, but I first started in 2015, in and out of trying to learn and drill jobs. Finally, 2017, I said, bro, you going to do this or you not? And I finally got my wings poster right up here. Michael Jordan. You can see there's my boy Mike. There's my boy Elway. I got my arcades up in there. There's NBA Jam. There's Pac-Man. We got Ninja Turtles behind us. Anyway. But Michael came to me. He was like, Josh, I want to laugh at you, but if I laugh at you, you're probably not going to get motivated. So now I'm going to get mad at you and say, what the fuck are you doing? Are you going to learn stock trading? Are you going to track and journal? Are you going to go fucking chart every day? Are you going to slow it down? Are you going to actually trade? Because I was too scared. I was a pussycat to trade at first. I wouldn't take a trade. And so I looked myself in the mirror and I said, bro, you going to get this or you're not? Are you going to understand stock trading? You don't even have a strategy right now. I took a $1,000 loss on a $3,000 account chasing the third halt up. What are you doing? Who are you as a trader? You going to be a point guard? You going to be a shooting guard? You going to be a small forward? You going to be a forward? What are you? Are you a goalie? Are you a forward? Are you a front swing man? Right? You quarterback? You a center? You a wide receiver? You a safety? Or you a linebacker? You just a kicker? Who are you? Figure that fucking shit out. So I did. I busted my ass. And then first it was bounce plays, trading 30 minutes after the opening bell, waiting for plays to come to me, and then we got to where we got to now. Points are it's funny, that's for large caps, Ingrid. But points means dollars. So $12 is points. Yeah, you're like, points. When I first started hearing that, that's lingo talk for like large cap plays, futures. Moving 50 points, 100 points, 10 points, 20 points, 5 points, $5, $20, $100. Same thing. Dollars are points. I don't know why. I have to look it up exactly again why they called it points. But it's just lingo to say dollars. So like this. I'm in a play for a $100 move. Or you could say, I'm in a play for a 100-point move. And yeah, you're like, what? Yeah, just stick around, Miracus. Watch, do you see how long I'm in this play for? And The mind-blowingness when these open from halts. Oh, man. Let's see. Rhyme complete. It's existing. Yeah, afraid. I think it could do well. Look at this here. Yeah. Yep. I like Rhyme, whatever you want to call it, RIME. It's not bad. Just the one thing that I've learned over the years, because I've done this for so long, most small cap plays, unless it's a sector that's hot, and I mean a true sector that's hot, it won't run and continue to run. It might have good news, might have a good meaning behind it. Like drone plays are just now finally spiking over the past, like I had guys when I first started doing one-on-ones in 21, 22, 23. AK, I'm in these they're in these long-term plays. Like how many were in drone plays? It was funny, and I'm like, oh, they got these contracts with government and blah 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 blah. Like, well, they gotta kind of have to go to war or something and use them. You know, it's like gonna be a slow and steady climb unless we just go to war. We won't really need that many drones. But those have slowly taken off, right? And so it's got to be a sector, in my opinion, that rolls, you know, and it helps those plays move. I'm a day trader. I'm not a swing investor. I am with Amazon. I'm still in Amazon at $93 since 2022. I wish I'd gotten more plays over the years, and I will over time. But I'm not an investor. I'm in for 10 minutes. I'm in for 15 minutes. I might be in for an hour or two at times, but I am in and out of that play of that day 99.9999% of my time. And so I realized that at first I didn't want to be a Josh, are you going to look into the company and be a CFO, blah, 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 and dive into the financials and blah, 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 with the company? I'm like, hell no. Nah. I had a lot of people early on when I see like the gurus that did that, and I was like, yeah, I don't think that's you, Josh. I don't think that's you. And there was a guy named Rapid Financial that used to trade over at Tradecaster. It used to be deckmartrades.com, but at Tradecaster now. His name was Rapid Financial. Dude had 7-figure fucking day. 7-figure fucking day. Showed his P&L off at Tradecaster. It was 7. He made 7 figures some days. And now 2020 was nuts. I mean, you had the whole stock market shut down. SPY was down 7+% one day. Every stock halts. Every stock halts. It's a circuit breaker. When the SPY is down 7.5% on the day, look it up. It halts. If it goes down 14 or 13 or 15% of the day, it's done for the day. Everything halts and you're done for the day. You're fucking done for the day. We got close to one of those on one of those days too in 2020. So you got large caps going bananas and options going bananas. If I only knew how to trade those then. And then you got small caps with COVID, and you could release, hey, I like Kodak. Look up KODK Kodak as in Kodak Films. Trump gave them some kind of fucking coronavirus COVID-19 deal, and their stock went from like 10 to 60 in a day. And even Deck was like, this is Kodak, right? Like, this is like a picture film company or whatever. Like, anyway, like, it's like, it was crazy in 2020. Anywho, so this guy was no wonder he was making 7-figure days, but he still usually would make 6-figure, you know, easy 5-figure, but 6-figure, 7-figure day. But he told me to trade the chart. He would be in plays like this where, oh, you're in, and I'd be in and out and be happy, and he would be like, well, it's going here. And I'd be like, fuck that, ain't going there, ain't no way. That motherfucker's out of his mind. Guess where it went to the end of the day? I look back and I'm like, how do you do that? It'd be like one of those even like red plays. It's down, it's dead. Like CDIO is kind of a good example for the day. Where it'd be like, it's down and dead in the 2s. And you're like, oh, watch for a spike up to blah, I'm long now, and it'll spike back up to 3-something. You'd be like, oh, bullshit, I ain't touching that shit. And it would literally go, you're like, how did it get right to where he said it would go to? I'm like, I gotta start doing that shit. That shit's fucking crazy fire. Like, and I've had that throughout the years. And it's awesome to finally get that recognition. Like, damn, how'd you know that was gonna? I'm like, man, thank you, Rapid fucking Financial, teaching me the big picture. So chart. DJT was DJT. Yeah, it was that was DWAC back in the day. DWAC before it was DJT, but that was big back in 2021. That was in October 21st. Let's look. I'm gonna show you how good I am. Watch this. DWAC, because I can type it in. All right, DWAC. Go to the yearly. Oh, I have to go to DJ. It's the name has changed now. It's not like a halted ticker like QM's. My dumbass. Watch this, though. October 21st, 2021, DJT went bananas. And I'm not even going to look. I'll do this for you. I'm going to pull this over. Where's she at? Watch this. Let's scroll back together. Look at this. Let's go back. We're going to keep going. And this has been reverse split if I'm not mistaken. Let's keep going. So you're going to see a crazy move here. Boom! Now okay, you see the move. Wait till you see the date. October 21st. Boom. Oh, it was the 22nd. No, it was 21st. It was 21st. I was on it. Look up top. What does it say? Look at the very top right here. See the day. There's the day. What day? Right there on it now. October 21st, 2021. I'll never forget it. Because also on that day, no, it was the next BKKT. Watch this. BKKT went on, that was on Thursday. Friday was the 22nd. Monday's the 25th. My memory's crazy. BKKT. Boom. Boom. This has been reverse split too as well. There's Monday the 25th. Check it out. That was our next runner we had. And then, boy, the market was just off and running after that for small caps. Of course, this has been reverse split. It truly was not that. I think BKKT went from like 5 to 50. I can't remember anymore. I truly cannot. Anyway, yeah. I remember them all. I remember them all. I remember a lot of them. Yeah, I went to beta so I can use. Yeah, I got you. I get trapped down and I trap up. There you go. Love it. Let's see. True. I was the Kodak. Yeah. That's awesome. America's, you've been around for a while. So that was very new. So 2020. And I call them COVID. I call you guys COVID babies. I worked with so many traders in late 21 into 2022 when the market really shifted, especially into 2022. Like, AK, Josh, the market's, I can't trade anymore. I was killing it in 2020. Even last year I was doing really good. But this year what's going on, man? And I'm like, it's not 2020, 2021 anymore. Like, COVID's kind of done. Oh, man. See, jig. Oi. Sorry, I was talking about drones. Oh, yeah, DJI was. It was the DJI. That is it. That's one of them. DJI. That's it. DJT has lost. Yeah, right. But that just shows you DJT how my memory. So I remember them all. Yeah, man. It's even to G and it just spike GLSI or GSLI or GLSI. I forgot which one it is. Same thing. That was in December of 2020. And I called out when we usually get hot in December, and I was like, the big one's coming. I even called it out. If you go to my Discord, I'll show this fucking shit off. Let me just pause this real quickly. Look at this right here. Watch this. I'm in the Discord that you should join. Check this out. Look at the pinned messages. Check this out. Where are pinned messages? What? Where are the rest of them? Do they only save for a certain amount of time? Oh, no. No. There's me eating. How about that one? Everyone loved that one. There was one. I can't. It's not. I guess you only can pin them for so long. No. I don't remember when it was. It had to have been. Oh. Sometime early January. And I said, guys, the big ones, and I called it out to the dot. I said, man, the way I'm seeing these, and then that's when we got the TC. That's when, and they're like, well, you called it. We got like 5 big burners, but I was like, man, I called that shit. But anyway, GLSI, GSLI, either way, it came out with phase 3 breast cancer news in December of 2020 and ran from 5 to 150 in one day. And that was one of those barn burners that you just never forget. 5 to 150 in one day. Forgot how much I made on that. This is my Great Dane. This is Beerus. This is Elle. You have a sister named Beerus, don't you? This is Eleanor 11. This is Elkabel L-O-L-E. We have 3 Great Danes. We have 14 dogs. 2 cats. 1 bunny. 2 turtles. I'm telling playing flower. Yeah, right. Think human life-saving tech should be scared. Yeah. Or sacred. Okay. I was like scared. I didn't know if you meant like AI taking human jobs, what you meant there, but yes. Yeah, I mean, it should be, but I don't think, unfortunately. Boy, me down the line is going to be like what I was saying, like, imagine 100 years from now what the world's going to be like, 200 years from now. I'm glad we live where we live. Like, the time frame we live, it isn't the struggle of the 1700s, 1800s, or, of course, before that. We're right when tech is arriving and really advancing quickly. But I'm 40, right? So I get that 80s, 90s vibe of I could just go out and play video games at the arcade all day and mom wasn't there to have to, like, hone over me. Or I could go out and, like, hey, I'm going over to Jeff's house, and I'd be outside all day for, like, however many hours. And they had to, like, so, and, you know, from, like, Atari. I was like, what's the word? Atari. I had my brother's Atari hand me down. How cool is that? The OG Atari. I wish I still had that shit. The original Sega 8-bit system handed down to me from my brother. To, you know, having to play the whatever, all the way up to, you know, 64s to PlayStations or whatever. But that era, you know, that's golden. You know, you don't get the wired remote control. Got to sit close to the TV. That shit was so cool. That was, and then be able to be, you could live freely. You could just go outside and ride your, you know, ride your bike, go to your neighbor, whatever, friend's house. You would just go, and your parents weren't like, the world we live in now. I don't know, roll without cell phone. Oh yeah, for sure. My grandpa traded stocks. I'm doing like a rotary phone. Hey, what's up, Fred? It's Josh. You know I'm ready. Yeah, you know I want to buy something. I want to buy 200 shares. Oh, you knew Apple's a new... I got to have 200 shares of Apple. Let me get 200 shares. What's the price right now? Yeah, I got to get in. It's the one I heard. Yeah, give me in, Fred. Let me know when I'm filled what my price is. Ah, heck yeah, man. Thank you, Fred. All right. Put me on hold. Cool. Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. Put me on hold. I'm waiting. I'm getting into Apple. This is great. It's like... Can't even imagine back then. You can't day trade. You know, of course, you're an investor more so back then. You're just trying to get into companies like that. I can't imagine even that you get like big moves that day. Let me get in. Just get me in now. God damn it, Fred. Damn it, Fred. Let me on hold. Where's he at? I just want to get in this play. I see it spiking. And then where you watch it at? Like, how do you keep track of stocks? It's crazy. Those companies still exist. Exactly, yeah. I mean, that's like the thing back in the day. If you're investing, it's not day trading. It's crazy how much it's evolved. Even to options were options even back in the day. That's why it's an option for you to be able to invest into Meta, Microsoft, Tesla, Apple, whatever, SPY, without having to, you know, use a lot of money. You know, and it's not a huge investment. And it was a long swing term, you know, play versus now everyone day trades options. Just you can do and I do, but boy, you better know what you're doing. You're gonna get crushed. They are also exactly. Yeah, I'll been using. That's crazy using. Oh yeah, no, that you're on it. That's never forget. Jane's Kitchen. Avery. Jane's Kitchen.
What?
Jane's Kitchen. You hate Jane's Kitchen. What's it called now though? The place in Cabot. The day after we got married, what did we have for breakfast? Remember that place we had?
That I don't.
Yeah, that's anyway. It's called that was used to be called Jane's Kitchen. My wife's like, what? So the day after we got married, it's a place anyway. It's like a little diner, cool little joint. Her family wanted to go there, and she was like, yeah, they want us to join. I'm like, sure. That's actually where I used to eat in high school all the time. It's kind of crazy. It's called Jane's Kitchen. Back in high school, I'll never forget eating there for breakfast with mom and dad. And dad was like, look up. Dad was a morning show host and radio. That's where I get these albums from up here. My dad was a morning show host and radio. So that's Journey. Duran, Brian Adams, and there's a gold one. Anyway, but look up what's the shares of Cumulus. Of course, working for the company and being a morning show host, Cumulus owned the station, and yeah, I'll never forget that. Even that was like 2002, 2001, 2000, somewhere around there. So early 2000. Yeah, I'll never forget. What's the price of Cumulus? Like, try to find it. Like, what? I don't know. What? You know, but yeah, it was like, yeah, that's when you, as soon as you're like, oh yeah, I remember getting my dad asking me about that back in the day. It's just crazy. Because, like, you think about the stress for us as traders now, through the roof. Those guys are just like, yeah, what's Cumulus? All right, cool. You know, like your grandpa is just like, okay, cool, whatever. Thank you. Thanks for the update. It's like, what's the score to the game? Grandpa, it says it's 42-50 right now. Okay, thanks. All right, I'm about to start cooking here. Get the grill going some cheeseburgers tonight. Stick around. I'll put this back on. This is crazy good information. And then watch this play run. It is bonkers, bro. I'll be back here in just a bit. Marcus, and of course everyone else that's kind of popping in and out. And yeah, Friday night stream coming up. Doing the dual stream. I call it dual stream Friday. That's what I do a lot of those on Fridays. This is the Traders Anonymous, as we're calling it. So yeah, it'll be fun. I'll leave, like I said, leave this up for another couple hours. Let you continue to watch how TGCL ran out and how I traded it and stayed in it for as much as I did. And then I'll pop back on the mic and get my camera going here once this is almost over and once we eat and say, hey, did y'all enjoy that craziness? Now it's time to have a drink and talk stocks. And I'll get the new live stream up and going. Here you go. Back to the craziest trade I've ever been a part of. By far the craziest trade I've ever been a part of. Wait till you see our reactions. Oh, and wait till you see how Kevin Avery scares me. So I'll of course tease it. I've already teased it. Wait till you see our reactions from when it does gap up to like the 50 area. It goes into another halt up. I'm finally, because we've been sitting here forever, I need to get some more water. Like, I'm out of water, been talking so much, and I'm about to get like, all right. And Kevin's like, yeah. As soon as I leave the room, you can tell Kevin's face goes, oh, I'm about to get him. And wait, you just wait. It's hilarious. So there's 3 great moments. A, when this opens up at 50 and gaps up again, or gaps up and halts up again. B, when he scares me. And then C, when it goes live. And that's the most bonkers clip of when it goes live and gaps up from, wait, you just wait. It's nuts. That's why my attention wants to go over to TCGL and cancel my order. So the fact that I can go back to, and I tell traders this all the time, maybe you just hypothetical trade it. You're like, hey, I like this. The fact that you go back through and it actually worked out, it's a win in my book every day of the week when I see that. You know, I didn't take the trade, but that was my trade idea, or I've canceled orders there. Money. Just lets me know I know what I'm doing. You know, knows that like yesterday, SLGB bounced at the same spot, right? I called it out well ahead of time, an hour before it ever happened. That just builds the confidence up in my book. No, did it count? No, but to me, it does, you know, because that's what traders don't do. They have that. What do traders most do? Smoke tunas, Kevin, anyone else in chat? What do? Oh, man, and then they go in and chase that spike right there, and then they lose. And then they're like, oh, they're racing. This is great. They saw me, and
We need sound effects. Record that sound effect. I need that.
Yeah, right.
Every time I miss a trade. Yeah. I'll just have the Josh SFX going, looping in the background.
Yeah. That's it though. You know, I did that at first and I was like, that's not going to be an effective way to trade because it just ruins it does ruin your, you know, all of the things I talk about, your discipline, your patience, your confidence, you know, your mental awareness, you know, and boy, oh boy, I would do that so much. I'd see that happen and I was like, yeah, I like it there, but no, I don't know. Yeah. You know, I knew there, I just canceled my order. So I'm worried about this thing play, but you'd go back through and you'd get so mad and it would be so frustrated. And then you would chase and you lose and you get even more frustrated. And that just set off usually a chain of events for bad trades for X amount of days. And so somehow you can find yourself to talk to yourself essentially because it's so mental and you don't talk to any, like, that's why I do these one-on-ones. You don't have someone like me to talk to or stream live like Kevin and myself or whatever. You're just out there all alone, you know, to really know when to talk to, you know, you can't, because what you usually wouldn't bring that up even on a live stream or someone chat like, hey, I just lost. Let me, I'm frustrated. Let's talk about it.
KXIN taking off. Sorry. KXIN getting,
no, it's not. Is it getting some love now, huh? Oh my God.
I shoot. Yeah. Just flipping through everything, guys. KXIN trying to halt up again. This is insanity. I can't. So TCGL, dude, if I miss this, I'm gonna be so mad because I've been waiting for it for so long. TCGL.
Hey, patience. Well, watch it come in the money or the call-in show. I'm gonna keep watching it, but I know. Yeah, I could see that happening where we're done with the money show and it's now halted down multiple times and at like 12:50 and you're like, no, I knew it was gonna happen. I should have, but that's we could do the call-in show. Call in and talk about TCGL. We'll switch it up today. That's it. Just call in and that's all we're gonna look at.
I think the email and everything's already been sent out on the earnings.
T-Web missed it. That's all good, brother. It's all good. Because my order in on TCG on feed was at I wouldn't have got fully filled. It probably would have been like 750 shares, something like that, but still would have been good. I had a little over 1,000 shares there to get filled, but it's all good, bro. We're gonna get one tomorrow. I'm glad I got TCGL. If TCGL wouldn't have come around, I just would have stayed on feed. So that's where I'm like, again, I just go back and forth between what do I want to trade. I don't like streaming live and being being in twice or 2 tickers at the same time, especially when one of them is like a TCGL. It's different when you have like a bouncy or slow and steady Eddie type of play. I can manage 2 at the same time, but when you have a TCGL type of play, just completely hone in on it.
Well, think about XHLD this morning. I mean, that was the leading play, and that thing's been fading pretty much all morning. XHLD. a great fader. But again, pattern recognition, like Josh was talking about with his SGBD, one of those tickers that was yesterday that just had 3 morning spikes right out of the gate. Take a look at this XHLD with the leading gapper fade. And then yesterday was PHG. It was PH something, PHG maybe. It was SLGB, the one you were referencing.
PHGE actually saw a spike in pre-market today, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was the leading gapper on Monday, and just fade. She's been fading, got a little spike this morning.
Opening bell. Yeah, it was opening bell. Yeah, there it is. There it is. When was that? Yeah.
TCGL, dude, this thing's gonna be dead out of this. I don't know. I like your analysis on it. I mean, after this long, and now feed has gotten all the hype. Volume's likely just gonna. And I looked up TCGL. They have 8 employees, and they're based in Singapore. So these 8 people are probably. I mean, if they've opened up their computer today, they're probably jumping for joy.
Yeah, this halt, dog. It's just weird how this happens. And then all of a sudden now you get this extremely long halt. My gosh, but yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, it could. SEC could certainly investigate this price action. It could go into a T12.
Hey, GCTS too. Crow's play is looking really good. So I'd say GCTS again and feed are your top movers. Feed, if you're looking for a bounce play, it's going to try to hold 420. I like the 380 area more. So if you're looking for a bounce play, 380. And to me, the safe area is still at 340. That's the best area, in my opinion, for the bounce play is at 340. But I do like 380 VWAPs there as well. So if you're looking for play feed, looking sexy, I like it. It's my favorite play of the day, at least for the small caps. And again, GCTS not bad as well. 155 support, 185 resistance could come into a channel and start the channel up there like we saw earlier from feed. But I've got my eyes glued here to TCGL, waiting any moment now. And this is where that random resumption time to me kind of comes in, could come in at any point. Anytime now, just sitting here waiting.
It's likely going to resume at a surprising price.
And time, I'm thinking too. I think at this time it might be one of those like, oh, it's live, kind of one of things.
Just random, yeah, just a random open.
Well, the comments today though: Team Smoke Tuna, Tack, T-Web, Mr. Will, you guys having a good day? Reese as well. My girlfriend worked at Icebox for a while, and they have a shower where they pump liquid nitrogen in. Max is like 2.5 minutes or so, but it's great for athletes to heal. Yeah, exactly. Cold work chat does. Yeah, I've seen that so much for years for athletes for sure. A lot of the athletes I follow. They do that a lot, guys and the girls. I follow a few girls that are in track, and that's what they're definitely, they love that ice bath. Or when, like, what's his fellow? One of the traders said in chat too, it's the first 3 to 5 minutes are the worst. It's like every time I do a cold shower or even a really hot bath or shower, or even cold, whatever. Yeah, you get it. Woo! It takes you about 3, maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes to get used to it. And then it's like getting into the ocean or a pool when it's cold.
You mainly do the cold showers consistently?
Oh, nah, honestly, not that often. It's like a back and forth, when I feel it and when I want it, I'll do it. Because that's what I do is I do it a lot in the summer. During the winter, I don't do it as much. I'll just step outside usually, which I did the other day. I'm like, I'm hot. I want to go outside and cool off. That's kind of the thing. But like in the summer when I work out so much and I get hot, or, after I've mowed the lawn, or even if it's just like after it's in the afternoon, it's just a hot day. It's not hard for me to do them, at least in the summer, so what I'll do is, of course, it gets really hot here, probably more so than you guys in Carolina, but it still gets, I know, spicy where you guys are at. But yeah, generally what I'll do is I'll start it at warm and just right out of the gate, warmish, and then move it over to cool, right? And then move to cold, and then just get to like just blatant cold. So I don't start off with just like, I don't do that. I start it with like warmish. I'm like, okay, this is cool-ish. And then I slowly just keep moving the knob down to cold and colder and colder. And I do this over about a 2-minute period. And then about 3 minutes in, I'm just full on just I say freezing, but it's cold. I mean, I've gotten used to it though. But yeah, that'll help you out too. So if you do it, don't just put it on. Don't do an ice bath. Don't put it, start your way with that. Go to like get in the shower, put it on like, oh, it's pretty cold. Then just slowly get used to it and turn it down and then turn it down and then turn it down.
I got a whole library of Josh SFX.
Yeah, back in the day, I was definitely not as obviously as exuberant, but the Adam Sandlers and the Jim Carreys of the world I've been compared to. Just my favorite and how all the different sounds and words I come up with. So yeah, because they're usually out of nowhere. Like the one a little bit ago with the me crying or whatever I was doing with the bad trades. So those just come out of nowhere. Improvisation. Now I talked about that actually early on my live stream. I was like, man, I wish my mom asked me forever ago. I think, Mom, if you're listening, I'm pretty sure I remember this. When I was like 10, 11, 12 years old, because I was just an outgoing, goofy child. I remember her asking if I wanted to take acting classes. I had no interest in it at the time. But now I look back, I'm like, God, I would have been so good because I'm just so goofy and outgoing and I improvise. Just stuff kind of comes out of my mouth out of nowhere. And you're like, what was that? I like to have fun. I like to be goofy. And again, everyone, be yourself. Don't be scared or ashamed to be who you are. Be you. Do you. Do what makes you happy, as long as it's abiding the laws. Oh, you got to really go hot then cold for the last 2 minutes. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. I like that though too. Like what he just said, or even what King Lion is doing. Where you go hot and you can turn it to really cold, vice versa, or whatever.
GCTS approaching its highs, TCGL still halted, and then feed after that liquidity kind of move. It's struggling here, but four's a level to be mindful of. Yeah, did that liquidity move up through the highs, big upper wick, and now pulling back on in just a little bit. We're gonna Mr. Florida Joe's gonna run a poll in the background, guys, to see how you did today. There's certainly been, like, across the board, there's been good opportunity, whether you were trading large caps and on the short side, like some of the gold and silver plays that have been pulling on back. A lot of the market's been red today. So some good opportunities out there, good volatility. That's what we are as traders. We are hunters of that volatility, managers of risk. That's who we are. Managers of risk, hunters of that volatility. The range is what we're looking for. Range is where the money's made. That's why Josh and I are so laser focused on TCGL. The range is where the money is made. And there's a ton of range on TCGL. There's a ton of range everywhere. But that's where the opportunity lies. If a tiger's going sideways, there's no money to be made. So you need that action, whether it's up or down. Florida Joe's going to run that poll. Let us know if you're green or red. The call-in show today is going to be on your strategy for trading news. Your strategy for trading news. There's the poll. Thank you, Mr. Joe. Are you green or red today? Let us know. Cast your vote.
There's your 4 bounce too, by the way, on feed. Feed was your 4 bounce if you're looking at a bounce play. Like I said, 4 is that nice area into 380, so 4 is starting to bounce a little bit. So feed still got the love. GCTS, again, like I talked about, that 180-ish or 185, I think that's going to start to channel up a little bit here. Nice little pop from Kickson. Still sitting back here, my man. Geez, feed didn't dip the loan up there.
Yeah, we're going to have to. So we'll do the call-in show, your strategy for trading earnings, which is very relevant, of course, with this week. And TCGL is going to be in the background because when that opens, I'm going to have to monitor it very carefully. So just be mindful of that. TCGL, we gotta make sure present when that thing opens up. But yeah, we'll get that going here in a second.
Fine.
The call-in show.
Merlin wants to keep coming out, so we let Merlin out and you can put him back in a minute. Merlin, please.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, baby.
Halted.
Gotta do some. I feel like I've got like a hockey team over here. All right, you're out, you're in. Letting the dogs in and out of the office over here.
70% so far green. Good work today, guys. Really, really good work. Man. All right, yell at me if it opens up. I'm gonna grab a water real quick before we start the call-in show.
Sounds good. Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting. Waiting. Good. Hey, good move here today, team. Hopefully you guys have enjoyed the stream. I know we've really been stuck on TCGL. Feed has been amazing. If you took feed for the long, not that great of shorts today. Like I was saying earlier, your shorts are up top here, right around that 450 area. You can see resistance from earlier, right around 450, 460. We just got another one. Other than that, not too great on the short side. More of a long play, breaking out continuously to start the day, forming a nice consolidation channel, cracking it, coming down. There's your other short potential, which was only about 25 cents or so, 30 cents for bouncing off this 340 area was feed. So that's about it. Feed was your main one. Sorry, I'm looking at feed on my side. I cannot not look at TCG on the live stream, but feed was good today. Here comes GCTS bouncing off that 160 area. So I think GCTS starts to channel around from 160, 150. We'll call it 155 to 180, 185. Yeah, brother, I'm telling you, I'll get a water here in a second too. But I'm like, I'm gonna have to do a quick water break. I'm gonna run out of here and run. I'll probably stumble over a dog. Get out of the way! Get move! I gotta get water. I gotta hurry.
We're at war here.
Yeah,
Man. Yeah, this is just unusual, guys, to have this thing. I mean, unusual to have it halted this long. So apologies in advance. TCGL has been the laser focus.
and if I wasn't in it, then we would be looking elsewhere for sure. But I didn't think this would come. I thought we would maybe go to 20, like we talked about when that thing opened up. When I'm in this plane, we open up all the way at 1975, 1985, whatever. What do we open up? 1981, and just race straight into a halt up. I know we're going parabolic at that point. I was like, we got a huge gap up. I wasn't anticipating to gap up $1. Probably the biggest gap up of the day so far was the one I was in right here. Of course, I'm still in, but yeah, that usually leads to more movement up, and that's really all we've got here. Like we've said, it's just been green, 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 green. Still showing M for volatility on TCGL. They haven't changed that. They haven't T12 that. They haven't moved it over to they're investigating this company. So that's a good. Now again, it's only 25 shares that I'm in, but boy, I would really like to lock up $250, $300 here. Halted up again. I don't think that really matters anymore, but it was 5 after in 46 seconds. So we've essentially been halted this whole hour, bro. Is that not nuts? I've never been in a halt this long, and I'll say that. I have never in my life, and here I go in a live stream, I've never been in a halt this long. Never have I been in a halt this long.
Well, it's probably halted for suspicious activity right now. I mean, you seeing this move is so irregular. It's irregular moves create suspicious activity, which probably triggers suspicion and an investigation.
Come on, don't investigate this yet, SEC. Well, what about BNA on Friday? What about SMS?
what about BNA?
Even though I was long on that one too,
Oh, man. Yeah, Crow getting called on a trade and it got delisted. I mean, God, that's the scary nature with halts. You never know. And imagine. Look, okay, so I see that like 20,000 shares went in or more to buy at 29, like 46, 29.17 right there. How much volume went through it? Yeah, like probably about 40,000 shares went into that. Can you imagine how scared those guys are? 40,000 shares of people that just bought at 29.17.
Yeah. Whew. Yowzas. Yeah, I can't just have that. Oh, it's going to go up more now. Let's get in. Yeah, that high up. Wow. I think even Larry said it earlier. Just, because I'm in so low. It's just really hard to trade this at this point. Definitely so. But I can't imagine being in at 29, 28 area. Anyone that bought in on that last halt up, they right now have got to have the sweatiest palms and armpits, and they're probably throwing up over there. They are. Oh, man.
Oh,
scary.
Yeah, scary. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, QM. I forgot about the QMs. Forgot about that. QM. Yeah, I forgot about that too as well. Yeah. Now that is a good thing. I locked up 75 of the 100 shares, so that is definitely good profit taking. But yeah, it's one of those things. That's why, especially on these plays, you have to take profit. There is no holding hope for the moon. We see our plays like that go forever, and this is going to be the next this. This is going to be the next that. Just take most of your profit as it climbs up. Be lucky if you, like myself, somehow are still in small shares. That way, if something like this does happen, you've already locked up profit. This won't be much against you, or if it is your own capital, you won't have a lot that's, stuck out there. You're like, okay, cool. It's only 25 shares, blah, 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 blah. It's not going to hurt you. That's why you lock up profit on these plays. Even like me on Friday with BNAI, I wasn't trying to hold that play for 50, 20, 30 points or anything like that. It's like a quick 3, 5, 7 points, get in, get out.
Larry stopped out a feed twice. Yeah, it's become the overcrowd ticker. It's been a little choppy. I mean, you gotta again. So Larry, start sizing down and utilizing. I mean, those ladder stops you talked about, but maybe ladder entries too. That laddering stops and entries that provides a lot of.
Heading over to the call-in show. I forgot about that. I'm so stuck on.
I know. I sent you the link, and then
I got it. Yeah.
and then scream at me if TCGL opens up. Are you going to have like at least an eye on it? You're in it, so you'll probably have one eye on it. Okay.
Looking at other movies that are moving to my left, but to the right, yeah, I am. This is. I may not even move my mouse for in a minute once we get the call-in show going. But yeah, and I've got plenty to talk about too as well on earnings. At least my journey with them, which is not too long, but it's enough to talk about. So yeah, if you guys call in, don't forget. Trade the Pool put it out there a second ago. Today, the call-in show. The question is, what is your strategy for trading earnings? What is your strategy? Or maybe your strategy is not to trade them. You sit back and eat popcorn and just watch. If you've ever traded them throughout the years, what is your strategy? Is it more of a swing term approach? Is it more of a, kind of an in and out day trade where you're in for a certain move up and out the next day? Well, that's kind of what I did. What is it? What do you do? What do you like to trade? Is there certain earnings tickers and that you go after, or certain stocks you go after? Or is it you just wait for the chart to build like I do and say, I like this. These levels are hitting. I like the way this is moving. This is the stock I want to trade on earnings.
Crow, call in easy. Let's get it. Yeah, let's get it. I'm very interested as far as the earnings go. Now, personally, this is just real quick. Like I've always been mainly short euphoria by fear. So I'd like to just take advantage of the behavior. Human behavior in trading never really changes. But earnings I've traditionally avoided, Josh, because that's more reputability behind the company. I mean, it goes back to Warren Buffett's quotes, like tickers will trend towards their intrinsic value over time. So if earnings are good and I'm mainly taking advantage of human behavior and emotions, I'm going to tend to stick more in small cap land and more based on these euphoric moves, such that we're seeing right now with this ticker TCGL that was going bananas, euphoric, which can't last forever. And oftentimes these tickers will come back down to earth eventually. Not always, but high percentage of the time, and that's where there's edge found in that. So earnings I've typically avoided mainly because I'm a short seller, and good earnings. We do see euphoric moves there, but we see a lot of investors coming into play, not just day traders looking for an intraday scalp. But I'm very curious for you, Josh, like with earnings plays, how do you handle those? What are you looking for? Let's say, is it real defined for you? Like, okay, we beat earning expectations. Now this is a long look for a dip buy. Is it something like that? How do you go about it?
Usually when I trade them, typically if I traded them and it's only, I'm right there with you most of the time I sit them out. It's kind of popcorn material for me. Not really getting a feel for direction, but those would be two ways in my opinion. Yeah. Bounce plays is one forte or for one area I'd be looking for. So kind of like yesterday with Meta, the way Meta went really far down. I said, watch for move down around, sub 640. So somewhere in the 630s, we should see, Meta stop out and finish its move. And it literally went to 637. So you could put orders in the low 640s, high 630s, whatever through there to look for a dip buy. And I would be doing shares. If you haven't traded this before, I would not be doing options. Oh my gosh, unless it's a swing play for you, then you're usually in ahead of time, in the charting setup there, and you're already in green most likely for the position, not just, hey, I'm about to trade this with options. Let's see what happens. And then there's the other way to trade this, in my opinion. It's finding the edge of the trend. And like I know I've talked about this before, but back in 23 into 24, it was 4 straight earnings reports that I noticed. It happened with October, November earnings reports of 2023 that I've noticed the first big set of Mag 7 and other tickers that if they were down and below the VWAP for the day, they would just continue to crack and go after. It didn't matter if the earnings reports were good, they would still just dump. Or if they were above the VWAP, and Tesla was one of the main ones that actually first traded in that earnings report session because it was one of the last ones. I'm like, man, guys, the trend is if it's up above the VWAP and it's bullish for the day, it's going to go up in after hours as the earnings comes out. I just watch. And sure enough, That's exactly what happened with Tesla. And I'll never forget, it was bad earnings too. And everyone's like, well, it's bad. Why is it going up? Oh, it's parabolic. What's going on here? It's terrible earnings. A lot of the time it doesn't matter. Like we even see with Meta yesterday, Meta last earnings report were good, but the play tanked. Meta tanked last time around. This time earnings reports were bad and it went up. I think it was good. I think both times they were good. I think that both times they were good. Both times they were good. And last earnings report last year, it went down. And this time it went up. So it's really hard to say the direction a lot of the time. And what do earnings really mean anything a lot of the time? I think a lot of it's already built into the chart. So point being, back to the dips, find an area on the chart, wait for it to come down to it and get filled. Or B, if you find the trend like I did, and then point being, I carry that over to the next earnings report. So the ones that came out like right now in January 2024, I said, okay, guys, let me wait for the first 2 or 3 that come out. If we're doing the same thing, we're up and away. It goes up in after hours. We're down, and we go down. I'm going to trade the next slew of them. So I'd kind of wait for the first like this week. I'd wait for the first guys to come through, and that trend was still there. And man, I traded SMCI, I traded NVDA, I traded Google, I know those are the 3 bigger ones. And Tesla, obviously the first one I did. I traded their earnings reports, bro. Google was when I was full tuned in. I literally did options and I did shares because I was so dead set on this is the trend. And sure enough, Google was up above the V, blah, blah, and it was the same setup and went flying from like 160 to 180, 188, 85 in after hours. And that was one of my bigger ones that I did that actually did options and shares. And so A, try to find the trend if you can, if there is a trend to find, and then B, just use technical analysis and find your levels on the chart and wait for those big jolty moves. Because you see yesterday, if you would have had orders in for Meta at the 630s, 640s, the thing ripped up $100 from there. So that was my journey with them. I'm leaving them alone now. I don't find the trend in them, and I'm not really big on let's trust in this level because, well, we can see how whipsawy those can be. They can go up and down in $50, $30, $20 in a hurry. So I like finding the trend. If the trend is there, then I look for that trend and I start to trade that trend. And so I had real good success over 3 earnings reports from 23 to 24. And then that trend ended. And when it ended, I had noticed it and I stopped trading it, And so it's one of those things that I think those would be advantages for yourself if you could find a trend to trade that. Because a lot of the time like we said, or I was just saying, earnings could be terrible and it goes up. Earnings could be great and it goes down.
Because I'm looking at Meta you mentioned yesterday. Now I'm seeing after hours it shoot down and then straight up. So unless these are misticks.
No, that's it. No, it's true. No, we watched it live yesterday. It was down. Everything was down at first. Microsoft, Tesla, everything was down to begin with. Even SPY went down a little bit, and then boom, red to green move. Tesla, or I should say Tesla, but Meta just went bam crazy all the way back up. And that's why we're like, oh yeah, we were just kind of in awe yesterday watching that make that huge move. And that just lets you know, that can show you the whipsaw action of where, it's down 20 points, 30 points, and then boom, goes for $100 ripper. So yeah, it's that can happen. That's the thing too about trading those earnings. There's a lot of risk involved there, in my opinion, for sure. And that's why I think most traders do sit them out.
Yeah, just increased volatility. So would you say with earnings, just kind of be right or right out with them? Don't just play the ad game or scaling in. Just be on the right side of the volatility because you just have so much influx of volume and increased volatility on those names. Right? Yeah. So pick your levels, like you're saying with the dips, but yeah, there's very experienced earnings traders I know in chat. We'd love to hear from you. Let us know how you trade those. Because this week, we have tons of plays this week. We want to know how you're trading them, how you approach those plays, how you approach your entries, exits. So give us a call. Let us know. Now, one of the traders in chat, Josh, mentioned TCGL is being investigated. So I'm trying to find that, but if you have a link, let us know. It's in the background, one of the tickers we've been monitoring. But
well, that's fine. Hey, that's fine. Hey, listen, that's why I lock up 75 of the 100 shares. That's why you do that. You take care of yourself 100%. Because you don't take care of yourself in your own trade, then that's exactly what can happen to you for sure. So
you're gonna
out of it.
Look, I'm doing some trader analysis on it right now, and a lot of names are saying, you're gonna owe your broker money. Like, let's say you bought this thing up here at 30, and of course, all you can lose when you're going long on something is pretty much your account size. But okay, so let's flip that. Let's say you go short this thing just indefinitely goes higher and higher and higher, keeps opening up. Like, that's the danger in halts when you open up many points higher. Is sometimes, and I've heard this story from many, where you get to a point where you may even owe your broker money because it opens up
Right.
beyond your risk levels on the trade on the short side. So this has been halted for a long time, guys. It's probably going to be investigated.
Oh, let's not say that. Come on, it's going to open up 40 points higher. Got to give myself some high hope. Love it though. It's one of those things where this is where you have to understand the stock trades, how these things move, what you have to be aware of, certain things to be aware of, etc.
Liquidation play that trapped shorts. Yeah. Well, there was 16.5%. Just reviewing some trader analysis on it. There were 16.5% short. You just can't be on the short side. You can't just be passive. You gotta always you can't be passive with your trades because you're going to get hunted. That's what we saw with GME. We see that oftentimes when anyone's heavy on the short side, it gets overcrowded. Yeah, Paula, T12 is not good. Could be halted for months. And I did stop out right at the top. So
it would suck now. I'm gonna have to keep TCG on my watch list every day because of that. When can I get out of my 25 shares? Just let me know. I appreciate it. Yeah, my watch list today. It's crazy how the former runners today. I mean, there's nothing. It's you have GCTS and Feed are your main two movers. That I see up today for the most part. Everything other former runner stuff this morning just not up. CADX not bad. That's another one too. Over from my Discord. They had CADX alerted that was a really good alert here. CADX slow and steady, Eddie. Slow and steady, Eddie. Tack in chat said, "Not calling. Why are you not calling in, Tack? You can't be like, I'm not calling in, but I trade him." Well, come on. Why can't you call in? You can't be doing this like that. What a tease. That's like saying, "Hey, I've got a good way to trade stocks, but I'm not going to tell you how to do it."
Sign up for my course.
Sign up for my course. $9.99.
Yeah, exactly. $9.99. Now, as far as the earnings go, I mean, I'm excited to hear from people like you, Tack, because I personally I've just mainly avoided them. So I'm excited to hear about an edge as far as they go. Now, some traders will. I think one of you was saying in chat the news gets vexed in ahead of time on these earnings. Like oftentimes you'll see that. So the earnings drops with good news, but the ticker sells off. And then you have people scratching their head. You have people scratching their head like, what is going on here? Well, what does the saying go? What does the old adage, the quote say? It says, buy the rumor, sell the news. So buy the rumor, sell the news. That's why, I've seen so many.
Oh, we're live and look at this gap up. Look at this gap up. Oh my God, we're at 53, baby. Oh my God. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my God. What? Oh wow. What a barn burner, baby.
Come on, let's.
Oh man. Wow. How about that, brother? Man, what a move, huh?
I'm speechless. I mean, you think I'm frozen? I'm speechless. I'm absolutely speechless. I feel like I'm gonna get fired. We've been tunneling TCGL so much this morning. I'm like, I can't take my eyes off of this. How do you take your eyes off of this thing? How do you take your eyes off of this thing?
Oh, this is the biggest small cap play I've ever been a part of. I've never been in this big. I mean,
my God.
I can't even. I mean, I get the explosion out right there, but bro, I can't even. I'm like you. I can't even hardly talk right now. I've never seen anything like this before.
Let's just traders. And I know you guys are probably trading TCGL. That's why we're not having many calls coming in right now. Let's take a moment of silence for the over ambitious shorts out there. Okay. All right. There's our moment of silence. There are accounts getting absolutely wiped right now. Now, of course, they're depositing their money into Josh's account right now. We have accounts getting absolutely wiped. And that is why we teach in here, know your risk. I mean, Josh, this thing, oh God, if you shorted, if you, 20 points, a 20-point gap. Like, honestly, I feel bad for the shorts, because it's almost like, how do you even manage? You can't manage that. You can't manage it. No, do you guys? Well, I could be. I went off the call-in show, so
We're good.
there we go. We good. Yep.
Now we're better. There we go.
TCGL. So how are you processing this? We were frozen there for a second, guys. I mean, this had a 20-point gap up. Shorts are getting annihilated. Crow, congrats. Yeah, anybody long on this? Congrats. I'm still itching for that short. That short's coming. I'm itching for it. So can we not go back to an hour-long haul? Oh, this thing's resuming at $47.
Is that what it's showing you on maybe a gap down possibly?
Yeah, I'm seeing down towards 47. 46.94 is the resume price. Paul, I had an entry at 35 short. Glad you canceled. It depends if you're slow scaling this, because likely there's going to be a really good opportunity. I mean, that was the mass liquidation event right there. I mean, okay, we might be. This is awesome.
20-point gap up is nuts, and then you race from literally 49 to 54 like a blink of an eye. I mean, I thought with that gap up, it was instantaneously going to see some red. The fact that ran into another gap up, I mean, I know the guys are. I don't know if they're joking, but maybe some would have, like, next HKD. This could go QMs. I mean, at this point, traders just keep pushing it and pushing it. There, like you said, there is going to be a crazy, nasty sell-off at some point, 100%. But my point is, this could still continue to get some mumbo jumbo and continue to go here. We halted up at 13 after.
We might open if it's 5 minutes. If it's 5 minutes, we might be opening up here soon.
Yeah. Could be less than 10 seconds here. I doubt it, but I've got my hand on the trigger to get rid of 10 more shares. I'm only in 15 shares. But with 15 shares, I'm up 543. That's nuts. That just blows my mind. Okay, we're going into a 10-minute here. But yeah, man, I feel like I'm almost living in a dream right now, man. This doesn't almost feel real. This is crazy how much this has moved. This is bonkers.
Pinch yourself.
Hold on. Ready? Oh, yeah.
I felt that. Oh, man.
My dreams are so deep and real, no lie. There will be times where I'm in a bad dream that I don't like, and I'm like, I will do the whole I'm like, get up, get out, and I will literally do that. And it's my mom's like, how do you? I'm like, I don't know. It's just that I'll be in dreams that I don't like it, and I feel like I'm trying to, like, get through this, like, get me out of this thing,
Look like you're swimming. You're swimming your way out of the dream.
But I feel like Jim Carrey.
You look like you're being bored. Yeah.
Yes, you remember Jim Carrey on Ace Ventura, the second one, where he's trying to get out of the rhino.
Yeah.
Get out of it. Like, I'm stuck in here. I'm so hot. Why is it so hot in here? Oh man. God. This is awesome. Hey, rolling this out. This is why you hold the shares in case this happens. Because imagine even Money Mitch holding, like I said, 5, 10, 15 shares for SPHE, right? I mean, here I am, 1768 entry, 15 shares at 543. That's just bonkers on such small share size. So, hey, we called it. Boy, this is fun. That halt was too long. Now, why we do an hour-long halt just for that? I mean, come on now.
All right. So, yeah, if anyone does want to call in, we want to provide you the opportunity, because I know they posted that in the Discord and on email blast. But this is we're in unprecedented moments right now. That's why it's hard to process anything else. TCGL from $8, whatever it was, at 54 right now, and it's just gone from halt to halt to halt to halt. It looks like
Not a red candle. Not a red candle.
not one person has sold one share.
They're all right there with me, or they're like, yeah, let's keep going with this thing. Yeah, they're just gonna hold. This is unprecedented. This is definitely different. We see plays go parabolic, but not with this straight green gap up green and this massive gap up after an hour long halt. Again, now I get to remember this one because I'm actually in the trade. But when I was saying to you earlier, Kevin, I don't remember too many plays that are halted to the top side up green, then get the 30+ minute hour long halt. So I was kind of, usually it's the ones that are already coming down. They're on their second or their first or their third halt down. Then they'll get this really elongated halt, and that kills. And I mean, kills the play. So I haven't seen too many that are halted to the top side, fully new high, at high of day. What do they do when they go to the long halt? So now I'll remember, well, there is this possibility that you could get a $20, $30 gap up, which is huge.
We're getting a the massive gap downs incoming. It's just a matter of patience. Patience spelled with a PAY. So we got to be patient with our entry. Thank God I took my $200 loss and waiting.
Yeah, because that's to imagine that. I mean, of course, that's a good thing about TTP. It just would have stopped you out and said, "Hey," but imagine those traders that do have brokers that are goofy enough that went and located shares, so they lost money there, and then are still short at 18, at 19, at 30, or 20, or I say at 30.
Yeah. So I mean, there's your pitch for TTP right there. Look, for shorters out there, you're gonna have you got to pay to locate these shorts that you're just gonna blow up on. So if you're gonna blow up, don't pay for the locates. just blow up. No, with TCGL, I mean, who's thinking that this is at a bargain price and buying this thing up? Right. Oh, it's only up from $8 to $53. Like, this is a steal. This is just momentum. It's purely momentum right now. It looks like we're opening 46.94, 12.23. Maybe if it's 10 minutes, within a minute here. Octo, I remember that, Larry. Octo, I remember that. You go ahead and share your chart again if you want to. We can bring it back over, or I can share mine. Get back to it.
Get back to off of this or whatever. Yeah, I can share my screen again. Sure, yeah. Share screen, and entire one, and this guy, and call in though if y'all want to call in. We're right here, rocking and rolling. Of course, we'd love to talk. We can move this over to next week because of TCGL today. So if we don't get too many people to call today, we can talk about this next week. How you're trading earnings, and we'd love to hear it because that's the big thing right now for traders. Of course, we're running into massive crazy territory here from TCGL, but we are in earnings season, so we definitely want to hear from you guys on how you.
All right, it's back on you. Okay, so I have the call-in show pulled up. If somebody wants to call, I'll pull it back up. But right now, TCGL. I don't know how we don't look at this thing. TCGL.
Nope. Going to 15 again. Going to 15, and this is going to be the ones just like last time where I'm going to keep my eyes glued to the screen. Glued. Could come out at any time now. So Charlie, TCGL, how did you pull the trigger so quick when the resumption time was unknown? So Charlie, I'm already in at 1768. So I've been in way down here. So I don't know if you're talking to me, Charlie. I got in way down here in the Chattahoochee. I try to play my halt strategy when the play is halted up and we get a good gap up. When it comes down, I didn't have orders filled. Orders out there, so I couldn't have traded my true halt strategy. And so what my other halt strategy is, if I get the tip, I get the tip and rip, as I call it. So we come down tip off of this, the old halt up area, and as soon as this turned green, I was trying to get into the trade, and I was just trying to get in 100 shares. The spread was so bad, I got filled at 1768. Then eventually it was kind of all over the place and got halted up at 18 plus. So that's where I got in. I went in for my halt strategy, literally, truly just for a move to 20. This thing gapped up, though, essentially to 20. I couldn't even sell shares as soon as it went flying on up. I think I did sell. Here are my orders. Here are my exits right here for the day. So I sold the first 25 at 20.90, sold another 25 at 23.10, sold another 25 at 29.17, and I just sold 10 more at 53.90.
Dude, you got to print that chart out. I'd print that out and put it on your refrigerator. That's a beautiful chart. I mean, it's a beautiful chart to just showcase letting pieces run, because we go over that every single day. I preach it every day, guys. The irrational pieces, let them run. And Josh is just showcasing how that works today with even a few shares. What is that from? You got the thing at What was your entry price on this thing?
1768.
Okay, so 1768 to 53. I mean, you're up what 30 points on 5 shares. 5 shares, an extra $150.
Yeah.
I mean, just leaving up irrational piece to let run. CATX Alyssa is still moving up as well. CATX. Yeah,
Good
that
one
had
there.
a
Yeah,
really nice trend. Oh, well, that really went parabolic. Okay, so CATX actually, had a nice.
I don't want to leave my chart, so if you want to show yours, you can show yours. I was just like, I can't leave my. I about started typing in CatX, like, don't. As soon as you do it, you're going to see TCGL go live. Oh,
Scream
so
again,
yeah. But
scream again
CatX,
if TCL. Yeah, if it goes
CatX
live,
so good.
scream again.
Yeah, I will. I'll definitely know I will because that one, God, bro, I don't know if I've ever had that feeling before in my life, seeing a $20, $30 gap up and race into 53.90 like that. So yeah, that was I got to go back and record the stream today, or bits of it. Hopefully, maybe trade the pool, make a little clip it out of today's TCGL trade. But yeah, but that was a good alert from my Discord from CatX. So I don't know if you got that, Alyssa, anyone else. Beautiful move there from CatX today. Thank you to K Clausen over on my Discord for alerting that, and I kind of got that on the board here. Smoke Tune, appreciated, brother. Yeah, this is don't get too many of these, so that's why I'm glued to it. I know we talked about love feed. Any of these battles been good. GCTS has been good. CatX has been good. You guys have had great alerts out there. But yeah, when you have this kind of mover, I am glued to it. It's a once a month now. At least recently, it's about a once a month mover. Now this month I got two of them. I got BNAI last Friday, and here we are on Thursday getting TCGL. And I'm talking about just ripping TCGL from 1750 area up to 54 almost. What a day. Bro, I'm so happy about today. I like how Reese said, imagine being one of those 8 employees. Yeah, Kevin was talking about that earlier. Like, yeah, all of a sudden you're like, hold on, we're up. How? What's the what? Like, geez.
So CATX, I'm taking a short against like 4.3 just FYI, getting a little extended there. But it keeps getting balled up. I mean, it's on a steep trend line, right? So if you're all long on CATX, just make sure you're respecting the trend levels that are set. But it's just getting a little steep, and an influx of volume coming in there on that name. But yeah, Reese, imagine being one of those 8 employees.
Yeah.
Dude, I would be so curious to know what those employees are doing right now. Like, are they?
They're doing what I just did when I thought. If they're going, yeah, woo!
Are they like popping open bottles of champagne right now, or are they prepping for an offering? Yeah,
and hey, it's like probably Wolves of Wall Street over there. They're bringing out the drugs. They're bringing out the alcohol. They're just having
Finally, everybody recognizes our company for who we truly are.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Smoke Tuna. Well, good job there, Reese, today with the chatting. Joe says, by the way, thanks Josh and Kevin for the watch. So, we'll try to keep you guys in tune all day, every day from what we're trading. He's going to be trading a little different tickers more than I am. I'm going to be trading different tickers than he is, and we're both going to be trading the same tickers at times as well. So you're going to have all ins covered with me and Kevin for sure. I bet they're buying office supplies. Yeah, I bet Giovanni for sure. Charlie, but in the last resumption, it was live for only a split second. You can't set a fill price on the chart. Just amazed you. Oh, market order, bro. So I'm just using market orders. Yep. I've traded these for so long. Yeah, that's where you're like, dude, these are, you can ask Kevin. These are I traded BNAI and after hours with limit orders. Go look what it did. I don't want to leave my chart. But if you want to pull it up, Kevin, if you do have yours up still, if you want to pull that back up.
What is that one?
BNAI went from 20 to 70 in after hours on Friday, and I traded that on the 35 to 50 break. And you're going, you traded that 35, and it's already up. And yeah, because these are my forte. These are my go-to. I traded these so often in 2020 and 2021 because of how parabolic we got. I could develop my strategy, which to me is called the halt strategy. I've had so many traders use it. I had one trader back in the day. Oh, I forgot her name. Oh, no. What's her name? Anyway, she had about an 85, 90% win rate with it back in 2021 because of how easy it was. I say easy, but it's a very easy strategy. And again, you want the gap ups. And what you're looking for here, like I was showing you earlier, if you get a gap up, I don't know if you're still on my chart. Yeah, just making sure we're still on my chart. So if you get the gap up here, and it's a good size gap up. And so we got the gap up here. We got another one here. What I'm looking for is to get filled here. And if I don't, when this candle engulfs and turns green, jump in because they're gonna fly into new high of day. Love it. Feed just lost the celebrity just lost the celebrity status. I think a lot of people are still. I think CADX got some mob. Battle BATL's got some mob. TCGL is where a lot of people, especially after that gap up, I think it's got a lot of people just glued to the screen. I don't think there's a lot of people actually trading it, obviously, because it's hard. Like literally, just like Charlie was saying, you got it, boss. And it's just one of those things where they're doing this. Wow, they're just glued to the screen watching TCGL. But you got it, Charlie. I've been trading since 2016, 2017. 2020 was crazy because of COVID. I mean, you could have put out, hey, we came up with a new cough medicine that will make you get sick. And they'd be like, oh, cool, and to the moon. I'm like, hold on. You read that? It said cough medicine that makes you get sick. You could put out any PR in 2020 after COVID and it went to the moon. And so you got to trade a lot of halt plays in 2020, get you used to it. And so like me, I'm always trying to find the theme, the trend. What is it? How can you trade it? And that's what I did earlier. I was like, this is going to go into another halt up, magnetizing, the 35 to 50 rule. We haven't been in 35 in forever. Go back to BNAI. You go back to the past chart history. We haven't been to 35 in forever. So when we make that explosive move like we did on Friday, when it gets to 35, it's going to see 50. And so the same thing here. If I see over 7, well, of course, I was already trying to trade the halt strategy, but when we make this move up like we did, as I was telling Kevin earlier, 1875 is a magnet and most likely 20. 20 is my target. Well, when you open up pretty much at 20, you're already at the target. So of course, now you're at chef kisses after a big gap up here and you just let it run. You start scaling out along the way as you saw me doing. You have your trigger ready on market order and you just get out. There's just you don't hesitate. You pull that trigger ASAP. I've gotten really good at that. Some people hesitate. I think, again, another thing I would have loved to, of course, talk about being an F1 driver, right? You can't hesitate being driving 150, 180, 200 miles an hour on those roads we're driving on. But I always talk about as a kid, I want to be a fighter pilot. And now I can manage things real quickly and I don't hesitate. And this has to be done. I look back now and like, dang, I probably would have been a really good fighter pilot, probably, because you can't hesitate. You've got immediately what your brain processes and thinks, it has to react right away. And you can't have that little 1 second, half second hesitation. It's what you think, it happens. And it helps you become a very disciplined trader when you can do that day in, day out.
Yeah.
Smoke Tuna. Where's the Smoke Tuna? You want the link? Smoke Tuna, you want the link? Is that what I think he maybe wants the link for the Google Meet if you want to give it to Tuna. Toon Dog, is that what you're asking for, Smoke Tuna? The link to the Google Meet?
Okay, we can head back over to let me I need to, you still got the link for it?
Yep, I'll pull it back up. I got out of it, but I'll pull it back up and go to it right now. Let's go to the halt there. We halted up. TCGL halted up at 1337, 1337, 1337. So we are right now already moving into a 20-minute halt. That just shows you how time flies. Gee golly. All right, here we go. And there's the call and show link. If you got it, Charlie, yes, sir. Appreciate it, boss. Now go to my live right here. Follow me if you can. Click on my YouTube page.
My son.
Let me get the. Okay, here we go. Cool. Let me get rid of EV Mux.
We got the tuna himself getting fed on the feed today. Good call on feed. Got paid. How's your trading day? No sound. James James said no sound. Try it again.
Right.
Ah, okay. I see. Okay. So you're taking a company that's doing well. How do you how do you go about taking a look at the company, the financials? Oh, sorry. Hang on.
The reality
There you go,
is
sir.
seen, right? But it's all about the hype. So you buy the hype and you sell before the earning.
So
That's it. But
paraphrase
I mean,
everything you just said, because
yeah.
we brought it back up, so I had to reshare that screen. So
Mhm.
yeah, go ahead and paraphrase what you were saying as far as what you're looking for the guys in chat.
So I mean, this is not my strategy. It's from pre-market prep from Dennis, but the strategy is that you have to buy in early, like a week or 2 weeks early, and then sell before the call, right? Because if there's a hype regarding the company, it will still go up before the earning. There's no way it's gonna go down because everyone is expecting it to be positive, right?
Right.
So everyone is gonna be buying in, but don't be in for the call. That's it.
Right.
Because you have no one can predict what's gonna be the call, right? Like, and even sometimes there's times where positive news is negative for the market, right? So like that's how you can play. I mean, I think it's a very good strategy. It will for sure work. It works for Dennis for many years. So
Kind of comes in with that saying with buy the rumor, sell the news. You know, that's why you get in, take the move up before the chaos comes, take your profit.
yeah.
Echo, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, that's me. That's coming from me. That's my bad. Boom, shakalaka. We're good. We're back to normal now. We're good to go. Yeah, I love that. I think it's early what Tack was kind of talking about as well. I think that's kind of, he was saying he buys beforehand and then you sell before the chaos comes. And I like that strategy. Yeah. It's definitely one of those things where you got to learn what's working, right? And that's what works more majority of the time, especially for those institute, right? The big name players you're talking about. Well, if that's working for them, you need to be looking to do the same thing.
Yeah, because I mean, it's hard to play the earning, right? You have to have something outside the box because, like, if you expect it to be like, it will always be positive and it will always go up. Don't take that.
You're on the majority. Be cautious
because it's always a 50-50.
So when you normally liquidate the position, is it just right prior, the day of?
I mean, right. I think right before the day, I guess. Okay. Right before the day you liquidate, because anyway, like imagine you took an entry like 2 weeks, a week or 2 weeks before. It's gonna go up, right? You at least could take 5-10%. So I think that's good enough, right?
Right.
Oh
yeah.
I mean, otherwise you get a good surprise.
Don't
expect a surprise like going from 29 to 50, man. that's Josh. I saw you jump, man. I saw you jump. So, man, yeah.
I don't know if we had the audio on that. I'm not sure, but that was excellent.
No, but longest hold, but
paid off there. And that's the patience and discipline, scaling out. You're not, out there with what I had left. And then you get, that's what I say. You get in with you go in for like, you're just trying to get this move. Every once in a while you get those big home run moves. It's one of those things where you're just looking to get on base and maybe the third baseman overthrows the first baseman. Now you're to second. And then it becomes one of those like funny films where then the outfielder throws at the third, but it throws away over the third baseman. Now you're around in third and coming home. And you were just expecting to get a little base hit, and oh wow, next thing you know, I'm at home and everyone's freaking out. Like you just saw me do with TCGO, and that's it. And I love that theory right there, an analogy. Sure, 100% spoke to him.
I mean, this thing can turn any way, right? I mean, like it can go either way. Like me and Crow, what Crow was saying, we were we were on a on a stock for halted forever, like long time, and completely liquidated. So
Yeah. Love it, man. Thank you for calling in again. Just getting that
yeah.
feedback.
All right. Yeah. All right. Ciao, ciao,
Hey,
guys.
thank you, Tuna. I appreciate
Love
you.
it,
It's always
man.
been there. It's always added value to the chat.
And put your link out there, Smoke Tuna, again for your Tuna AI. Put that out there every day if you want to. While you're in here,
that
it's
Tuna
good
AI
information.
Cult feed.
I still look at it. It didn't give me any good help on TCGL. Obviously, we know that, Tuna, but I love it when it comes to plays like Battle and plays like CatX. You can use Smoke Tuna's AI system, which is really good and beneficial. He was actually on a dual stream Friday of mine a couple of Fridays ago, talking about it and breaking it down and how to use it. And I'll get that posted soon and tag you. Another one there here coming out of nowhere, ELE. Pull it up on your charts out there, team. ELE, kind of getting some of that sympathetic hype run from TCGL, going from 2019s now up to 27. So getting a big move there from ELEL there. So nice, good move there. Alerts across the board today. And earlier, Andrew, KS3NS. I am Josh Smith. I go by AK-47. Don't really know why I came up with that name. I don't have a gun in the house, but it has nothing to do with the guns. But that's me with the albums in the back. We got Journey. We've got Duran Duran. We've got Bryan Adams and the Gold album in the corners of Hooters. Why? Those albums, you might ask. My dad was a morning show host and radio. I always have had the Journey album over here. Of course, Journey, the Platinum album, thought it'd be cool to have. And then one day I was like, y'all have any more of those albums? I wouldn't mind taking a few of them, in the back, making my background look a little bit cooler. And they're like, yeah, sure, take what you want. So my dad was a morning show host and radio in the 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and a rock station for a very long time. And they would send those, hey, commemorative for helping us blah, blah, sell 1 million albums. And they would send those to those rock stations. And, of course, certain DJs would take which ones they wanted, kind of pick of the mill. And some, it's my turn. I didn't know really how it worked. Never asked Dad, but that's the reasons for the I know I have the speakers and I do like having some fun, a little DJ setup back there, but it's not like I made any real true professional music at all. But anyway, so there you go. Andrew, that is me though. I'm Josh Smith. And of course, look me up.
Blueprint. It's TCGL is Amex, AMEX. And so the halt resume price hasn't really been accurate from what I've been doing.
Yeah. I mean, heck, the last one, which I'm obviously still in the trade there, Blueprints. I'm still in 15 shares. I don't know if you rewind the stream and watch me freak out about the last time it resumed. I'm still in at 1768. 1768 is I'm still in on this play. 15 shares up $543. I only got in at 100 shares at 1768. Scaled out along the way up here. And of course, it was in that about an hour-long halt. Yeah, that was a natural, true reaction. Me getting out of the chair there, brother. That was and even you speechless. I thought you were muted or something at first. I was like, hello, Kevin, you there?
I was sincerely speechless. I really was absolutely speechless. And probably about to be speechless again. We'll see where this thing opens up.
Well, watch this open up at like 85.
I'm probably, going to be speechless either way. This thing opens up at 30 or opens up at 80. Those 8 guys, man. Those 8 guys.
Yeah, right now I'm up total on the play 896 total what I've got locked in so far. And on the 15 shares, I'm up 543. Like when I sold 10 shares at 53.90. That's an earlier I was getting asked there from, who was it? Charlie. Charlie was asking me how I got out so quick. Of course, Blueprints. You've been around for a while. This is my go-to. I love trading these halt plays, and I'm very quick at what I do. Back to that AK-47, I guess. I'm very quick at it. But I had got in at 1768, out 25 shares at 2090, out 25 shares at 2310, out 25 shares at 2917, and out 10 shares at 5390. And on those 10 shares at 5390, 361 buckaroonies. I mean, God, what a play. Yeah, and CatX Smoke Tuna. That's what I was talking about. CatX was good. That's what I was saying. That was on the board. It was just re-alerted from my Discord, but that was on there earlier from his Smoke Tuna AI. So need to use that. It's really good stuff for sure, and it breaks things down really easy.
If you guys like seeing Josh and I live on these small caps, let us know, because we might be doing this more together here soon for you guys.
Yeah,
let us know. Breaking
I'll
it
put
down,
that link
having fun. TCGL. Let's see where she opens up.
There you go for Smoke Tuna. He helps us out so much. So I'll put that out there for him right there. So there you go. Go take a look at his AI system. Appreciate you always being here, Smoke Tuna. He's here Monday through Thursday, from opening bell to close, trying to help out traders across the globe. So just very, very good guy. Like I love everyone in chat. Don't make him I'm putting certain people on pedestals, but love Tuna. He definitely is here all day, every day, and deserves some love for sure. Oops, I'm sleeping on the. You're good, Joe. You're good, Joe. And Joe, you have the links out there for us. So while we're kind of getting toward the end of the call-in show, which again, thank you for tuning in for calling in. I know it's more of the TCGL show today instead of the call-in show. Call in if you want to. Last 15 minutes here. We'll take another call or two. How do you trade earnings reports? How do you trade them? How are you effective with them? Or you just stay away and stay to the sidelines? But what's your strategy and edge to trading trading earnings reports? Big time here. And of course, later this afternoon, we'll have Steve coming back for Power Hour. Right after that, he will stay around. And Kevin will be back as they do some after hours commentary for earnings report. We got Visa, Apple today. We got some big names out there again. So these guys will have it covered for you. And Joe, you have our links as well. Saying if you want to go ahead and start throwing those out there, Joe, like my Instagram, my YouTube, the Discord, same with Kevin Avery. Get those links out there so they know where traders can find us. James, here for Driver, love it. But yeah, I love that. I love you guys coming back.
I'm gonna go back to you. Someone said Smoke Tuna lost audio. You guys can hear Josh, right? Is it just Tuna? Let us know if not. We can switch back over.
Yeah. Reese said, "Hey Kevin, I won one of the 5K accounts of the previous call-in show, and I passed it. However, I didn't put my real info on the free test account. How do I switch that funded one to my real account? Is that something that he needs to hit up Discord, maybe?" Or Joe, possibly, or someone that can help him in the background. Can everyone hear me? Am I good?
Yeah, let us know if you can hear Josh. And then Reese, reach out to support. There's a very good support team at Trade the Pool that they'll certainly take care of you as far as that goes.
Real quickly, what's my opinion on SNDK? Is that SanDisk for earnings tonight? I'll look at SanDisk real quickly. That was on mine. I think Nath knows he's kind of on both. I got one of my guys in my chat. So SanDisk has earnings tonight. DK. That's probably SanDisk, isn't it? It is. I'll take a look at that for you guys real quickly. Any other earnings you guys want me to break down or charts you guys want to break down? Let's go ahead. We'll do that real quickly over the next 15 minutes. SanDisk, watch this over. Honestly, in my opinion, we had that liquidation sweep down. If you're listening to me right now, Nath, anyone else, down to that 507 mark. When I see that sweep back on up, I would say watch for that. That's already set in for the earnings, right? So watch for this. In my opinion, earnings to squeeze and go up. I would watch for SanDisk here. It's at all-time highs. Good gosh, bro. Okay, SanDisk right now. Don't pull it up, Kevin. SanDisk is at, we'll just call it 550. Where was SanDisk at in August? Just give me a guess.
300.
45, $50.
Oh God.
$500, bro. In the last 5 months, we were at 50 in August after an earnings report that didn't do anything.
Are we just mega squeezed? What's going on here?
Yeah, come November, we're almost at 300, and now we're at 550. So I would still say, back to that, Nath, anyone else, watch it to squeeze through 550 plus, going to 5. We haven't had big moves on earnings, though, from SanDisk, though yesterday could set the precedent for this and have a bigger move, honestly, from what Meta did, Tesla, Microsoft, IBM had big moves yesterday. So watch for move over 555, minimum to 560, 565.
This
could see a scare ball. What's that?
The move that gets me is Carvana.
That was another one.
Yeah. That was at $3 in the middle of 2023.
I go back and look at these, bro, and I'm like, well, it's hard to go. Unless you get into that insider, you start diving into the financials, this, out of the other, and why exactly. But yeah, you go back to August, and I'm like, this play was in the 40s and 50s, and now we're at 500. Bro, I would be a retired trader just going 100 shares right there at 50. Oh my gosh, you're talking about massive return right there.
Well, Knox always says day trading's for just for income, and swing trading's for wealth. And I think that's a wise statement. Some of those swing trading.
And I have to get into that. 100% going to have to get into some swing trading because, wow, you see that and how big the moves are, and you just go, man, yeah. TCGL is great. It's a great day trade. But imagine, yeah, you throw in like a Carvana once a year. You throw in which I'm still on Amazon, but it's not crazy moves. Yeah, you throw in one of those once a year that moves up 100, 300 points in a year. Oh, bro, man, yeah, you can just be all right. There goes, pad that into the savings wallet, so to speak. Love it, Reese. Are you in the TTP Discord? There you go. So yeah, Reese, go over to the TTP Discord. Put that link out there. I'm sure you may have already. Yeah, Joe did. There you go. Yeah, get over on the TTP Discord. Go talk to Joe. Go find Joe Angelo. You're gonna love him. Florida Joe, One-Eyed Joe. He's a great guy. He's not. Well, he's one-eyed for now. He had, surgery.
Gosh.
I love it. I just love all the different names.
That has a ring to it. You're just rolling all of Joe's names off your tongue. It has a ring to it.
And like I said, I go back to the Florida because Florida Joe met him in Florida. So then he has now the patch, and so I just think of him as a pirate. He lives in Florida. One-Eyed Joe. It's like a good pirate name, Oh, I love it. All right. Any last calls? We'll kind of close up shop here. If not, no worries. I don't think a lot of people probably in here, honestly, in my opinion, too, trade a lot of earnings. A lot of people, at least that are on the stream right now, maybe have some like on X that out there that are on different platforms that aren't chiming in here on YouTube that may trade earnings. But I could bet about a bunch of people in here, more day traders, more small cap traders, don't do a lot of earnings, kind of like us. We trade it here and there, but not nearly that much. More, if anything, like you were just saying, investing. You're in S SanDisk from earlier. You're in Carvana. You're in these plays for a long-term investment. And that's the key, like you were saying, to wealth. That's where you, like those guys at the Money Show, that's when you start rubbing shoulders with those guys because that's what they're doing.
And looked like from the poll today we ran with Florida Joe that 70% plus, 70% plus were green today. So excellent work today, because in large caps, very, very heavy, very weak, bearish, and then small caps has been, there's been a few good plays. I know Crow caught a couple of them too, had a couple of good alerts, and then of course Tuna with feed, and then obviously some just flyers, some random flyers. TIRX was my paid day today on that trade. Thankfully, that winner outsized the losers. That's how we want it to be. But outside of that, just been kicking back with this halt on TCGL.
Yeah. Because now we've been halted up. We got one halt up. We halted up at 05 after 46. We resumed at actually a random time, just so you do know, it was a random time like we called it. It resumed at 13:21. So a very random. So this one halted up at 13:37. We were literally live for 6 seconds there before we halted up again, which is crazy. I guess that's why Charlie was like, how'd you get out? I'm just, as soon as I saw we open, I have literally like right now, have my mouse on the sell button. So if it comes live at any moment, I can sell. We now halted up at 13:37. It's going to be a random resumption time again. I am going to have to stay glued to TCGL. Luckily, it doesn't seem like or appear that they are getting investigated, which is key and huge. It's going to resume at some point. And I'm going to stay on this play. So let's do this. We're going to get out of the Google real quickly, Bob.
Okay. Then let's head over to...
Yeah, you're good. Back over to just EV Mux, because then I was going to do this. Yeah, so I can show the chart off again. But here's all the remaining shares. I'm in 15 shares, 1768, 543, just from those alone. Here are my scale outs from earlier in the day. Of course, my NAM trade that didn't work out that well is a very, very small win. Didn't like it a lot. Didn't work out. Should have shorted it. I actually called like, hey, let's look at it in reverse. Boy, did it dump, and so did gold. Regardless, now I come over to TCGL. 100 shares at 1768, and you can see my scale out prices right there. And boy, oh boy, I don't think I've ever had a scale out price at 29.17, Kevin, and the next one's at 53.90. I mean, literally a $24 gap in between me scaling out. That is absolutely bonkers right there. And yeah, still in 15 shares. My goal for this, so you see I'm in 15 shares. I'm gonna scale out 5 at a time. Obviously, I am up. I've never been in a single small cap day trade where I've gotten, let's just do the math, 20, that's 10, that's 20, that's 30 plus, almost $35, $40 worth of a move. I've never been a part of that in a small cap ticker, ever. Only time I've ever done this big of, no, my bad. The biggest one ever was QMs. I told you about this. I got in at 225, my exit was 290. So can I beat that here with TCGL? So I got in around 225 on the QMs. If you remember that, I only got in 10 shares, bro. And then the 10 shares, I banked like $600. got in 10 shares, 225 area, got it around 290 as it hit 300. So what are we talking there? What's that? 50, 65? What's that? 90 minus 20 is 70. So $65. 65 points was the most I've ever gotten out of a single day trade. I forgot about that.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Record accomplishment. Yeah, point wise to get that in a single day too, mind you. Yeah, like a day trade. Single. Is that what you were saying? So on a swing trade, you've gotten more, or
Yeah, well, Amazon, because I'm still on Amazon right now at 93,
okay.
so that's 200s, right? So yes, you definitely, yeah, that's got the cake, and I don't know what will ever take that, but well, I mean, I could have. Would you see the Carvanas of the world? So, but yeah, the small for me as a day trade trading, yeah, I've never been in a trade from that was the biggest one. Q and I was on a one-on-one too. I never get in a one-on-one. I'm like, oh my god, just had a huge gap up. There's no way. Kind of like what I just saw. Like I get that instantaneous. I have to get in. I got in 10 shares, gapped up from 225 to 250, 60 area. Immediately raced into another halt up, and then it gapped up close to 300. And I said, watch, it's going to hit 300. I'm getting out. It literally hit pretty much 300 on the dot. I got out in the 280, high 280s, low 290s, and 10 shares, and that's all it was. And yeah, that was the biggest day trade. Because again, it's just gap ups. Gapped up $25, raced for another. So when you get these gap ups, that's how you end up getting these. It's not like I watched a play go literally from 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to and watched every single number get hit. We literally skipped here. We skipped 20. What was it called? 30. From 30 to 48, we skipped. So I didn't have to be, even sit there and watch it go through 32, 33, 34, 37, 38.
I'm curious how that works. Like I imagine, okay, if you have, let's say 50,000 shares coming in at 28.88, they just clear through orders, I guess, right? Like during the halt, that would be my guess. They like, what are the orders that are between here and where it opened? And there's probably, and they probably just fill those. I don't, but if you bought in at that halt price, like the 29, it's fairly interesting. I'd love to get somebody on the show one of these days to discuss like what is going on in these halts to determine exactly like what the opening price is going to be of the ticker.
Yeah. And I've thought about that too before, how do you get that big of a gap up? I get some gap ups in the 3 or the 4 or the 2s, but yeah, when you get you're halted for over an hour, random resumption time, and you get a essentially $30 gap up, how you make the math for me, market makers. That's where I love to talk to a market maker or one that has been around that business and world, or even like Michael Noss's of the world that may have any kind of clue, like how did it just gap up after an hour, $30, but don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere either. TCG, I'm gonna be sitting here for a while. I'm gonna lose brain power without any lunch. As soon as we go get some lunch, this thing's gonna open up.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna open my office door in a minute and tell Avery, hey, I'm gonna be here a couple more minutes, just so you know. But I'll be out there.
As in like end of day.
And that's how it always is. When she hears me say that, she's gonna roll her eyes over on because I won't see her. I'm just gonna kind of hey. She's gonna do this on the couch. She's gonna go, yeah, okay, sure,
yeah, okay.
I'll see it sometime after closing bell or something. Who knows? I'll see it at some point.
See it tonight.
It's kind of like, well, I'm out with the boys. I'll be back around 10. And she's like, yeah, I'll see you tomorrow sometime.
I need to get the DoorDash delivered like straight to my rooms. What it needs to happen.
yeah. You do like construction on the house. Just put a door on your room. Like there's no door, but you get an outside door just to come. You get like a different mailing address just for your room alone. Oh, that's funny. I remember that back in the day. Some of my friends, like, and that was kind of like a dream for me as a kid was, you'd see those houses or friends that had like they'd have a house, but then they had that cool like guest house, or they had 2 addresses essentially. And you're like, oh, you spoiled little man having 2 addresses in one house essentially. Yeah, that'd be you. Wife's like, so what's this other mailbox doing out here? Oh, don't worry about that, honey. That's for me and my room in there. She's like, what? We have 2 addresses now? Yeah. That's for my room. That's my office. That's what we call the man cave.
Yeah, I mean, I got a 16 by 20 like shed that I really would love to convert into like a living space for an office. It'd be sweet. Yeah. Put a different mailbox out there.
Yeah, yeah, right. Yeah. It's definitely doable. I mean, ours is like that where it's got an air conditioner in it, little portable AC unit out
Mhm.
there.
Yeah.
And then it's got a window, it's got light. Of course, ours literally is a shed. We store stuff in it. But yeah, I was like, man, this would be because it's got a table out there. You could tell whoever built it originally because we moved in after the first people and then got it. So whoever bought this house, had it the first time around, that shed's awesome. You could tell they worked out in it. You could tell like by the lighting and then the shelving they had in it that he definitely was out. That was like his man cave. Like he was out there doing stuff, in his shed. He was doing real man stuff, not trading stocks. He was out there, doing some woodwork. I don't know. He had saws out. Who knows? You could tell he was doing some good work in there. I'd be cutting my finger off. Don't give me no saws, electric saws. Yep, and don't forget, like I said, Trade the Bulls talking about challenge coming up, earnings challenge, all of February, team, all of February, earnings challenges. We're going to have giveaways, special prizes for you guys. So come on over and sign up for that all of February. And of course, my man Kevin will be back this afternoon. Who with? That is Mr. Steve. So Steve, as always, in Power Hour, going live with these tickers, going over his stocks for the day, large caps generally, and then of course talking about large caps, going to earnings with After Hours. Kevin got Apple, Visa today. What if that's what we did that to make it more interesting? We had to pick, like you guys had to pick, and we would do it on like on a demo account, or we'd do it on the eval. We had to pick a ticker that we liked the most, and we had to trade the earnings live on the stream.
That'd be a fun
man,
competition. Yeah.
Maybe we can do that in February. Maybe that could be a possible part of the, the afternoon, because I know we talked about that earlier, and making sure that we always have someone with Steve every day to go live in the afternoon for that'd be kind of cool. I love the competitions and small little things like that. Of course, coming up with March Madness, you know what I mean? Where the bracket, I was talking about this yesterday. I think it would be a cool idea on the call-in show. I talked about this. Will you sit down, Merlin? Having like a Sweet 16 bracket. We can't go full 64, but point being, you could have like number 1 seed Michael Katz versus number 4 seed AK-47 John Schmidt. Number 2 seed Michael Noss versus number 3 seed Money Mitch, or whatever. Or we'd have to get all the different traders on trade. I don't know how many traders we have in the office, because first it was Steve was saying office challenge. All right, all those challenges. He's like, let's see who can do the best, and talk to him. And then Trade the Pool showed up yesterday and said challenge, etc. Challenge in the office or hurt or something like that. I was like, well, another good challenge, honestly, would be, that you just bracket us up and say, hey, here's number 1 seed versus 4 seed. They get kind of like we did at the Money Show. You get X amount of time to trade, longer than the Money Show, longer than 3 minutes. Say we get 10 minutes, we get 15 minutes. All right, boom, go. And you get 15 minutes to make trades, 30 minutes to make trades, and whoever has the most profit after 30 minutes is the winner. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Love the challenges.
Including halt time?
Yeah. I'm screwed out of that one. If it was a trade like today, I'd get some profit in, but I don't know if I'd get enough. Oh man.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about some ideas, because we got a lot of ideas, a lot of new things coming over to Trade the Pool, guys. It's going to be a big year. Trade the Pool. You guys are certainly in the right place. We're going to grow together substantially.
Larry's bringing up literally what I was talking about earlier on SanDisk. He's like, 6 months ago it was 40. I was like, yeah, I know. I just saw that earlier. It's like, God, that's at 5. It literally from 40 to 540, 50 to 550. What a crazy move. Speaking of, TCGL still halted. I think it's going to be a random resumption time again if we want to go by logistics. 3 after and 30 or 13 after 37 seconds was a halt up time. So we just missed the 50-minute resumption time. I think this is going to be just like the last one. It goes over an hour. It resumes at a random time.
BNAI, if you guys want a sleeper, is kind of looking good. It's on trend, cracking a little bit. Going to probably start leaning into that one a little bit. Maybe we start profit taking a bit today. That's what I'm looking for on BNAI.
Yeah, that is at that low of day, a little double bottom earlier. Now at the triple bottom, kind of right back at today's low of day in market here. And CADX, for you guys that are looking to take a trade, CADX to me is your new runner. We had feed earlier, and now CADX at new high of day. We brought CADX up in the 3s. Remember, and then we saw that parabolic kind of shot up to the 4s, and now here she is all the way to 575, alerted by you guys here. And of course, I brought it up in the 3s. So good move now, almost $2 right around there since we first brought up CADX.
Take a look at the short interest on that. But yeah, you're absolutely right with TCGL. It's going to be random, and we're going to have to be, we're just going to have to be here for it, because it happens so quick. quick. That's happened to me so often too. Where I've been waiting for something, and then it opens up as soon as I go use the bathroom. That's why I thought we should come up with like the trade the pool, like branded toilet chair, so you never have to leave.
I like it.
I mean, it could have noise canceling, for the streamers. Have like a Bose kind of seat on it.
I got something for you. I got something for you. Let me show you a little something.
You're like, I kind of like that.
I got something for you. It's called the bathroom setup. I got the bathroom setup. Let me show you this here. It's called the bathroom setup.
Trade the poo. Love it, Joe. Trade the poo. CADX is 13.33% on the short side.
There we go. So here you go. There you go, guys. Take a look at the live stream right now. If you're not, you're missing a golden opportunity right here. So check it out. That's the bathroom setup of a man's dream. 3 monitors. You got the PC as a tower stand. You can sit right here on the toilet right there, as you can see. Got the mouse, the keyboard. Tell me. That's called the Trade the Poo setup. We sell that for $19.99. Limited supplies only. So $19.99 right there. Will get you a Trade the Poo setup. Yep, you can go number 1. You can go number 2. It actually comes with
the drums.
It comes with the Trade the Poo. It comes with special Trade the Poo toilet paper, special Trade the Poo wipes, and special Trade the Poo soap. So when you're done, we always want to wash our hands after we take a poo. So there you go, team. If you don't have one, you need one, you have a bowel issue, possibly, hit us up. $19.99. We'll get that shipped out to you. Limited supplies only. A hemorrhoid's dream. Oh man. Hey, you ask and I will supply. Let's see here. He got set up. There you go. Yeah, good stuff. There we go. Oh, that is an electric drum set too. Yeah, right. He's got it set on. That's so funny. Joe's laughing. I didn't know what that was, Joe. I see what that is a drum set. That is a drum set. Oh man.